Hey everyone, welcome to day 2 coverage of our CES coverage. Scott, big day yesterday.
Yeah, we had a huge day yesterday, and as always, we had an eclectic group of presenters. Everything from a product, a service to make communicating between the government and the citizens easier, to you had a blender that runs on air.
That's right. Well,
I,
I think it was magnetic motors or
yeah,
something of that sort.
yeah. I mean, so and today is no different. Today will be just as interesting a collection of products and services as our coverage always is. And I think that's always been one of the things that has separated what we do
Right.
from everybody else. Is we don't go after Sony and Samsung and try and get them on the show. We go after smaller, sometimes really weird, but
Right.
always interesting products. And we took that from you, right? You started all of this, and we built for Plugheads. We built our special events coverage off of what you built for CES because we liked it so much, and now here we are bringing it back to CES.
It's okay until you get the guy that comes in with the cell phone covers and that slip through the screening.
Yeah,
That always happens. But yeah, we've always been pretty kind of open on taking just about every eclectic thing you could possibly think of. But it's been fun because you can't always screen everything perfectly.
right. And I'll tell you, there was one that I purposely let through yesterday, or last year, that was a competitor for pop sockets
Uh-huh.
because it was so different. And they've been featured in big places. I've seen them on TV now. So I mean, apparently we made the right decision because every time I see them on TV, our views for the video go back up.
Well, I'm getting our stream shared on some of my social sites. I think I've got
Well,
that accomplished.
I see we already have a ton of people watching. So you probably missed the first couple of seconds. So we want to welcome all of our viewers to the Tech Podcast Network CES 2021 coverage. I'm Scott Ertz with Plug Hits Live.
And I'm Todd Cochran with Geek News Central over at geeknewscentral.com. And if you're watching on Twitch, I stream on Twitch too, but I think I get about 3 people to watch. So that's not where my main audience is.
Well, it seems like people have jumped in real early because that number is way bigger than it was when we started yesterday.
Well,
So
that's good.
hopefully our numbers will be even higher today because we like to showcase these products to our viewers. So we're really looking forward to everything that we've got coming today, and I believe we may even have our first guest
So
already
let's
in.
so let's not try to get too ahead of schedule. But one thing I wanted to mention to you, Scott, is the problem with CES is, and I think this year's going to be proved to be true as well. And of course, I didn't watch a lot of the content that you guys did after I was on yesterday, but I added up like my credit card damage. It's going to be from like just my 2 hours on time, and I'm like, man, it's like up to $1,000 already on stuff that I want to buy.
I
So
know.
and I'm not saying I'm going to buy it, but I want to buy. So I think for me, I measure the success of the show purely upon what my little nerd self is going to say. Oh, I want that for my house. I want that for my office. I want
Uh-huh.
that for my, and then by the time I'm all done, I'm like, well, that'll take a year or two to whack off the list. But it's
Yeah,
always something out there. Last year it was the Keurig machine that makes liquor. That has the little
yep,
pods and
absolutely.
that was the
DrinkWorks.
that's right, DrinkWorks.
You
But
ended up with one. Danielle ended up with one. Michelle ended up with one. I think Marlo ended up with one.
for a while, I was only able to ship pods to Florida, to my daughter, and then she
Yeah,
would repackage and ship to me because I couldn't ship to where in the state. Now they've got that all figured out. They've teamed up with a national liquor distributor or whatever it is, so now they can ship
smart move.
just about anywhere in the United States. You can get pods real easy, so there's no more stress of reshipping because they hadn't cleared the alcohol boards of each
Yeah.
specific state. So
Yeah, teaming up with somebody who has already done that seems like a really great way to deal with distribution of those.
yeah, absolutely.
That
So
was always going to be their challenge, and we said that in our wrap up show last year. Was that was going to be their challenge, and so they said, let's not even take it on. Let's find somebody who's already done it. That's a smart move.
yeah, so one thing we want to do today, though, I think that just for the back office team is, I know we send that welcome message to people as they get into the green room, but remind them they've got 10 minutes. I was having a hard time keeping people in their 10-minute squeeze yesterday, so I don't know if you ran into that as well. So as we try to get them,
A little bit,
yeah.
yeah.
So trying to wrap them here. Sometimes they go a little shorter. Sometimes it usually works out, but yes, it can be a problem.
You managed to wrangle it back by the end of your time though. So
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess if we want to kick this ball off, we can get go with our first guest, and I think I'm here to 2:30. Is that correct?
that's correct.
All right. So
And
I've got
I
water.
won't.
I didn't grab a Red Bull, so I might have to go make a jump out real quick to get one. But I think I'm ready.
All right. Well, I won't see you again today because
Okay.
Chris Jordan is coming on after you. So I will see you tomorrow morning,
All
and
right.
I will see
Absolutely.
our viewers later today. I'm back at 6:30 Eastern, which works out to what's that? 3:30 Pacific. So I
Right.
will see
All
you
right.
then,
All right,
and
Scott. See you later.
enjoy, Todd.
Yeah. And as a reminder, again, if you just joined the show, you can check me out at geeknewscentral.com. Subscribe to the podcast over there. I do a twice weekly podcast, and I record my 1500th episode this coming Thursday. And I stream on Facebook, YouTube Live, Twitch, Twitter, multiple places on Twitter, multiple places on Facebook. So I think we simulcast to like 8 different places, but 99% of the audience, 99.9% of the audience subscribe to the show. So I think we're ready. Terry, if you want to bring our first guest on board. And looking at my schedule, we should have Dr. Alexander Golden. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. And it's an honor for me to open the podcast, to open the show. And first of all, I would like to wish everyone a healthy and a happy new year and a successful show. The first virtual CES show. So I shall probably first introduce myself.
Sure.
So I'm Alexander Goldin. I'm the CEO and founder of Alango Technologies, an Israeli company that helps people to communicate. And we've been doing it for 20 years, developing digital sound enhancement technologies, helping people to communicate in various environments. And if you have a phone call, hands-free phone call in a car, use the latest and greatest true wireless earbuds, or have used your speakerphone for business meetings, there is a good chance that you use our technology. So 4 years ago, we asked ourselves how we can utilize our knowledge to help people to communicate in various environments, not only over the communication networks, live communications, music listening, and others. And we decided to develop our own line of products that we called Wear and Hear. And these products improve hearing. Now, why hearing? And I will probably ask you a question now. So, we all are getting older, and we have a good chance to develop dementia at one stage. And I would like to ask the question: what is the most serious risk factor that in midlife that increases the chances of dementia in elderly? Is it obesity, hypertension, brain injury, or smoking, or anything else? So, Todd, what do you think? What is the answer?
I think it probably is diet and exercise. So maybe I'm giving you 2 answers.
Yeah, and they are wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously, that's why I asked the question, to get the wrong answer. So the answer is that it's untreated hearing loss. Untreated hearing loss increases the risk of dementia by 8%, while the largest four accumulated other risk factors like obesity, hypertension, that you say that tried exercise and smoking, they increase it by less than 8% together. So it's a very interesting and shocking discovery. And we know that overall, 15% of people have some level of hearing loss. So definitely it creates a big health problem. And hearing loss is related to many health and social problems. So yes.
Go ahead. So I think, even I spent 25 years in the military, and even though I was very careful in making sure that I wore hearing protection, I am sure, based upon my hearing exams, that, later in life, I'm probably going to suffer from that. But it looks to me like you guys have come up with some solutions. I'm kind of curious what you guys are, introducing this year to help that.
Yes. So we introduce our Wear and Hear line of products that actually hearing amplifiers, personalized hearing amplifiers, or we can call them hearing aids, that are disguised as communication headsets, as Bluetooth communication headsets, stereo headsets, and other similar consumer electronics products. So the first product that we have a line of this product that we call Wear and Hear, and the first product that we introduced this year, it's actually BeHear Access, that was innovation technology winner this year for CES 2020, last year 2020, and we introduces this year it again because we this product are upgradable, and this year we introduce a major upgrade of its features, which can be done by the user over the ear through through his or her mobile phone. And these three features are extremely important for people with hearing loss. One of them is improved directivity. So these products use 4 microphones and 2 microphones in each earbuds, and 2 microphones, 1 microphone in each control box, that allow us to focus on the sound that we would like to hear, the sound in front of us, and we can choose. We have an option of like natural directivity, which is created by our pinna, our head, and our torso acoustic properties. We can create it. We have like a wide directivity where I want to hear more sounds coming from front, and we have a narrow directivity where actually I am like trying to improve the sounds that come like in my field of view. So that's at first. The second feature that we introduce in these products, it's we call it own voice reduction, and this is one of the largest problem of hearing aids, because together with all the sounds around you, they also amplify your voice, user's voice, and we have a special technology that can reduce this effect, very annoying effect. We also introduce some features that are available only in high-end hearing aids that are called cross, when it's for one-sided deafness, when people can transfer sound from one ear to another ear, which is still healthy or at least functioning. So this product, with this upgrade, it will be like a new level of this already a very well working product. So that's one thing that we introduce.
So, Dr. Golden, on the Wear and Hear website, at WEAR and Hear.com, people can find out all the information about your products and services. Are you, real quickly, is there anything else new that you're introducing this year that you're bringing to market?
Yes. This is our own neck speaker, but it's not just another neck speaker that I can use for TV watching or music listening. this speaker is fully personalized. It through the same application that is used for personalization of our other devices, users can do some hearing assessment, and all sounds of this device will be personalized for specific hearing preferences. It works as a neck speaker. It works as a powerful, loud speakerphone that can be even used in conferencing rooms. Actually, we use them for conferencing in our large conferencing room. And when I need privacy, I can pull out my earbuds. And this device can work in this mode, can work also as a powerful hearing aid or personal sound amplifier with personalized sound. So this is a new product that we are introducing this year.
So give me a quick rundown of the retail price on these items.
The Be Here Access is $349, which is 10 times less than a pair of hearing aids, actually 20 times less. And this product will be for $189.
Awesome. Well, I want to wish you the most success for a 2021 season, and of course, ongoing any business deals that you're putting together with CES. If you're watching this online and you're interested in this product, I think the one thing that I really took away was some people have maybe hearing loss in the right ear, and being able to move that sound around to the left based upon the directivity is really, really big, because oftentimes people have to turn their head to see someone that's speaking to them to get the other ear closer in line. But if you're picking it up on the side that there's hearing loss and transferring it to the other side, that to me sounds to be pretty impressive. And it seems like that will be a feature that, at least for me, the first I've heard where you actually transfer it from one side to the other. So very, very cool. Thank you so much, and good luck with the rest of the show. And thank you for being on today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, check that out at wearandhear.com. That's the website. And it's what we find today, and and I know that many of us, and me included, are I'm 56. I'm watching my health and looking at all these great health tech type of products that are coming online, thinking it's not going to be too long where maybe I'm going to need some of this assistance. But the simple ability to be able to wear a hearing assistance device, and notice they didn't say hearing aid, hearing assistance device that you can basically wear just like something that you would be using maybe in the office today because of COVID, and be plugged in. Also, it makes it easy for folks that may be a little bit challenging getting actual hearing aids in. I've had many people that are friends that have lost a hearing aid. Number one, because it's been small or they don't use it. Number two, because the battery's hard to change. I think a lot of that is an effect. Now, it'll be interesting seeing what those of us that are more technical savvy as we get older, the stuff that we adapt and use as we age. And again, you don't have to be old to have hearing loss. I know many folks in their 40s that have a significant hearing loss, largely because of where they work. I think we're ready then to go ahead and open up for our next guest. We're bringing in David. David is from Typewise, and if David's ready, we can bring him in. Hi, David. Welcome to our CES coverage. And why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and your company, and let us know what you're doing for CES 2021.
Sure. Well, hi, I'm David. I'm from Switzerland, and I'm one of the two co-founders of Typewise. We decode human thoughts. And we do that with a smartphone keyboard that works on every phone, on an iPhone and Android device, and basically helps you to make up to 5 times fewer typos, and at the same time also safeguard your privacy.
So is it purely a mobile app, or does it work on the desktop, or what's the use case then? Largely just for people on mobile?
At the moment, it's purely a mobile app, but the underlying technology, which is AI powered, and which we develop here with a leading European technology institute, ETH Zurich, that then also will work on desktops, and in the future also for VR and wearables, basically on all the devices where you have to input information, something we do for hours every day, but we basically miss out on a lot of productivity because keyboards are slow and especially mobile phones, cumbersome and error prone. And that's what we're trying to change.
Do you have your phone with you by chance so we could see a little bit how it works? Is that possible?
Absolutely. Just bear with me. I'm just opening here a chat. So I'm trying to.
There you go.
This is. You should be able to see that.
Yeah. So, it's a completely different keyboard. I got you now.
Yeah. It's so the main. I mean, what you see visually is our honeycomb interface. And the difference is that the keys are a hexagonal shape, so they're 70% wider than the standard keys, because the keyboard that you're probably using is from the 19th century, so it was developed 150 years ago for typewriters, and it's made for mobile phones. And how we thought about it is, hey, our fingerprints are round, and so the keys should resemble our like fingerprints. What we can also do, we have we don't have like a shift key or a backspace, but we use gestures. So I'm trying if this works.
I know it's hard. It's hard when you're trying to do it in reverse.
Basically, just swipe here and it deletes as much text as you want, or you can swipe back and the restore text again. You can swipe up on a letter to capitalize. So it's a lot about, hey, how can we make it more intuitive? With the capabilities of touchscreens.
So then what you're finding then, based on at least your website, is saying that you make 80% fewer typos. Now, I'm a typo king, so this should help me out a lot. So how did you base and how did you get that? Did you do studies, have user cases where people are typing, and then you did the cross study? How did you guys come up with that number?
Yeah, so there is a very large typing study done by Cambridge University and also ETH Zurich. It's you can find it online. I think if you search for typing study Uni Cambridge, it will come out, where they analyzed the behavior of 37,000 users globally across different keyboards, like an iPhone keyboard, a Google keyboard, a Microsoft keyboard, and then we had our users doing that exact same study. And then we compare the data, what comes out at the end when using each keyboard. And with ours, we saw that instead of usually on the keyboard, you make like every fifth word has a typo. And with Typewise, on average, it's every 20th word. And that's how we get this 4x improvement.
So let me ask you a question then. I do an incredible amount of voice to text. I just, at this point, I'm really tired of, because I'm just doing a lot of voice to text. But voice to text, I find Android is better than, believe it or not, Apple products from doing voice to text. I just from the number of years using the products, but there's always typos and it gets a word wrong. So can I use this in conjunction to you make it easier? Because oftentimes I'm hunting and pecking and trying to get to the word where I'm trying to, edit it or capitalize it or remove a comma or whatever it may be. Does the keyboard itself then also, would it help me if I'm using voice to text primarily and editing the message before it goes out?
Yeah. So what it does now, it's going to be a bit hard for me, but you can press one of these space keys, and then basically you can just by pressing the space key, you can again do that gesture movement and just move the cursor wherever you want to go, and then do the edit and then go back. So right now,
go ahead.
It already helps you to do these edits faster. What we're working on as a future step is to integrate our autocorrect technology with voice. So then the keyboard knows how you spell certain words when you type them, and it can then aid the voice to text like engine to type as you would be typing.
Right.
And so this is really then the next step for us to add this voice interface to the keyboard and really get the best of both worlds together.
So is it for Android and iOS, or do you have it for both? And I'm assuming then just basically looking here at typewise.app, that's your website?
Yeah, that's true.
What is what does the app cost?
So it's free. It's available in 40 languages. No
Wow.
advertising, nothing. There is a premium version as an in-app purchase, and the main thing what it does is if you type in multiple languages at the same time, so let's say you're using English at work, Spanish at home, for example, then with the premium version, you can add both languages at the same time, and the keyboard will just detect which one you're using, and it will automatically switch between them. But that's like a premium feature, and it's optional if you would like to have that.
Awesome. Well, you can't beat free, folks, to try it out. And I know many of you are trying different keyboards from time to time. And if you haven't swapped a keyboard on your mobile phone before, this is a good opportunity to do that for the first time, to try an alternate keyboard. I think, what we may find is that I've run into people all the time, David, that didn't know they could actually change the keyboard on their mobile device.
Yeah, that's I think our biggest, or one of our biggest challenges, is to get the word out there that, hey, like you have the option of changing it, and there is something better out there than the standard.
And the thing is too, if you can change for the occasion, if you need to change, and I do that from time to time too. I change keyboards from time to time back from different ones and want to try different things. So, hey, this is a great way, folks. No reason why not to go out and get the app and try this keyboard out. It's free. Then if you want to help them out and use their premium features, it's a great way to go. Typewise.app. And again, David, thank you for coming on the show today and sharing what Typewise is doing. If they want to reach out to you, what's the best way to do that? On the website, or? Yeah,
just drop us an email to info@typewise.app, and we reply to every inquiry.
Awesome. Thank you so much, David, for coming on. Good luck with the app.
Thank you.
Very, very cool. So sometimes when we first have guests come on, I'm just as kind of not knowing what the product is to begin with. So when I asked him the question if it was available on desktop, I didn't fully understand it was a mobile-only app at the time. So we all learned together. So I think we're rolling right along here, and I think we've got our next guest on deck. And this will be Kyle from Rendeavor, I think is the name of the company. So if we want to bring Kyle on, we can do that. Hi, Kyle. Hey. Welcome to our CES coverage.
Thanks so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, your position, and what you guys are doing for CES 2021.
Yeah. So, hey, everyone. My name's Kyle Rand. I'm one of the co-founders and the CEO at Rendeavor. You did pronounce it correct, which is rare. A lot of people will get it wrong sometimes. So kudos to you. Rendeavor is a full-service, end-to-end virtual reality platform that has been built specifically to reduce social isolation through the power of shared experiences, and specifically through the power of virtual reality. So we've spent the past 5 years building a really, really expansive platform that we now currently sell into senior living communities, hospitals, hospice organizations. We're in about 250 enterprise clients across North America, and we're getting ready really soon to go live in Australia, where we use VR to allow people to do things that you might get excited about, like travel, right? Go stand on top of the Eiffel Tower, go take a walking tour of Paris, go get in a hot air balloon for the first time, go swim with dolphins. And we do it in a way, and we've designed it in a way that really focuses on reducing social isolation through allowing people to experience these things together.
Oh, and the reason, together.
Yeah, it's all about social. That's really the magic here.
So, oftentimes, and if you haven't had any exposure to VR, VR is really pretty remarkable in some of the things that are being done today. It's come a long way since really its introduction. But just to think here that I can do VR together with someone, that changes the ball game completely, in my opinion.
Totally. I mean, really, what's nice looking back at this year, obviously we've all had a tough 2020 with the pandemic, but I think the big thing that we've kind of taken away as a silver lining has been, for the first time, all of us have really experienced what it means to become socially isolated. And it's hard, right?
It is.
2020 has not been the best year for any of us. And, if you think about it, right, what we're experiencing right now, we see an end in sight. come hopefully July 4th, we're going to have some sense of a new normalcy with vaccine distribution, and we're going to be able to see each other and, maybe be able to get on planes again. And next year, like, be able to go to CES and be in Vegas in person. The unfortunate reality is, for people who reach this point in the aging process where they really need to be moving into senior living communities, that becomes their reality for the rest of their life, right? So they make that transition, and they go from having, maybe 80 years worth of experience in the world to all of a sudden that world shrinks down to the four walls of their community. And to be able to, to have that transition, like, it hits people hard. I know it happened to my grandmother. She had a pretty negative experience moving in. And if you look at the data, this is something that I think not a lot of people really know. Prolonged loneliness, prolonged social isolation is as detrimental to one's health as smoking 15 cigarettes a day.
I believe that. Ultimately.
Yeah, like now having experienced it, you like really see it, right? And specifically within this demographic, it's been tied to a 30% increase in mortality rates, which is massive. And that comes from increases in hypertension and risks of stroke and heart attack, a 60% increase in risk of dementia. We're talking about diabetes, we're talking about depression, we're talking about increased risk of suicide, right? It's something that really is significant, and there's not enough work and understanding being put into, okay, how do we take this demographic, which is growing rapidly, and allow them to, even if their world is physically shrinking, allow them to continue to build a vibrant social life. And we've had a lot of success doing that with VR.
So let me ask you a couple of questions then on application. So if you and I'm in Michigan, I don't know exactly where you're located, but obviously you're in a different area. Yeah. Can you and I experience something together? If I have a VR and you have a VR, even though we're separated by distance, can we do that with your tech, or do you have to be together?
Yes. So we originally started, so we're focused on enterprise setting, right? So
sure.
We originally started, for the past 5 years, it's been, great, we're going to give these communities a group of headsets, right? On average, 6 headsets, and they're going to bring people into the same room, and they're going to have a shared VR experience. Obviously, that's not possible today. So we actually had a study funded by the National Institutes on Health and National Institutes on Aging to accelerate exactly what you're saying, which is remote VR. So we have a platform that we have some really solid data from, in which we're doing remote virtual family engagement, where you're where you are, I'm here in Boston, we're wearing a headset, we're getting these experiences together, and throughout the experience, we're communicating through voice. And it's like, voice is something that's supernatural, right? That's why like Alexa has become really big within the senior living industry, because everybody knows how to communicate through voice. And integrating VR into integrating voice into a fully experiential setting like a Rendever session it's been really, really cool to see. And it's been really fun to see people actually kind of treat their VR headset like a cell phone, right? Because they pick it up and they start talking into it because they get that like vocal communication.
So VR typically will take quite a little of bandwidth as well. So you got to make sure that the infrastructure will support it. And nursing homes, I don't think, are necessarily places where one would think that the bandwidth would be super good. So I'm sure you have to go in and put this infrastructure in and make sure they have enough bandwidth coverage to handle it. But also, if you're going to do remote VR things, there's going to have to be, how do you prevent the lag and stuff that we always experience when we're doing things like this?
Yeah, so you might be surprised to know that actually the senior living industry is making really big moves in upgrading their Wi-Fi infrastructure.
Wow.
And that's because, like, I mean, we're all becoming like super tech focused, right? Our lives are empowered by tech, and specifically the social side of our lives are empowered by tech, especially within this past year. So senior living is making really big moves, and we have some good partners who are doing pretty smart distributed Wi-Fi infrastructure within these communities. So there's a growing need for technology to empower people to continue to live really meaningful and fulfilling lives once they move into this setting. And as a result, the operators who are building these communities and managing them, they recognize first and foremost, we need to get our Wi-Fi going. Secondarily, we need to get Rendever systems and VR headsets into here. And we need to use all this technology to really focus on building a thriving community. So infrastructure changes are happening really fast. That's been going on for probably the past 5 years.
So you've been focused on enterprise. Correct. And this elderly, so what's the next market? Is it because of COVID, you've made a little bit of shift in this family gathering type thing? Also, the second, and really, I guess the next question is, do we have an idea what this is going to cost if I wanted to connect with family members in Hawaii or wherever they may be? And I guess third, or maybe it's still second, but what do you typically, do you source from existing VR, or do you have your own catalog?
Okay,
of
so let's
content?
go. Yeah, let's go question through question. So we've specifically focused on the enterprise setting because there's a big opportunity there, right? In which we're
Sure.
congregating groups of people who are prone to loneliness because they just made that transition, or right within these communities they're congregated, and now they just need help building really thriving social communities. So that's why we started there, and we've seen a ton of success. Since then, we have already been expanding across other enterprise settings that aren't just senior living. So we work with some disability organizations. We have one of the largest rollouts in healthcare. So we work with UC Health. Rich Zane actually just spoke on stage at CES yesterday, who's their chief innovation officer. So we've been partnering with them for 3 years. And we just did a really cool story in which we actually leveraged, this goes to your third question, we worked with their partner, which is the Colorado Symphony, at the Red Rocks Amphitheater and filmed an entire orchestra during sunset at Red Rocks in VR, and then brought it to patients as like a music therapy component for including cancer patients. And the results have been overwhelmingly positive. So we're doing a lot of things like that, and the impact, right? The thing that's magical here about when we think about content, we think about the experiences that we can deliver. There's so many things that are happening throughout the world, right? Like, I mean, if we were in Vegas right now, like there would be a plethora of options that we could just go to tonight and have a great experience. So there's so many people that are like spending their time creating and crafting and curating these experiences, but they don't get to deliver them to these demographics that really need them the most. So we're really excited about the partnerships that we've been setting up and working with groups like the Colorado Symphony to bring their content, bring their experience, bring their life into these homes and these settings.
So we're almost out of time. Just any idea on cost? Probably on a commercial enterprise level, that's going to be a custom. But if you move it, I don't think you're moving into the consumer side yet, are you? Or
so yeah, we're definitely talking about it actively with this study, right? We have our distribution directly into the enterprise settings, but the next step is to make sure that the family members who are making this transition they have access to it too. So that's where we'll be focusing on the consumer side. Too early to share costs there, but I mean, today we also have a great partnership with AARP Innovation Labs, and actually the greater AARP Foundation right now, in which anybody with a VR headset with an Oculus Quest can go in and they can download Alcove and they can get a taste of some of the things that we do on Rendever. So that's currently publicly available.
So what I want all of you to do is, if you have a family member that's in assisted living and they do not have this accessible to them, I would tell them to introduce their staff, their administration, to rendever.com. It's RENDEVER.com. Have them check it out, and maybe your loved one that's in assisted living would be able to access this type of content and have less isolation and be able to see the world that they miss. Because I think almost all of us have probably had someone related to us that's been assisted living. So thank you so much for coming on today. We definitely appreciate it. It's very, very cool, Kyle. Again, good luck for CES 2021, and much success to you.
Thank you. Enjoy CES. It was a pleasure.
All right. Thank you. All right. Interesting what they're doing with VR there. And if you think about that for a second, we all, obviously we've all been locked up since the year that we won't mention, but, be able to get out and see things. I'm ready to travel again. I really, really am. But if you can't travel, I guess VR is the next way to go. All right, so let's go ahead and bring in our next guest. I think they're on deck and ready, and it's it's Abdul from
Biohacking Orb.
Biohacking Orb. So what's happening with you folks for CES 2021?
Well, this is thank you for having me first. We are very excited. This is my first time to attend and participate in CES. Actually, we were lucky because of the pandemic. We managed to participate in the CES and show our latest innovation in the wellness industry, which is the Biohacking Orb, a touchless, self-administrated biohacking innovative platform, you can say, that's offered that offers touchless treatments for the wellness industry.
So you are actually in the biohacking space. So what does that mean from a product standpoint? exactly give our listeners a little bit of a background on that?
So, since when the pandemic actually accelerated our approach to create new treatments of touchless and self-administrated, that's based on scientific evidence. So we created a chamber that has different modalities. These different modalities are all scientifically proven and have been available in the market for a long time. And we build a journey of several treatments around these modalities for people to have mental and physical recovery faster than any time before.
Oh,
That's the concept behind the biohacking orb. So we have a treatment starting from 15 minutes up to 40 minutes for a quick fix, for example, for people who are working in hospital in frontline, if they want to have a break for 15 minutes to have a mental and physical recovery, 15 minutes to continue work and have the strength to continue their work. So it works. We have the baseline modalities which we have is neuroacoustics sound therapy. We have a vibroacoustics, which is laid out on the mandala chakra shape that's interact with all the body chakra and healing points. We have a chromotherapy in the embedded within the ceiling of this, and we have aromatherapy. So we actually covers all the senses of the human body. And take them in a journey to manipulate these modalities within the body to give them the fastest recovery possible.
You know, I think as people are listening to this today, go over to biohackingorb.com and you're going to be able to see exactly what is being described here, because it's basically like a pod, an open air pod that you get into. It looks very comfortable. Just as I'm looking on that, like looking on my screen here and looking at the website, I think I want to crawl into this thing. So this is very, very interesting. Now, how is this already commercially available? Have you deployed it already? What's been the feedback for people that are using this obviously it looks very expensive, so it's probably going to be mostly used in commercial settings, right?
We have a commercial and private also. Actually the prototype is completed and in Dubai. We are based in Dubai now.
Okay.
So the prototype came to Dubai 1 month and a half ago, 2 months ago. We put all the final touches on the products, and now the final product will be ready end of Feb, hopefully. It will be in Dubai, the first product to be launched. We're targeting different sectors in this with this product for spas and wellness to offer a touchless treatments and mental wellness treatment, which now become a big subject for the people around the world. We're targeting work wellness areas for staff that's working in big corporations like Google, Apple, or big fintech companies. These people have too much stress because working with numbers, so they need space to quick fix and break in their daytime. We're targeting military, sports and gyms, like to have a new revenue stream for them. It's all around touchless treatment, because now people are very afraid to get, and our industry, the wellness industry, have been hit the most, especially the massage, the most regular treatments available, requested usually around the world, is the biggest hit what was got for the spa industry. That's why we came up with this concept to create a new revenue stream, a touchless treatment for people, to bring it as a bridge for the people to bring them back to the environment of spas.
So really, the only thing that has to be done then is that if it's in a spa or from a safety standpoint in the era of COVID, all they have to do is just wipe down the orb and it's ready for the next customer. It looks fascinating. Do you have an idea what the cost is going to be? Let's break it down between enterprise and a personal mode. Do you have an idea where it's going to come in retail wise?
We have already pre-sold several pieces here and around the world, also in the region and around the world. The retail price we are targeting, is $39,000, which is very feasible in our industry, to be honest. To have a multi-sensory depurative chamber, which is having latest technologies and all controlled and pre-programmed within an app, So you don't have to worry what I have to do, what I have to click, or something
Sure.
like this. All you have to do is register, click on the treatment, the journey will start. From aromatherapy, different type of aromatherapy comes within the treatment. All have been designed by international consultants in treatment experience around the world. So we have a big team in-house and external that's working on creating these journeys. All you have to do is click. The next click on the treatment, and the treatment journey will start. And after the treatment, it gives you a result report so you can track your usage of the orb. So you go, you pair your orb, you pair your phone with the orb, select your treatment, and start on. I think there is a video on the website. You can see how it works in the on the video on the website. I don't know if I can share it with you.
Yeah. So I think what we'll do is, because everybody's watching us digitally, just have, I'm really be honest with you folks that are watching, go over to biohackingorb.com, check this thing out. Your eyes are going to like, whoa, you're going to be very surprised. And so when he said it was $39,000, remember that's for a commercial setting, a business, someone that's going to bring that in and have that available to their employees. Obviously, that price range isn't going to work for an individual. So do you have plans then for a consumer version of this?
We are planning to open biohacking centers. So these biohacking centers, it will be for public, and treatment session starts. Yeah, so people can go inside. We don't need big staff. Actually, we got a request from Australia. They are planning to open biohacking centers, and they want to consider our products as their prime products. So because you don't need people to train, you don't people. So your cost, we did the calculation. The cost of operation, it's reduced by 62%. And the return on investment is very high on this product, on our machine, because you can charge time on this on the orb. So sessions run 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes, and so on.
Yeah, you can sell a package. Yeah.
Yes, and you don't need you can sell a package, and you don't need the staff to train. You don't need the products. It's consume less space. It's you don't need the product to perform treatments, because it's all technology and vibroacoustics or veroacoustics or light. So you don't your cost goes to the minimum on the operation. So it's very perfect return on investment product to be deployed in many places in biohacking centers. And this, I think, there is a big trend now around the world for a biohacking center, because people looking for a quick fix. We don't have the time. If we want to pursue a wellness path, we don't want to consume too much of our time for this path. I don't want to drive 1 hour, stay in the reception for 15 minutes until I get a consultation, and then go to the treatment for another hour. And that's too much time. In the future, we don't have this time, and this is the product for the future.
Well, I'm going to encourage everyone to go over to biohackingorb.com. Check this out. If you're a business owner or corporation, this may be something that you want to bring into your wellness center within your company, or a break room or someplace like that. I do want to thank you for coming on the show today and sharing what you guys have got going on. I'm pretty wowed by this thing. It looks futuristic in itself, and there is a demo video on the website as well. Talks about all the different types of features it has. So thanks for coming on today and sharing with us what you're doing in biohacking.
Thank you very much.
All right, sir. Take care. Have a good CES.
You too. Thank you.
So one thing here at CES, or at CES, one thing we do here at Tech Podcast, part of our coverage for CES 2021, it runs the gamut, folks. It's going to be from commercial high-end products all the way down to, like yesterday, we had someone on here with a blender. So it runs the gambit. So you just stand by. We just don't know what's coming up next. And I think our next guest is here, and it's Rafi from the Essence Group. And if we want to bring Rafi in, I think we'll be ready for him. So we're just waiting here a second to make sure they're ready to go. But again, if you're not familiar with me, my name is Todd Cochran. I do the Geek News Central podcast over at geeknewscentral.com, twice weekly tech show. Oh, we got Josh. Okay. All right. Fine. Hi, Josh. Welcome to our CES coverage this year. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and your company and what you guys are doing this year?
Sure. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Certainly miss being there in person. This is our biggest show of the year that we kind of dive into. So I appreciate any opportunity to kind of see face to face at the very least, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll dive in. My name is Josh Locke. I'm the vice president of sales for Essence USA, the USA division. Essence Group is based in Israel. We're a global technology leader that develops innovative cloud-based end-to-end security and healthcare solutions that ultimately provide peace of mind to users and caregivers alike. So we're really kind of an end-to-end hardware, software, user interface, all branded as our customers. So it's a B2B play. Most
Right.
people don't know who Essence is when they end up purchasing it from a service provider. So
Yeah, for those of you that are not familiar with some of the things that goes on at CES, the Essence Group would be there talking with potential clients, and then ultimately it would end up in their client's business or on their shelf with the company's name on it. So that's why you would know it came from the Essence Group.
that's right. And for over a quarter century, Essence has really been challenging the conventional thinking of making care and safety innovative, accessible, and really ultimately affordable.
What are you guys bringing to market this year in 21 that you're excited about?
Well, we've got a few things that I want to highlight. Really, we are exhibiting, so you can find us there. But like to show you a little bit more than what you can see on our page. We have a chat group. We have live representatives there available too. But we kind of view technology as kind of like a chain. It's only as good as the weakest link, right? So we've expended a lot of resources bringing out IoT solutions powered by, in the U.S. market specifically, the robust 5G network. So this network for us and a lot of people in the IoT space and connected devices space, it's game changing when it comes to that, and the capabilities that you can have. It's powerful. It's a powerful network. So we're advancing. Essence has several different channels. Our two main channels are security and healthcare. So our healthcare is called Care at Home. It's our platform. Again, mostly rebranded down the line, but
Right.
we're advancing off of that, most commonly called a personal emergency response system. And so the PERS is really the hub, PERS, it's the hub. And so, to be very powerfully connected to the 5G network, we're advancing off of that. And that provides, nearly endless capabilities that we can use in the home as a hub, for the senior care market. One that we're highlighting is our latest in fall detection solutions, innovation onto fall detection. We call it MD Sense. The reason why we went down this road, and I'll explain a little bit more about what it is, but there's an issue with falls in general everywhere globally. In the U.S., there's 1 in 4 adults over the age of 65 fall each year, and 88% of those are alone when it happens. We of course provide the help buttons for those older adults as a safety mechanism so that they can have two-way voice conversation with their service provider. But we also know from feedback that we get from caregivers and our customers, the service provider themselves, is that there's a stigma behind it. There's people who remember the old the commercial back in, I think it was the 80s. It's the scare tactic, right?
Right.
And there's a stigma behind it,
That's right.
many choose not to wear it, right?
Mhm.
So we know that that's a problem. So we've been advancing over the years. We've advanced with fall or voice activation, where you don't necessarily have to have that wearable on you. Our latest is MD Sense, which is passive. We call it passive fall detection, meaning you don't have to have a wearable, but it's easy. It's I call it lick and stick. But you stick it in the corner of the rooms that you're worried about. It's motion detection. So then it turns on a radar technology that is scanning the room, and it knows if you're standing, seated, laying down, or if you have fallen onto the floor.
So places like bathrooms, really any place that you're really super concerned. Of course, but an elderly person that has issues, they could really fall anywhere. So it's just a matter of putting the coverage where you think you need it the most.
That's exactly right. And I've got a 1-minute video. I don't know if you can, if I can
Don't know if
share.
you can share it. The main concern we have is as long as there's no copyrighted music in it.
It's
yeah,
ours. It's our own produced. It's also on YouTube. But
yesterday, some folks were having trouble sharing because of the security was set up. You can see if you can share, but I don't think you can.
Let's find out. You tell me if you see my screen.
And the producers on the other end, it'll come up as another tab.
Yeah, on the bottom, you'll see share screen. Okay, I see it. Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
Can you see me?
Yes,
now
we can see
now the question is, will you be able to hear it? That's the next challenge. So do you see this?
I see the video. Yep. Let's go ahead and
play it.
Yeah, I don't think we're not hearing it, but
you're not hearing it?
Yeah, if you want to give a small I think it's
got some text.
Yeah, some text will help.
Yeah, audio won't play on videos.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's 1 minute. It'll give you good visuals.
So it's almost like the sensor is almost like something you would see from a security system.
Yes. Yep. It has a passive infrared motion detector on it and radar detector.
Yeah, very nice. I think you hit the ball on the head that there's a lot of stigmatisms in wearing a device, or if they forget to put it on, maybe they meant to wear it and it's, I do that all the time with my Apple Watch. I leave it at the house. I don't have anything I don't wear it by accident. It's not necessarily a fall detection device, but it's, it's something I use every day usually. So what is and again, it's up to you work with integrators, you work with third parties to bring those in, but these are the types of things that you guys offer to your clients. Do you have a typical idea just for someone that's out there that's listening and they worked with a partner and they wanted to protect, let's say 3 or 4 rooms? Have you got any idea what that integration cost is?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, because we're working with our partners, they really dictate what they bring to market. And our channel, our customers, they really revolve on recurring monthly revenue, right? So it's a lease model similar to that of your cable box in your living room. So there's a lot of times zero cost for the equipment itself. And they typically charge an additional $5 per month for additional features.
Sure.
So they'd get the control panel in the home, whatever they brand it as. They'd get that control panel, and it usually comes with a help button as standard. You can wear it around your neck or around your wrist, and you can upgrade to fall detection. You can get a fall detection button. You can upgrade to a voice activation module. You can place those wirelessly around the home. You can wall mount them. You can put a pull cord on them, and they're water resistant. So you can put them in the shower, common fall area.
Sure.
So that's another example of something you don't have to wear in order to summon for help. And MD Sense is right along with that. It's another safety net, right? So when you have these different solutions in place, like voice activation, radar fall detection, you don't necessarily have to wear something in order to get the appropriate help that you need, whether it's a neighbor, family member, or ultimately an ambulance if necessary.
Right.
So really, our customers sell on service. They're selling their service. They're selling their response service and their customer service, and the technology that we develop is a conduit to their service, if that makes sense.
We're almost out of time. Where can folks go to get the best amount of information if someone is an integrator or a partner that wants to seek you out and talk about adding your product lineup to their services?
So our overall company main website is essence- ESSENCE.com. That's ESSENCE dash. It's like that dash.
Yep.
GRP.com. We have one for the USA, which is just -USA.com as well.
So again,
but we are exhibiting at CES too. So
Yep.
if you guys are listening to this and you're at the show, please just look us up. And we're there live. I'm there live. Our representatives are there live, and that'll get the ball rolling, and then we can set up meetings post show.
Well, thank you for coming on and sharing what Essence Group is doing, and look forward to see what you bring to the show next year, and of course, much success with 2021.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate you having me.
Yeah, thank you for being on. Appreciate it. All right, so again, you guys see the theme here? A lot of health tech, and we've seen this year and year grow and grow and grow. Matter of fact, where we typically have our broadcast tower, where we normally are live and looking out over the convention space, is in the heart of really all the innovative stuff and the health tech. It's just become a huge sector as well, an aging population worldwide and here in the United States as well. So really exciting to see all these innovative solutions. You know, if you remember back from, I think he referenced it a little bit from the 80s where they had the collapse system. We've come a long way in that market, and being able to, especially if a elderly person's living at home still, you know, have some peace of mind here that if something happens, you'll be notified, or the healthcare provider will be as well. All right, so I think we're ready to bring our next guest in. I think we're running a little ahead of schedule because I didn't have and originally have a 10 o'clock spot. So I'm assuming I'm not sure who's on next, but we'll go ahead and bring them in. So I'm going to take a gander. Are you Corey with Clean Air?
Yes, I'm Corey.
All right, outstanding. Good guess on my part. So Corey, why don't you get your position, what you do with Clean Air, talk about what you guys are doing for CES 2021.
Sure. So again, my name is Corey McPhee with Clean Air Zone, and we are a company that does research and development, and we design environmentally friendly air purifiers. So we're showcasing a new product, the 100 series, here at CES 2021.
You know, I won't say who I invested in, but I invested in some Clean Air products here in my studio, largely to keep the dust down. But why don't you tell me about your guys' product line?
Sure. So it's fundamentally different than anything you've seen on the market. What we did is we took a step backwards. We stopped trying to reinvent the wheel, and we asked ourselves, how has nature been cleaning the air for billions of years while we're sitting here trying to develop new tech to do what nature does so well? So we essentially nailed it down to two main things. Number one, nature captures pollution very efficiently. And one of the best ways it does it is with falling water, whether it's rain or waterfalls, things like that. And it captures the pollution. And then we looked at what it does after it captures it, and it essentially destroys it using microbiology and enzymes. These little living guys go to work and they just start to digest it. So we basically took those two fundamentals that happen in nature and we applied it to our design.
You know, often you hear when you're talking about clean air systems, and I shouldn't use that word term because that's your company, but air filtration systems, let's just say it that way then, is usually running something for HEPA filter. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't sound like you guys have done that approach at all. So how does the footprint, and maybe do you have a picture, or what's your guys' website? I can maybe bring it up.
Yeah, so the website is CAZ.US. And we've got videos there that show how it works, and you can get all the technical specs on it.
CAZ.US. Oh, there we go. It redirected to clearairzone.com. So I'm looking at the website here, and I'm going to bring up the product page because everyone loves pictures. So I think so in the background that you're in, it looks like you have one of those units in the corner, don't you?
Yeah, that's it behind me. So it's not a huge machine, but covers pretty good square footage. So in a standard home, up to 1,200 square feet. And I assume people want to know how it works on the inside. So pretty simple. We're basically circulating water. We have a series of vertical surfaces where the water runs down. And as it's running down, we're also pulling in the air and forcing an interaction between the air and the falling water. So that's how the water is able to grab a hold of the pollution. And then we have a basic enzyme solution, proprietary solution that gets added to the machine. And then those enzymes go to work at digesting and completely destroying the captured pollutions.
So is maintenance on this as simple as changing water and adding enzymes?
You don't even really have to change the water. So there is no filter to change. So that's kind of the big fundamental difference. We're used to filters and mercury vapor UV bulbs that have to be thrown away. Those are all going into the landfill. So again, we're an environmental company. So once it's filled, water has to be added periodically. And the enzyme solution, a small bottle of that every 4 months. And then once a year, you basically just have to empty the container, the contents, right down the drain. It's harmless, easy to discard of. So very, very simple maintenance.
So one of the questions that people are going to ask, and because everyone hears about these micron filters and stuff. What is this? What is your effective reduction then in, what can you obviously pull almost anything out of the air, but can you pull out viruses and germs, or is it mostly, again, I have no clue. So give me the spiel on that.
Yeah, sure. So again, my background is in water treatment as well as air filtration. So typically we're kind of used to having one filter for this and another filter for that and a UV bulb to kill this. So this technology is able to cover a pretty wide array of contaminants. We're able to grab VOCs, we're able to grab particulate and extremely, extremely fine levels of a 0.00001 micron in size.
Whoa. Wow.
It beats HEPA. Airborne gases, you'll have to check the data. It's extremely impressive. Viruses, cysts, spores. We've had testing done with COVID, very high resolution DNA testing. Once we capture it, the microbes are able to completely destroy it within 10 minutes so that it's not even traceable at the DNA level.
Oh man. So what is the retail on this?
It's going to launch Q2. Retail is going to be $1,499.
So to give you guys an idea, I purchased do you know how many square feet it'll do?
Up to 1,200.
So that's I had to buy 2 units for my office to cover the entire size, and again, just my office. And I spent that much money for a single machine. My second one is smaller. So this is a very, very competitive price. And to be honest with you, my major cost is filter replacement. My filter replacement cost is about $100 every 6 months. So my reoccurring bill on that air filter is $200 a year, where this is a single purchase. You add a little water and the enzyme every 4 months. To me, it sounds like this is a much better long-term investment for anyone. And wow, I'm really excited about this product coming out.
Yeah, no, we've had a lot of inquiries. We're excited to get the product out the door, to have it finally coming off the production line, the new Model 100. So it's definitely a game changer.
What is the noise level on this?
Noise level's pretty low. We spent a lot of time, the engineering department, making sure that it wasn't noisy. We're pretty low levels. Again, it's in the technical spec sheets online, but I've got a couple of them running here in the room. You won't hear them. You've got to put your ear right down to it to hear the water flowing.
And I'm assuming then a pretty big transfer of airflow too. Do you have an idea of, on a 1,200 square foot room, is it a 30-minute replacement, or what do you think the cycle through is? I know that's a variable. It's hard because every place is different.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you the actual rating of the airflow going through the unit, then everybody can kind of do their own calculations. So at normal operating range, we run at 50 CFM, 50 cubic feet per minute. Okay. Now, the fan that we have on the inside is capable of going up to 200 CFM, but we find 50 is right where we want to be for good airflow, but also not too loud.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank you for coming on and sharing your product with us. Again, you can go to cleanenergy.com airzone.com is the address that I was sent to with the redirect.
Yep, that'll work.
Yeah, and definitely check this out. And again, Q2 is what we're looking like from a release. I'm assuming you're going to have it on Amazon or direct sell on the website. Is that the plan?
We have some distributors that are going to be handling that for us. So
Okay.
if anybody wants to join up to the newsletter or follow us on LinkedIn, we'll have all that information pushed out.
And in the time of COVID, again, I'm not making any medical claims. One of the double reasons I bought air filtration for this studio, even though the manufacturer didn't say it would remove COVID, was I knew the micron level of the filters. So with what you've been presented so far, I think this would make a very, very good purchase for anyone's home or office, or sounds like an exciting product. Thanks for being on. We definitely appreciate you sharing this with us.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. And just as a reminder, folks, anything we say here has not been validated by any medical professional unless the company has that type of documentation on their own website, okay? So just want everyone to be clear here. I don't want anyone to go out and say, oh, we got to buy this because this will take COVID out of the air. Todd didn't say that. Read the manufacturer's disclaimer. Outstanding. All right, so I think we're ready for our next guest. Not sure who's on deck. But
we're waiting to see. We're waiting to see his what his name is and what company he's with. Well, never mind, because he went out. Okay.
Oh, okay. So do we have anybody on deck at this moment?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. All right. So the Corey was a little early anyway. So we were supposed to have about a 10-minute gap today in guest. So we'll see if Hannon from Hyperleachy comes on next. But all right, cool. Kirk, didn't you think that you think about when he said water filtration? I hate to tell you what first came through my mind. Have you please, Corey, don't get mad at me. Have you ever been in a home with a swamp cooler?
No.
They run air across a membrane to cool the air. It's just kind of, and it'll drop the temperature 8, 9, 10 degrees.
Okay.
But that's the first thing that kind of came to my mind. It's really unfair to say that because I'm sure it's not what that does, but definitely kind of cool, yeah, to have something. You think about it, if something gets captured by water, it doesn't escape, and it gets. So it's a pretty interesting product lineup. What's the thing so far that you've been the most excited about?
To be honest, I noticed a lot of health tech and a lot of companies are coming out with COVID-19 related products and detectors, and not necessarily apps, but I noticed that's been kind of the trend over the past couple of days during CES. I noticed that.
Yeah. Hey, Steve offered to come in and talk for a few minutes. You want to bring Steve in? Hey, Steve, how are you? Long time no see, my friend.
Good, Todd. It's been exactly 365 days.
That's right. It has. Yeah. I'm glad you're here because I'm going to ask you about a dynamic this year for you. You obviously are clued in. You've got your clients coming in, talking to us. You're a PR guy that knows how to do things in the digital world. But I'll be honest with you. I've had the volume of announcements is way down. I'd usually have 3,000 emails in my inbox. I think total I've had maybe 500.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? I think there are a couple of reasons for that. First of all, we're used to having 4,200 exhibitors at CES every year. This year we have like 1986. So you've got less than half of the exhibitors that you would normally have at CES now playing in this digital arena. So you've got that. The other thing is, you're right. A lot of the PR folks, I don't think have really mastered the art of how to promote in this environment, and ourselves included. I mean, we really had to do a lot of advanced planning and research, and figuring out how is the system going to work in order to be able to communicate our pitches, to folks like you and some of the other media outlets that cover CES. So it's been a challenge on a number of fronts. It's been interesting. It's been exciting, and I also think that it's the start of what's going to be a new wave as we go into other future shows when it becomes more of a hybrid. But it's definitely a changing of the rules for sure.
You know, it's nothing more exciting than being at the show and shake hands and make connections. But I'll be honest with you, this is a lot more cheaper and efficient. I'm going to finish up my thing here in about 45 minutes, and I'm going to go back and work and get a regular rest of the day done while the rest of my team or rest of the Scott's team kind of swaps in and out here.
Yeah.
We like being live, but the work we have to do to really make that sure that all happens, and then people trying to go from South Hall to North Hall or wherever we may be, logistically, it's a lot of trouble. So I think as we move forward in future years, maybe we'll do a little bit of both. Maybe we'll have people that'll come in person, and maybe we'll have people come in virtually, because this is just effective. And I think what you should do, or what the PR folks should do, is make sure that your guests understand, if you got something you can show me, have that ready to show, so that we can show that off on camera. We're right now on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch. The majority of people watching are on Twitch. Scott said they had about 2,300 people yesterday watch the live stream, and that's good numbers for us. We're not a CNET, we're not Gizmodo, but for us, that's a good live stream number.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see a little bit of both next year. I think what'll happen is there'll be definitely a forum for these sorts of presentations, probably right before CES, maybe even after CES. I think everybody's still going to kind of get caught up in the on-site, excitement. I think there's definitely going to be a need for facilitating interviews on site, but companies like yours, or some of the others like Be Terrific or Into Tomorrow, they may decide that they'd rather do it all virtually, or do it as a hybrid. So that kind of approach, it'll be interesting to see what shakes out, and we're not going to really know that probably until 2 or 3 months before CES 2022.
Steve, just to give you a little idea too, something I set up here in my studio. I've got a studio next to me that has a demo room. And basically, I got a table, got the camera set up so it can focus on the table, and then I've got a screen just like one of these sitting right here, where you or your client could come in, and I could actually physically hold the product, twist it, turn it on, turn it off, and we could be with the company rep and be able to show that off live during the show, and that's just as effective as bringing me whatever the latest gadget is. Or we could put up another screen and have something from a mobile phone or whatever it may be on to show things off. So I think there's a lot of things that we can do from a digital standpoint to make it a real immersive experience for the folks that are watching right now.
Yeah, and I think that'll take a little bit more advanced planning.
Sure.
It's going to be a matter of how do we get those materials into your hands early enough for this? But
right.
It's all part of the natural development, I really think.
And we understand that's an added expense. And we have always told companies is if you need the product back, just give me a shipping label to send it back. We'll send it back. Right. And the more expensive product, obviously, sometimes you got to sign a waiver, because you're getting a several $1,000 product in your hand, and they don't want you to keep it. So there's always that option. But Steve, you've done a great job. Kirk, are we still have some time? Have we got anybody on deck, or where are we at?
We're still no guests on deck right now.
Cool. So Steve, what's the general consensus of your companies have probably had a pretty rough year, haven't they?
Yeah, a lot of them have. Most of the clients that we're representing, though, they are startups, and some of them have figured out ways to work during the pandemic. I will tell you that this year, largely because of the pandemic, our client count is a little bit lower. So, finding companies that really want to be represented at CES, is more of a challenge to us from a business perspective. But, certainly from a professional perspective, we're thrilled to be working with the clients that, with the companies that need our services. And, the other thing that's really kind of cool about CES is the fact that we get to not collaborate, but we get to interact with our colleagues, with other PR firms representing other companies. And to me, that's kind of a cool part of this business. I really enjoy that.
I think too, one thing that I've always thought, and maybe you can do this for me, is I think there could be training done to companies, because a lot of these companies are startups. They've never presented. Maybe they don't have their pitch down exactly, and I notice when someone comes in and they're having a little bit of trouble. I've done enough of these types of interviews where we try to, cradle them a little bit and help them along. But I definitely think anyone that's starting a company and wants to get exposure like this, we're giving exposure away for free, and this is for us. It's the gift that keeps on giving. We interview all these great folks, and then we have these. Typically, we generate more connections with them over the time goes, but just a little bit of training with companies, I think, would help them a lot in really coming in cost direct. Now, this show, we're mostly reaching consumers. Yeah, we're reaching people that are buying the product. Now, there may be a few people that have an enterprise connection, but and maybe we need to do a better job as well of explaining exactly who we're reaching so that those guests know who to address as well.
Right. Right. And it's funny how CES has shifted a little bit. It used to be called the Consumer Electronics Show, where it really was all, B2C, whereas now, with all the embedded technologies and all the SaaS, the SaaS products out there, it's really a combination of the two now. So differentiating the two, it's a thing, and that's what, that is what CES is all about now.
All right. Well, I think we do have another guest on deck. Steve, thanks for jumping in here and filling for a little bit. We appreciate it.
Yeah, it was my pleasure. I figured it was a nice opportunity. Thanks so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And Steve, by the way, before you go, where can a company reach you?
Oh, my email address is swinter@about, B as in boy, W as in white, F as in frog.com. swinter@aboutbwf.com. And I appreciate the plug opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks so much for having me on.
Yep. Thank you.
You got it.
So I'm not sure who we have on deck, but go ahead and bring them on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great. And why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and your company. Welcome to our CES 2021 coverage.
Thanks for having me. I'm Dylan. I'm one of the founders of a startup called Boon, and we build AI-powered shopping assistants for retailers that use psychology to help consumers find great products online whilst remaining anonymous and controlling their data completely. So we're focusing on helping consumers discover products online. So there's obviously plenty of great products here at CES, but there's often far too much choice, and often it's quite hard to sort of pick out the right stuff for you and your individual situation. So we focus on that, and then we also focus on delivering recommendations, those product recommendations, whilst keeping people private and controlling their data.
So once you're ready to run me through that process, is that done through an app, or do you have a website, or?
Yeah, sure. So the way that it works is we partner with retailers of all sizes, and they integrate our technology into their site. So a shopper would go onto, a retailer somewhere, a retailer site, and would see maybe it's a gift finder, maybe it's for gift discovery, or maybe it's for product discovery for yourself. And the consumer will see a button that says something like, discover the perfect product, or discover the perfect. Let's do kids' toys for example. Discover your kid's next perfect toy. And they'll click on the button and be taken to our experience. And the way that it works is it's a series of questions, the content of which completely depend on the responses that they're given previously. So as they answer, they go down in different branches, and they see different questions, different content. So it's completely personalized to them. They answer all of these questions, some of which are image-based, and then they get product recommendations at the end. And what's really nice is when they get their recommendations listing, they can replace recommendations to get updates live. They can rate them, and all of that comes back in and helps our system, because it's an artificial intelligence system that does the recommendations. That helps it learn and improve for future users.
Sounds to me like that's the ultimate funnel, is you're basically really trying to get people into exactly, through these questions, get them into the right products that maybe they don't even know they need. Is that part as well?
Absolutely. So I think we've got two main types of consumers that use the tool. There are the people who really need help with finding great products, and that's often more so on larger retailers with a large number of SKUs, or we have also users who maybe are just looking to sort of play around on the site, who want a bit more of an engaging experience as they shop, rather than just an experience that is click on a category, scroll down the listings, scroll through 100 products, and then find something that they might buy. So we have those two different types of users. But you're absolutely right. It's sort of the ultimate funnel. You know, a user comes in, they engage in this experience that picks out the perfect product, and then they buy. But one of the tough sells sometimes is surely adding these additional steps into the process is going to have a negative effect on our conversions. You know, it's often you want to optimize for the fewest steps possible. That's why Amazon years ago introduced their one-click purchase and checkout and stuff, right? But actually, we just see phenomenal engagement. So around 96% of people who answer the first question complete all the questions and get their recommendations.
Wow.
So people absolutely love the experience, which is just an insane stat. And then up to sort of over double the revenue from the users who use our tool through increased conversion rate and through increased average order value.
You know, I run a business as well in the podcasting space, and we have 2 or 3 options that we route people through. And
Sure.
you know, we work really, really hard to lower the number of questions we ask to get them to a solution, because we know the more we ask them, the more chance of losing them. So do you typically keep this self-contained within one vendor's website, or do you lead them to additional vendors' websites, or is it a conglomeration of products, or is it a hybrid of both?
It's each experience, each set of questions, and each sort of experience that's integrated into a site is specific to that retailer or that brand.
Okay.
It can be an experience for one category of products, for example, or it can be for one type of user. It can be for anything that the retailer would like it to be. But we don't do cross retailer stuff at the moment, no. So on that point about adding questions or removing questions from your form, what we actually see is as somebody becomes committed to answer to sort of engaging in the experience, they are so likely, almost certainly, going to complete the experience. So the vast majority of people who do drop out during the questions drop out in the first 2 questions.
Yeah, I think that kind of backs up some of the things we see too. So that's interesting. But yeah, once they get a little deeper in, then they're already committed. And then ultimately, for us at least, there isn't that many, there's just several product options because we're selling a service.
Yeah.
But for a retailer that's got, like you said, multiple SKUs. So from the companies you work with then, what is an average SKU count? Are they in the 50s, 100s? What's your average company you worked with in the B2B side?
There's a huge range. So we can work with people who have a few hundred SKUs, and it's just a whole different experience. But obviously, one of the core benefits of what we do is helping consumers cut down a large amount of choice. Right. So there's almost more value than more SKUs that a retailer has. But that doesn't say that the experience in itself isn't a phenomenal thing to add to a retailer's site, and that's why it's still useful for retailers with smaller SKUs. But we work with retailers right up to sort of 50,000 SKUs, huge numbers of products, and it's because we spent so long designing our machine learning system to analyze the product data that we have, pick out the attributes that are important, and then link those to the specific attributes of individuals that answer the questions.
So I know that cost on this is going to vary depending on deployment, but
hugely,
and if whatever customization is going to have to be done. So folks will probably have to reach out to you. What's the best way for them to get in contact with your team and set up a time to talk and see if this is a solution that would work for them?
Yeah, well, obviously we're at CES at the moment. You can search for us in the directory. We're called Boon, BOON, or you can visit our website, which is yourboon.co, YOURBOON.co.
So it's yourboon.co.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, yourboon.co. All right, awesome. Well, again, and is it probably the best way to, and I know that some of the people are watching this are not going to be over on the CES site, so I'm assuming right on the website there's a contact page for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Contact us there.
Very, very exciting. If I had 50,000 SKUs, I would let's talk. I think I have 3 or 4, so probably that doesn't work.
No, it probably wouldn't be right. Fantastic.
All right, sir. I thank you for being on. Definitely appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Outstanding. So, this is I tell you, we've got every type of content here that you can possibly imagine. Again, B2B stuff, B2C. We've got people here that are looking for branding deals. I often laugh because when CES is going on, usually it's the Best Buy or the Target, or those groups are like the holy grail to these vendors, because they walk around and they'll walk into a booth and the guy's got, an unbranded remote control or whatever it may be, whatever the product may be. And then I will be months later in a Best Buy or something, and I'll see that same product with a Best Buy brand on it. It's just like Amazon Essentials. The Amazon Essentials guys are the same way. They walk around CES and they put their label on these products. So if you've ever wondered why you see some weird brand sometime, you might be surprised when you look that up and find that is actually owned. That brand name is actually owned by the company that's selling it. It might be owned by Best Buy or Target or wherever you may shop. Same thing on Amazon. You go on Amazon and you see no label stuff. You see something that looks exactly, I do this with electronics. I see stuff that looks exactly the same, and it is exactly the same. It's just got a different label on it. So, and you can often get it cheaper, but it's exactly the same thing. So, have we got anybody on deck, or are we still waiting?
Still waiting.
All right. But, and I'm not a big fan of always buying stuff off of Alibaba, but oftentimes if you're looking for electronics, just for stuff that is everyday, you can find the same thing, because when the Chinese vendors come in, they'll have a booth of nothing but batteries or nothing but cell phone cases or switches or whatever it may be. And those companies are usually selling on Alibaba their no label product that maybe costs $295, that you will pay $14.95 when it is actually branded and put in a store. So it's a little trick that you as a consumer can use to save a little money. And often now today, those same exact products may be $5.95 on Amazon, $2.95 on Alibaba, then ends up being $14.95 at your Best Buy retailer. So I'm probably telling people stuff that maybe they already knew, but it's something that you can look out for when you're buying just cables and general electronic products. So maybe a way for you to save a little money. So let's go ahead, and I guess our next guest is here, and we'll go ahead and bring them on.
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, good afternoon, and go ahead and introduce yourself and your company, and and first of all, welcome to our coverage.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Good to be at CES. I mean, it's a lot different from how we experienced it last year, and I'm probably not the only one experiencing this.
Yeah.
I'm Michiel Hulsberg, and I'm director of Dialogue Trainer. Dialogue Trainer provides a platform for online simulation training with communication skills training with an avatar, a virtual avatar, and I think we've developed a wonderful product to allow people to practice any type of professional conversation, ranging from breaking bad news to consultative selling to negotiating to motivational interviewing. Just many types of conversations.
That's interesting. So I've been in business now for 15 years going on, and there's still some conversations that I run into, like, well, I've never had this conversation before. Yeah. So you guys provide training on how to have that conversation, maybe in a way that's more positive than maybe what I would do in a setting. So is this mostly an on-demand product, or is this a product that people use on a regular, ongoing basis for just professional development?
Well, both ways, of course. I mean, we develop learning environments, for instance, about a subject like giving feedback. For some larger organizations, Just Eat Takeaway, which is sort of like Uber Eats, but in the rest of the world. Many, if they want to raise the standards for their people cooperating, how they interact with each other, one of the things you can improve on is feedback. And we developed a learning environment where you can practice feedback related to coordination of activities, consumer service, personal effectiveness. And that's a kind of project that people tend to spend a little bit more time on over a period of months. And sometimes it's also sometimes people do a short course, which could be as long as just an hour. But
Right.
But of course, as you've experienced, there will always be complex conversations, and we found a method to really map those conversations down to structures with the most important phases in the talk and the most important decisions and the effects of those.
So one thing that I always struggle with, and I'm just going to, maybe you can talk me through this, is of course, we're now in the land of COVID and there's no trade shows going on, but later on in this year, there's some stuff scheduled that we'll be going to. So I'm going to have to get my team, who have really not been face-to-face with customers for 18 months, back spun up and ready to do these face-to-face conversation, have these dialogues, answer these questions. So would your service offer or would be a good outlet, be able to get the team retrained on basically conversations they'd have at a trade show?
Yeah, well, funny enough, of course, many of these conversations are sort of can be standardized. What those conversations will go like, but they are sort of, people become rusty over some time. And what you can do with a platform like ours is you can show them what a conversation feels like, help them recollect the challenges of those conversations. And as everything is digitized, you can actually measure everything that people are doing, of course. So if I train your team in talking to consumers again, how do you make contact, and what do you focus on, and how much do you put the attention on the other person? And as making decisions within this platform leads to scores, after your people playing, you can engage in conversations with them about their performance. And that's, of course, something that has become really difficult, I think, especially in times of COVID, for you to do, because you don't see your professionals perform most of the time. And now, as you have scores, there's always something to talk about.
And I think too, from my perspective, is I often want to know how that conversation went. And we recently did a few things to be able to have an ability to review some calls and stuff like that. And with the full openness that what was going on with the team members. But I think that I can often, as a company owner, say, well, why don't you do this, this, and this different? And sometimes that can become confrontational. But whereas if you as an independent come in and you have this independent professional, you're giving this advice on a day-to-day basis, it's oftentimes better to get advice from someone like you than maybe the boss.
Yeah, and even much better still, to get it from a digital platform. And that's really quite amazing. I used to work when I was 18 years old. I started working as a training actor. And what I noticed all the time when interacting with people, I could engage in any kind of conversation with them and give them feedback afterwards. But they'd always be hearing it from me. And what we noticed with the digital platform is that if I expose people to the best practice routes and give them their scores afterwards, they'll always take those scores very serious. So instead of it being your approach, they're like, all right, I'm doing it wrong because I'm not scoring very high. And that's just super exciting. I mean, that's a result that we didn't expect beforehand. And of course, having an external person come into your organization and give advice helps. But seeing it on a platform and really feeling and seeing and interacting and seeing what happens, that's just much more powerful than somebody telling you things still.
Because I've been at events before where I heard something come out of a team member's mouth and I'm like, you can't say nothing. You have to keep your mouth quiet, but you're dying inside because, they didn't probably say it the way they should have. And you could have seen the expression because oftentimes we don't pick up on it if we're not watching the person directly, or we're not picking up their cues. So I could see where this would be very, very valuable. So tell me a little bit about, how does someone get involved with Dialogue Trainer? And for those of you interested, it's at dialoguetrainer.com.
Yeah.
How do we get involved, or how does a company or individual get signed up for this?
Well, as with many innovators, that's a very there's many routes to our organization. We do actually also have customers in the US, but it's always a lot of the work still is networking with, especially experts. For instance, we're working with the University of Maryland, and we know an expert there, Dr. Mario Dorovic, who also introduced us to a company or an organization in New York, ACS Workforce, where we're now able to develop scenarios, motivational interviewing scenarios for their employees. But completely differently from that, Samsung at some point was struggling with how they could train their people in their performance reviews. And then we came in and we started developing the scenario for them. And what happens more and more now is that we actually have scenarios ready that we can adapt to organization, and we sometimes don't even adapt them anymore. So there's a lot of online marketing right now, of course, it's for many of us, I think.
So we could actually also bring you the scenario, and then you guys could develop the script or whatever you would use in that training environment.
Yeah, there's always something organization specific, especially in larger organizations. But you will have experienced that your way of talking to people, you're not the only one who is successful at this approach.
Right.
There will be best practice there. And at some moment, we will have something close to that best practice, and we can adapt it to your specific situation or organization.
Are you mostly B2B, or do you do B2C as well?
Yeah, we do some B2C. Of course, that we're also at CES, so which is consumer electronics. So there's some B2C there, but it's mostly B2B. Also because it's just easier to organize. I mean, we do provide consumer trainings for motivational interviewing, for instance, in care, or just basic cooperative skills. But it's mostly the organizations who say we want our professionals to be trained.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, this is great. I didn't even know this type of a service existed. So
Yeah.
just on a personal level, you got my interest up quite a bit.
Yeah, that's fun to hear. It's good to hear. I mean, last year was lovely talking to 1,000 people at CES, but this year, I mean, it's still innovative.
Right.
So let's show the world more of this.
So thank you, sir, and definitely good luck with your year, and hopefully we'll see you in person at CES 2022.
Yeah, definitely will. And thanks for the exposure, and fantastic day.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
So again, we've had a whole right turn on a different type of opportunity. So this is CES classic right here. What you're experiencing, everyone, is what we see walking the halls. You walk the halls, you see a booth that's got this, and you look at their signage, you go, what are these guys doing? And you basically walk in the booth and you say, tell me what you're doing. And, as another option, and Kirk, I know that you've walked the halls with me, is oftentimes you'll go by a booth and what do they have? About 3 seconds or maybe 2 seconds to catch your attention. If your signage doesn't say what you do, I'm not coming into your booth. And as a media person, I'm not going to ask you, but you got to get something that grabs me, or have something on a table that makes me go, whoa, what is that? Right?
Yeah, there's some companies I've seen with you and last year with 2020 that, it's like the booths are massive, but there's no signage or anything. Because I remember I went through the Samsung booth, and they labeled it as a city, and it was like a city.
Right.
And then when you walk over to the other side of Samsung's booth or city, there's different products, but you have no idea the name of the company or anything. Like, okay, I just moved right along.
But it's when you walk into the Samsung booth, you're in the Samsung booth. It's it's 500 by 500 or whatever. And then when you walk by the 10 by 10 or the 10 by 20, and what I'm talking about is 10 feet by 10 feet booth. Right. And the guy's maxed out his credit card, and he's got 2 products there that he's trying to get off the ground. He's had no VC, and he's staying at Motel 6 because he spent every last dime to be at CES. This is the truth. This is what happens with companies that come to CES. It's make it or break it. So anyone that's listening that's ever attends, make sure your signage short, sweet, and explicit about what you do, and people will stop and talk to you, or have something intriguing on the desk that makes people stop. So, all right, have we got anybody on deck, or are we kind of alone for a moment?
We're still alone.
All right, so we're running a little ahead. Our next scheduled guest is not until 10:50, and I'm going to kind of look over on social a little bit. If you're watching us on social, make sure that you fire us a hello, and say, ask us a question if you have a question about what we've companies we've been talking to today. I'm not on the Twitch stream, so if someone's on there, they can relay things from Twitch. been watching some of the social media post stuff come across the screen today, and we've had quite a few people making comments via social. So I definitely appreciate those. But if you're whatever platform you're on watching us now, YouTube, if you're on Twitch, if you're on Facebook, whether you're on my personal page or if you're on the Plug Hits page, fire us a question there, and we'll try to answer it or and basically answer it here. So exciting. Anything you want to add, Kirk? Are you blown away by some of this?
I'm some of the products I'm not really into. I know that there's a lot of B2C and C2B. That's not really me.
Yeah.
But as far as the products are concerned, I'm really intrigued. When I go to, I know you've been going to CES for many, many years. I know Scott's been going for many, many years. For me, going to CES over the past 3 years, it's new to me. And it's like, and when I went to LVCC for the first time since before my little injury, it was amazing to walk through. And when I was in Central Hall, and I was walking, and I'm looking around, and I was in there for maybe a half hour, 45 minutes, and I was still in Central Hall. I mean, Central Hall is massive, and it's I didn't get to it.
It's where all the big boys are too, usually.
Right. So every time that I see things, and and listening to and talking to other companies and even startups down in Eureka Park, and let me tell, Eureka Park is an adventure, because you find things you've never seen before in your entire life, and to go into that area, it's really amazing to see different products in a lot of countries. Like, for example, we went back in 2018, we saw Europe. I mean, France had this huge presence there. But I think the best time going with CES, with the big boys, seeing the big boys and everything, but Eureka Park is a great place to check out the not the well-known companies, but they're starting out small. That's something that's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, Eureka Park is a day and a half adventure. And here's the thing, it's crazy. Now, when we go back to CES in 2022, the new hall, North, or whatever they're going to call it, the new extension beyond it will probably no longer be in Eureka Park, but will be in more of a combined where we don't have to go too far. But then the show itself is so big. In the early days, I could cover it myself in 4 days. Now, there's just almost no way you can see everything in 4 days.
Right.
You have to focus on what you want to see, but it's hard because there's all kinds of this weird stuff that just shows up on side paths and everything. But I think our next guest is here.
Yep.
And I'm assuming it's Smart Home Need. Is that who we have? Hi, welcome to our CES coverage. If you would, feel free to introduce yourself and your company, and let us know what you guys got going on for 2021.
Yes, sure. Well, first of all, thank you for the invite. My name is Sergi. I'm the co-founder of Smart Home Need, which is a digital startup from Italy, participating for the first time in CES. It's a company that was founded this year in 2020. And basically, it's a digital platform where we support people to connect with their needs and to understand how technology, in this case, the smart home, can support them in their daily life.
I think today there's so many options for the smart home. I think that there's probably an overwhelming amount of confusion by many people. What do I really need for my home? Is that where you guys fit in?
Exactly. So basically, this company started a little bit from a personal experience, meaning that we wanted as well to create our smart home, and we were struggling a little bit to find products and to understand how the smart home worked. So we thought that was a pain that a lot of people was also living. So it was not something that we were the only ones, and at that time we thought, why not creating a company that doesn't start from the products, but it starts from the needs. So basically, what we are trying to do is to help people understand how technology, and in this case, smart home devices, can help them in their daily lives. No, so what we are basically trying is to help people understand why or how a specific smart device can help them. So we want to avoid people buying things and leaving those things there without use, but we want people to understand the real potential of technology. So actually, it's something that we are experimenting a little bit also at CES, sorry. We are seeing a lot of technology, but we are seeing some things that, from my point of view personally, I think that people cannot really apply or cannot really even understand. So this is what we are trying to do. We start from needs, from human needs, and then we explain how those needs can be satisfied with also a little bit of, let's say, technology.
Right. Now, I'm pretty much a techie. I'm pretty much up to speed on most stuff that's out there. But I take my sister as an example. I was talking to her about a couple of things. She's like, well, why do I need this? And I had to go through this explanation of potentially why they would need it and how it would help them. And to be honest with you, now you're kind of you're going to be my go-to guy, because I'm going to send her to the website and make her go through I'm looking at your website at smarthomeneed.com. Yeah. And I see that you've got a Pathfinder path and kits. So basically, I really love what you've done on this website. It says the products address your home, meet the products you need one at a time. And it really literally is going to walk you through the options that you can have for your home. And it looks like you've worked with some partners here. So I'm assuming you've got a B2B relationship with them ultimately to make your business work, but at the same time, you're helping folks pick the products that they want.
So right now, let's say that we launched the company. It was founded in 2020. We have launched our platform recently, and for the time being, we haven't had any, let's say, conversation with brands. So it's something that we are now open to, and we're actually starting to talk with different brands. And yeah, I mean, as you said, so we start from needs. We have lots of contents in our platform. We start from there. And then we guide users through the smart home adoption. If you want, I can also, let's say, maybe go through the platform. Really, sure. Let's say, yeah.
So what we'll do is once you share your screen, Kirk will be able to bring that onto the and just if you play any audio or anything like that, just we have to be careful of no copyright music. If you're just showing the website, we'll be fine.
Okay, so I don't need to play a
tab share screen.
What did you say, Kirk?
I was telling him there should be a tab if you're looking at StreamYard. There's a share screen tab.
Yeah, right at the bottom of the screen there'll be a something that says share screen. It's not quite like Zoom.
Can you see it maybe now?
Oh, yes, we can. We can see it. So Perfect. Go ahead and walk us through this. We've got some time, so go ahead.
Perfect. So basically, right now in the platform, we start or we focused in 4 main needs. So basically, we're trying to explain people how technology can help them at improving 4 main needs, which are the homework. It's something really hot during this past year. Then the sleep. Then we talk about sustainability, and finally how to improve, let's say, the safety at home. So basically, if I go to the needs tab, what we found is those 4 needs that I was just commenting before. I will go to the sleep well need, and just imagine that you want, let's say, to improve that need. So what we can find in this platform is a short explanation on what is the need, how, let's say, this need is important to improve our well-being, so which is the impact of that need on our daily lives. And finally, we find what we call the determinants of well-being, which are the key areas that then influence at the time of satisfying a specific need. And we provide like tips on what can be done. And finally, to do the link with the products, we find, let's say, a short list of preselected products that can support to, let's say, improve that specific need. No, so we just imagine that you want to improve your sleep. So maybe what you don't know is that what it's recommended is to keep, let's say, the temperature in a specific, let's say, temperature between 18 and 21 degrees. And then, so one of the products that can be suggested for that thing is the thermostat. So basically, then what we cover is the end-to-end, no? So the need itself, and then the products. And finally, what we have also in the platform is the possibility to, let's say, book some services. Like
I think your page quit updating on our side. So
okay.
Kirk, are you seeing the current page, or you see it where it's at C products? Did a new tab open?
Did you lose the connection?
Yeah. No, it's I still see the I see it as Utah. It's the C products. The page didn't load.
Yeah, so maybe try going back to the home page.
Okay.
Or maybe we need to refresh that connection.
Tell me, can you see it right now?
Yeah, it's froze on our side. So Kirk, why don't you bring us back to 2-screen?
Yeah. Okay. But,
and I think, you know, just from a I think, Sergi, what we kind of get we get the flow. And then when you go into review products, then I'm assuming that you can refine a little bit closer, then pick the right product for what's best suits your environment. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. So basically, those are, let's say, a pre-selection of the main smart home products that you can find in the market today. And there you can find the main, let's say, offers from main major marketplaces. Correct. Yeah.
Awesome. So being a startup, then I always like to ask, you've created this great resource. So now is the monetization. Are you going to be again doing the B2B thing with the product manufacturers, or what's ultimately is going to be your business model for this?
Yeah, so what I didn't say at the beginning is that, let's say, part of these contents are available under subscription. So we have 2 or 3 main, let's say, subscription plans. The one, the one is the try for free, meaning that we provide some contents for free to our users to understand our approach. And then there are 2 other plans, which are, let's say, priced at 19.99 euros per year, another one at 49.99 euros per year, in which we offer, let's say, either full access to the contents to improve a specific need, which is the Learn plan, or either full access to the complete platform to, let's say, approach the different needs in a holistic way. So just for instance, if you want to improve a specific need, maybe you will be more focused on the Learn plan. Instead, if you want to, let's say, get the benefits of improving your life, if you want to say, in different areas, then the Flourish plan would be the one more, let's say, suitable for you. And yes, so basically right now we are looking for investors and for, let's say, collaborations with some brands to scale the product, because it's ready for in different languages. It has been let's say, created in English as the main language, and then translated to different languages like Spanish, Italian, German, and French.
Awesome. I think you've found a very interesting niche here, because I think there's a lot of people out there that they get into maybe a big box and they look at a product and they really don't fully understand what it's going to do for them and the benefit. And oftentimes some of the salespeople in these stores don't really have a clue either. So I think this is a great way to send someone over that is trying to determine how to solve an issue, or maybe they are just trying to choose something that they have a little bit of knowledge on. So I encourage everyone to go over to smarthomeneed.com. That's the website. And Sergi, very, very cool. Nice what you've done here. And I like your site design. It's very clean. I think your web developers did a great job on this.
Thank you. Yeah, we try to, let's say, keep the platform easy for the final user. we tried as well to avoid, let's say, intimidating pop-ups or something like that, because as well, and also it's a product that has born from a personal experience. So we have tried to keep and just provide the things that add value to the final users and avoid all that, let's say, maybe disturbing noise. So we have tried to make our best to provide value to the final user.
One of the viewers of the content or the coverage today said that consumers may not know that there's a product that will fix a need that they have. So that's, interesting perspective. So thank Liz. Consumers may not even recognize their needs if they don't know options exist to help. So very good comment. So Liz gets the concept as well. But Sergi, thanks for coming on, and best of luck to you in 2021. We hope to see you at CES 2022. And again, good luck with the new startup and continuing success this year.
Thank you so much. Again.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a nice day.
You too. So again, we're in a situation where Sergi's providing a solution for really anyone that's trying to determine, okay, what do I really need from my smart home? I've got a smorgasbord of stuff. Really, it's because I buy the coolest thing and I have all these different devices. Not all of them talk to one another. So don't do it my way. Kind of look to do integrations that, have the ability to all these devices to work together, because sometimes they don't. And I don't know if we want our homes doing everything, but each of us have a specific need, and I think their solution is going to potentially steer you in the right direction. I do question, and this is something that we do here at Tech Podcasts, is we often will wonder about business models of companies that are just getting started like this. And Sergi, if you're still watching, man, go get those B2B relationships, my friend, because I think ultimately your revenue stream might be more from those relationships with those B2B relationships than people paying for subscriptions, because people typically will come in and browse and go, and then they go buy somewhere, and you're not going to get credit for that. You want to capture some of those dollars. Kirk, any thoughts on that last one?
With smart homes, my house, my wife, my mom don't know what it is, and will kind of kill me if I put something. Put any product. I had to teach my wife how to use a smartphone a few years ago, and so if I have anything Google related or ALEXA related,
right,
I'm going to be booted out of the house. But for me,
my TV pauses itself because it's a Google Home device, and when it says something, somebody will trigger it. It'll actually sometimes load something on the TV. It's really annoying. So we got a little ways to go on some of these smart home devices. So all right, I think our next guest is ready. We can bring them into the live event. So good afternoon, and I'm assuming we're talking with Larry from Package Protector.
That's right.
Hey, welcome to the show, and thanks for joining us today. What's going on with Package Protector for 2021?
Well, we're enjoying the CES conference. In the first place, it's a unique delivery, isn't it? With the all digital conference, isn't it?
It is. It's much. I was talking with the audience earlier. We'd normally be sitting on top of a broadcast tower overlooking the show, and you would be fighting the crowds to get to us on time. So this makes it easier. You don't have to leave the office.
It's true. The line wasn't very long here. I had to get past my wife to get into the office, but I'm okay.
So tell us what you guys have going on.
Well, we're introducing our new product. Is called Package Clipper, and what it is, it's a device. It's a smart home device that will help you protect any packages that are delivered to your home by using just a simple clip.
So, we've all seen all these viral videos of people coming up to our porch and stealing the package that Amazon's delivered. So I'm assuming this is a product to help with that. Why don't you tell me more?
Yeah, so we've all seen them. In fact, many of us have experienced it. I saw a statistic where there's 35 million packages stolen or lost every year. And so my partner and I, he's a patent attorney and an electrical engineer, we got our heads together and said, we've there's got to be a better way than putting a big security box on your porch, or having the delivery person go into your house or your garage. There's got to be a simpler way to secure that package on your porch. So we designed an intelligent clip that when the delivery person comes, it's kind of like a clothespin. Well, I have a picture of one. I have one with me right here. It's just a simple clip, if you can see that.
Yep.
And they just clip it to the box or the envelope, whatever is delivered, and that automatically sets up an alarm. So if that clip is ever removed, a loud alarm goes off. And it also, when the clip is put on the package, it informs the homeowner a package has arrived. And then the fun thing about this is, if the delivery person is part of the system, they can scan a QR code of that house, and they can earn a tip from the homeowner for delivering the package. So it's kind of an incentive to get the delivery person to deliver it in the right place. You've seen delivery people that kind of just throw the package out there and hope it lands in the right place, right?
Oh yeah, I've got one that delivers to my house. It does that.
Yeah. And so if they come up and they clip it and scan the QR code, which takes a matter of seconds, then the homeowner, when they disarm the alarm and take the clip off, they have an opportunity to send a tip to that delivery driver.
You know, I've seen over the last couple of years, there was a introduction of, just as you said, these mailboxes essentially that you put on your porch, or you bolt to your porch, or you pour concrete for, or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
And you know, while I live in the country, that will work, but we don't have a real big package stealing problem where we live, because just of where we live. But people that live in the city and in the suburbs, maybe their homeowner association won't even allow one of those devices to be installed, or they just don't have enough room. They live in a condo or whatever it may be. So
Yeah.
this sounds to me like a very, very cool idea. Now, I can, just based on your showing me the clip, it looks to me like it's going to work good for packages, but how effective is that going to be for a box?
It works on any size box. I don't know if you can see this, if I can get it close enough, but there's little teeth in there.
Oh.
And so it will actually just puncture the paper of the cardboard.
Yep.
So that what that does is, there's a sensor inside the clip that sets the alarm.
Okay.
And also sends notifications to you when it's arrived. It will also, if the clip is taken off and alarm sounds, it notifies the homeowner that your package has been stolen.
Yep.
So it's a smart clip, if you will.
Larry, can I ask, do you guys have a website for this already?
We do. It's called protectapackage.com.
Protectapackage.com.
And there's some videos out there that show you how the package works. Right now, we have prototypes working, and we're preparing for a crowdfunding round in the next month.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
So, so if you guys want to see this, protectapackage.com. And so let me talk then a little bit. I'm just looking at the website. So what does the clip then connect to? It looks like it connects to some sort of a device. Is that true?
Right. It's a smart box that it'll connect to, that's Wi-Fi compatible. So you can use your cell phone to control how long the alarm lasts, how loud it is. It'll turn the alarm on and off. It will notify you when you get it. So it comes with an app, but that little box is where we house the smarts, the electronics.
Is it designed to be mounted then on the wall or something?
Yeah, multiple different options there. You can mount it on a wall. You can attach a cable to it, or one way of doing it I think will really work well for apartments and things like that, is we have very thin wires
to go through the door.
Yes. You just put the device in your house and take the wires outside, close the door. The device isn't going anywhere, but the wires and the clips are there.
So to really make this work long-term, though, to incentivize UPS, FedEx, and all these folks to actually attach that, then, is to get them to be trained enough to know, there's a protective package. If I put that on there, I got a potential of getting a tip for doing that. Are you also going to go and talk to FedEx and all these companies and see if you can get them their drivers trained to use this. I don't know how that particularly works. Have you guys approached that?
We have started approaching them, and we'll get to them all soon. We just met with the U.S. Postal Service this morning. But also, when you order a package online, there's instructions for the delivery driver right in that package. Special instructions.
Sure.
Put this in the box or whatever. And so, if you'll put a message in there that says, "Please clip each box and scan the QR code to earn," they'll go, "What?" And if they see it enough times, they'll start looking up packagetipper.com, which shows the driver how to sign up to get paid the tips.
Gotcha. I think we're not going to stop all thievery, but what this will be is a little bit of prevention. And if you've got a smart home device like a Ring, one of those Ring bell cameras or something like that, it really, I think, is kind of a double whammy here. You'll be able to get them on video. Number two, you're going to be able to get that instant notification that something's up with your package.
Yep. We know we won't be able to stop all of them. There's enough thieves out there that don't care what happens. They'll take it right out of your arm, the package right out of your arms if they could. But this hopefully will deter people from stealing as much, scare some people away, make them think again.
Yeah, deterrence goes a long ways, and and I'm looking at your projected price of $69. It looks to me like this is going to be something that is going to definitely be an option for most people to be able to purchase and utilize.
Yeah, that was our goal, to make it really economical. If you buy a Ring doorbell or one of these smart doorbells, you're paying a monthly fee. You pay a couple $100s to get the doorbell, or one of the big boxes. Again, you're going to pay a couple $100s to have that. We wanted to keep this well under $100, so it's very affordable and very easy to do.
And then probably I would assume then, based on the tipping situation, you guys might be able to be glean a little bit of money off that as an additional revenue source as well. So, very exciting business model that you've got here. So,
yeah.
Definitely want everyone to check out protectapackage.com. Kickstarter, you said, in a couple of weeks?
Crowdfunding, yeah. We're not sure if it's Kickstarter or
Indiegogo or something, okay.
But one of those, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Definitely let our team know when that goes live, and we'll be able to help you promote that. That's something we like to do for people we have on the show.
Great.
Just drop Scott an email, and he'll let the team know. We can spread the word. Hey, Larry, thank you so much for being on today and sharing this. You're the kind of guy that I love to interview at CES, because what you have done is you've created something new, something cool. You probably bankrolled this whole thing yourself.
Yep.
If you were there, you'd be in a 10x10 booth. You are the guy that I love to meet at CES. So we'll be back with you in 2022 to see how you did in version 2 of this as well.
Great. Well, we'll look for you then.
All right, sir. Hey, thank you so much for being on.
Thank you so much.
So, Larry, I'm serious, folks. Larry's the guy. Larry is the guy that has come up with a cool idea. He's invested some money. He's got a partner. They put the tech together. If it's not perfect on round 1, it's going to get better in round 2. He's going to sell a lot of these. He's going to do well. I know that interview just made my whole day. To be quite frank,
it made my day. I'm definitely going to get it one. Definitely,
because isn't this the stuff we go look for? This kind of stuff.
Yep, the unique stuff.
The geek stuff, right? This is what we go looking for. So, anyway, so look forward to seeing his crowdfunding and see where that goes, and maybe we'll get 2, Kirk. If we get it early on the crowdfunding, we'll get 2 for the price of 1. Maybe depends on how they set up their crowdfunding. But you know why people don't steal stuff off porches where I live, right?
Yeah.
I live in the country.
Right.
And if they do, they're on camera, and you usually know who they are. You go to their house and see them. So, not to say that it can't happen. It does.
I was saying earlier when I put my comment in, because I had Christmas presents, my wife, my family, my daughter, and what have you, and I got a couple stolen from my porch. So I'm definitely
Yeah, there was back where Shoko and the kids are in Hawaii. The neighbor had something, and we've got cameras, so we provide him the video clip of the perpetrator, and he said, "Oh, I know where he lives," and went 2 blocks over and knocked on the door and got his package back. But that doesn't always happen. So, and it's kind of hard for people to wear like hoodies, and well, they can wear hoodies, but they can't wear like ski mask in Hawaii because you're definitely up to no good if you're wearing a ski mask in Hawaii.
Worn 24/7.
But with the people wearing a mask for COVID, though, it does make it a little bit harder to identify people. So
true.
Yeah, but anyway, very, very cool. We got anybody else coming in? I've got 15 minutes left, so maybe one more guest. We're ahead of schedule here a little bit.
Yeah, no one's in yet, but Chris Jordan is here.
All right, outstanding.
Cool.
We can bring Chris in. Hey, Chris, you're in your mission control as well. How are you?
I am. I'm doing great. How are you today, sir?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Living the dream. So
I love that shirt, by the way.
I've got 2 of them. The same.
It looks great on camera.
When I first moved back to Michigan, I really had no winter wear. And last year I bought the typical flannel shirts and stuff. And I am not a flannel type of guy, really. It really makes you look old.
I try every few years myself. I lived in Maine for many years, so it was one of those. This is a pretty common sense solution.
Yeah,
and it's the same way. I've got about 3 or 4 in my closet that I should probably just give to someone because I'm an odd size.
You haven't worn them so long they got dust on the shoulders from hanging out in the closet too long. But anyway, for me it was just like, okay, I got to have something a little better. So up in my style game, along with my my new fresh hairdo here. So
looks great.
So I know that your business was like, you are just devastated this year because you do.
Oh, it's been like a year-long episode of The Crying Game, man. Like just curled up in a shower and,
Yeah, for people who don't know, you do AV events and you go set up all the sound and video and stuff that happens at trade shows and training events. And that was just like, ugh. So have you seen any light at the end of the tunnel? June, July, you're getting any bookings or?
I haven't seen anything like that. I haven't necessarily heard anything like that, but I know that a lot of the local properties here have picked up a little bit. They've started getting some bookings again. It's mainly small stuff.
Right.
Things, pretty much any ballroom that can hold 1,000 right now can hold 250 by law. So it really does.
In my state, we can't have more than 6 together. So
yeah. Yeah. And that's just it. So, but there have been some really, really interesting virtual solutions that have come down the pipeline that I've been a part of. And with my past career in broadcast and everything that I do in the corporate AV world with, like you were saying, really high-end events like CES specifically, I think that this is probably the most CES that a CES could get when you're talking about tech. The fact that we have to do all of this remote, the fact that we have to figure all this out on the fly.
Yeah. It just makes you wonder, we could probably have a good conversation after this is all over of what we do for the future. But it looks like my last guest is here. But for those of you that are here, Chris is going to be on next. He's going to be the next guy in the gate talking with our guest. And I will be actually having a 30-minute break and doing another show. So I'm online all day today. So, all right, sir, we'll see you here in about 10 minutes.
All righty.
And let's go ahead and bring our next guest in. All right. So I'm assuming this is Magnus from Aconier. Did I pronounce that correctly? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Aconier. Hello. So I'm Magnus here.
Hey, welcome to
Anna here as well.
Hi.
Hey. Welcome to you both. So why don't you introduce yourselves and talk about your company and what we have going on for CES 2021?
Absolutely. So I'm Magnus Garvard. So I'm heading up sales and business development at Aconier.
And I'm Anna Alryd, and I'm heading up the marketing and communication department.
So yeah, Aconeer is a Swedish company based from research in South Sweden, and what we're doing is 60 gigahertz radar. So actually, it's the most power efficient radar in the world. So I have it on the tip of my finger here. So it's extremely small, 5 times 5 millimeter BGA package, and well, the cool thing is that this is a complete radar system. So you have the antennas are integrated into the substrate, and you have the analog part and digital part, everything in one package, BDA package.
So is that using millimeter wave technology?
Right. So this is 60 gigahertz frequency band, which is an open band.
Yeah.
But the very unique thing, of course, this is small and neat and so on, and cost efficient. But the very unique thing is that this is a pulsed system. So we have a very unique innovation where we are sending out pulses, and it's coherent. So we know when we are sending out those picosecond pulses, we know where we are in the phase domain, and we can compare the outgoing wave pulses with incoming and still be very accurate. So we have a very accurate, precise system. And then with the pulse system, we can go down in power consumption. So in between the pulses, we're shutting down the sender and the receiver. So that means that we basically, I mean, even if we're sending continuously 100 hertz, it's less than 1% of the time that we're active. And that, of course, reduces the power consumption drastically. So
what are you using this for range detection? What is the commercial application on this?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So when we started this, we knew that we had a breakthrough technology. And the question was, of course, I mean, what should you use this for? And this was fully qualified, released about 2 years ago, 2018. And I mean, we have evaluation kits that we are providing through DidiKey. And now we see customers in many different segments using it for distance measurements. It's very sensitive. It bounces on skin, so you can use it for people presence detection.
Wow.
We have level measurements.
And also in robotics, some of our customers put it in moving robots to detect obstacles or things to avoid when driving around.
Yeah.
This really fascinates me. My prior background, I worked a lot in radar technology. I worked in the RF spectrum while I was in the military on lots of things. So when I see something like this that is in the millimeter wave, you really get my interest up in a big way, and especially in the form factor. That is an incredibly small. That's smaller than a dice. What is the actual millimeter size of that sensor?
It's 5.5 times 5.2 millimeter, and then only 0.88 millimeter high.
That's crazy. So I'm sure you probably have gotten some DoD type of interest in this as well. I don't know if you can say that or not, but to me, it's like, wow, very cool. So what is the range then? The effective range on that? Is it 10 feet, 20 feet? What's the range?
Yeah, it depends very much on the use case and what kind of objects you're looking at. Well, if you have a very good reflector like water surface, so many customers are using it for water level. Water is a good reflector, it's flat. Then you can go up to 10 meter. Not sure what that is in feet, but
about 30 feet, yeah.
Yeah. So that works. But I will say that most of the use cases that customers are using it is for short range, so it's within 2 meters and so it depends a little bit. For example, you have people presence detection, people walking into room. That's about 4 to 5 meter.
And it's so small.
Yeah.
But then again, when it's probably put in an application, though, you're going to have some packaging, obviously, that's going to go around it. So the sensor itself is one thing, but the packaging is going to be a whole different. What are you seeing in a packaging standpoint?
Yeah. So that of course, I mean, you have to put some surroundings, etc. But it's pretty. Since it's a complete radar system, you don't need antennas. They are integrated. You need a power supply. You need a clock reference. That's pretty small. And then you need an external host to process the data. And that's basically it's a SPI interface between the sensor and the host. So we are actually doing, many customers are taking the sensor and do the integration hardware and software, but we also have some modules where we have done pre-integration. So we have example here is one module with one sensor on one side, and we have a Cortex M7 on the back side.
Mm-hmm.
So it's also pretty small.
It's really small.
And you can do different form factors.
Yeah.
Here
we can maybe also mention that we're working on a project that's ready soon, where we build it into in-ear headphones for gesture control. So that's a tiny form factor that we managed to put it inside together with the 2 partner companies.
Yeah, that was actually, it came from last CES. We did a demo with over-ear headphones and gesture control. And the feedback we got was that, okay, this looks good, but well, it will be even more interesting if you can actually put that into in-ear headphones.
So what is the application with it for in-ear? I don't maybe fully understand what the application would be for that.
Yeah.
So the radar data is processed by AI that our partner Imagimob developed, and then it's used for gesture control. Because the radar is so sensitive, it can detect small motions, and then you can pause and play the music and swipe to the next song.
And this is pretty, well, using in-ears, it's pretty complicated with UI because you don't have, it's hard to find the buttons and so on. So if you can find an intuitive way of doing gestures, it's pretty smooth. And also with the radar, you can do it with gloves on. So you can do it outdoors, it's robust for weather and so on. So I think that's an application that is very interesting, and we're putting quite a lot of work into it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, this is the first I've been exposed to basically this size of a sensor, and I think I'm pretty shocked. I really, really am. Are you guys like leading the space in this?
Yeah, like I said, this is probably the smallest I've seen when it comes to radar. Still, the innovation is the low power consumption. And I think the really interesting thing is the combination here to provide a small sensor with very high precision and low power consumption, because then you can bring it into advanced consumer products like the headphones or other type of.
One of our hosts just said in the chat that this would be a great device to make assistive glasses for the blind to avoid obstacles.
That's a good one. Yeah. That is a good one.
So the company is called, and pronounce the company again, and I'm going to put it up on the. It's Aconir, or is that the right?
Yeah, that's right. All
right. So, some of you are going to completely geek out here, and you need to go over to acconeer.com. And again, this is a radar sensor. So just so everyone is clear, you think about radar, you think about these big things on the side at airports that go in circles. But now radars have gotten to the point where at least some of the stuff I saw was on a pizza box. It just is a flat array with millimeter wave on a pizza box, similar type. But to put something that fits on the tip of your pinky, that to me just blows me away. So best of luck to you folks on this, and I'm sure there's going to be some companies out there going to see this, say, hey, we need to get connected up with them. And obviously you're doing mostly B2B at this time, but wow, this is impressive, really is. And for those of you that don't understand the dynamics on this, I'm telling you, this is impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, everybody that are interested are welcome to get in touch with us. So
yeah. Thank you for taking the time out of your schedule and the time. Of course, it's late there for giving us the demo here, and best of luck here for CES 2021. And we hope to see you in person in 2022, because I want to touch this thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Right. Great.
Thank you
for having us.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Okay.
So we're going to bring Chris on here, and then I'm going to get ready to roll out. Chris.
Wow. Like that, I've got goosebumps just thinking of the applications. If they come up with an Arduino version of that, they will make a mint. Not that they won't already make a mint with that technology. to
The
begin
sensor.
with.
Here's the thing: the sensor is this big.
Yeah, it's like it's like you cut a Tic Tac in half. Like
You
I
know-
got LEDs bigger than that, man.
And if it's got a 10-meter range with that small, then you just triple or quadruple the
Yeah.
size and think about the other stuff there, and it's still small.
Think about the size of an array the size of a cell phone and what that could cover.
Well,
It could be drone carried for LiDAR, whatever.
That's a whole conversation for another place and time.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. They are definitely
So-
one of them that's on my list for my other podcast.
So for those of you that are thinking, what in the heck are these guys talking about? I encourage you to geek out a little bit and just Google millimeter wave radars and read up on it. And then you'll understand there's a lot of stuff that's publicly available that will make you go, wow. And to put that on a
that one really made me go wow. And
Yeah.
like I work a lot of high-tech conventions. I see a lot of wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty incredible, man. That's
Yeah, it
pretty
is.
incredible.
So I'm going to get out of here. You got your guests ready. I'm Todd Cochran with Geek News Central at geeknewscentral.com. I do a twice weekly tech podcast. Please come over and get subscribed to it. We've got all the places, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, wherever your listening pleasure is. Go ahead and get signed up or actually subscribe to the show and join me in my 1500th episode this coming Thursday around 7:30 Eastern on my website. Chris, good luck with your guest. I'm going to get out of here. Everyone, we'll see you tomorrow here on continued coverage of CES.
Thank you, Todd. Take care. Well, hello, everybody. Chris Jordan here, host of the Talking Sound podcast here with the Tech Podcast Network and Geek News Central, GNC Week in Review, Plug Hits Live Radio. So glad to be a part of this second year for me of CES coverage. And it's always amazing seeing all the technology. Like Todd was saying earlier, I'm usually on the back end of conferences like this, working them. And I get to see a lot, but man, it is mind numbing to walk the halls of CES facilities and see what is out there and to see how many people were able to participate digitally this year, I think is really fantastic. So let's go ahead and bring up our first guest here. We have Marco with Ninu Perfume. How are you today, Marco?
Hello, Chris. I'm great. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, welcome to Digital CES. Have you had a busy day so far?
Oh, yeah. Very,
Good.
very busy.
Good. Well, tell us a little bit about Ninu Perfume, what it is, where the concept came from, and what you guys are all about.
Okay. So we are the first in the world to develop smart perfume. Inside the Ninu Perfume, there are 3 compartments with 3 different scents. For now, we've planned one family of fragrances for men and one for women. And types and notes are still being fine-tuned by our French perfumers. And the fun parts begin with your phone and your app, because you use it and you control it with your smartphone. So inside the app, there will be some suggestions made by professional perfumers, depending on the mood you're having, or you want to have, or you want to achieve, or the place you're going to. So you can choose those, but the users will not be limited by them. So you can just like make your own perfume, make your own scent.
Interesting.
And yeah, so there's a AI behind this. It combines all the possibilities of perfumes and with them with different case uses to get the best recommendations. For example, if you, Chris, go on a date and after a date, Ninu will ask you, how was your fragrance? Was it too strong or too gentle, or just you want to change the note? And Ninu will adjust the fragrance according to that data. And the next time you're going on a date, it's gonna be the different one, the one you prefer. And after a while, Ninu will be able to automatically make you exactly perfect fragrances for all your occasions.
Interesting. So is this a wearable device that is communicating with an app on your mobile device, or how does
Yes,
the
exactly.
technology work?
This is a technology we've been developing for 3 years now. It was this was our goal, to make it as small as possible, so it's portable. You can take it with you everywhere you go, and Ninu can recommend what kind of scent you should put on, which one is more convenient for your business meeting, or for going out, or going for a walk, or so on.
Wow, very interesting. Now, how does the wearable itself, is it like rechargeable cartridges? Is it various scents that it mixes together? I don't want you to give away too many trade secrets or anything like that, but I'm always fascinated with how technology like this works in order to adjust your scent on the fly, things like that.
Yeah, so it's like a cartridge system. We want to be more eco-friendly, of course. There is a lot of waste made by beauty industry, by perfume industry, and our system is cartridge, like I said. And when you use it, you just replace it. It's 100% recyclable. So you just buy another one, and we want to. It's you buy just one perfume. You own one perfume. Now you have like, I don't know, 5 or 10 of those, and you usually use just a bit of one and a bit of the other one, and you get used to it, or you don't like it anymore eventually. So you just leave it there. It takes your shelf space, and it's waste of money at the end.
Yeah. Well, yeah, precisely. You end up, because I know numerous people that have the typical cologne or perfume collection in their private facility, where it's just they've got numerous colognes or numerous perfumes. And I think that this really comes down to solving that, like you were saying, less waste, less money spent, things like that. Speaking of which, one of the things we always love finding out is price point, availability, things like that. Is Ninu a product that we can go out and buy now? Where is it available? Where are you looking for release? What's the price point on this?
So we're still waiting for some details about the production. Ninu is not being sold right now, but we are planning to go firstly on crowdfunding, which will take place in March. And we will, for our first backers, we will offer best price possible, definitely. And we want to engage with people. We want to engage with perfume lovers. We want to modify our product according to that. And we're gonna launch first a crowdfunding campaign, and we're planning to go in production in the middle of the year and start sending probably in November.
Well, wow, March is pretty short order to be premiering now, and bringing all this out. Is this your first CES?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Good.
It is,
good.
And we got really good feedback. We've been working like every day for on Friday we were here in this office for like 18 hours. Working, like preparing everything for the media, preparing emails, and then when we wanted to go home, like after like 10 hours, and then we sent all our emails around, and then started getting feedback immediately, and we just couldn't go home. We were so excited, just like writing emails back, and it's crazy. We're having interviews every day, and we really got good feedback. So we love this show.
Well, I think especially
Chris,
when it comes. Hello.
Hey, I'm sorry. It's Kirk. Sorry. I was going to say I'm the one who sent the email because I was interested in having them come on. So I'm just.
There you go. It
Cool,
was our
thank you.
producer Kirk there. But yeah, whenever you're talking about health, beauty supplies, things like that, to see forward-looking people like y'all is always very interesting. So one last time, let everybody know where they can go to find out more about Ninu, where they can go to look for the crowdfunding launch, things like that coming up in March.
Of course, Ninu, they can get all the data and all the updates and news on our website, ninuperfume.com. They can follow us on we're everywhere on Instagram or Facebook, Twitter, wherever you will find us, no problem, because there's no other Ninu perfume, and we're looking forward to engage with everyone, and we're looking forward to having some feedbacks from everyone.
Well, Marco, thank you so much for taking the time today out of what is obviously a very busy schedule for you guys at your first CES. Congratulations. Good luck on the upcoming launch and crowdfunding. We hope to see you next year with a booth at CES. So take care. Have a great rest of your CES 2021.
Thank you, Chris. It was a pleasure. And yeah, hope to see you next year in Las Vegas.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I see that we have our next guest ready, Larry Johnson with Fluo Labs. Let's find out a little bit about them. Is Larry there? Oop. Larry is a pinwheel right now. Well, maybe not. We'll see if Larry is available here in just a second. I know that there's always some fun stuff whenever you're dealing with things via distance. So you never know what's going to happen with somebody's computer or internet or anything like that locally. That is what live is all about. And
she says she's on.
Oh, okay.
But we don't see her or hear her.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Well,
Anne-Marie, if you could, come out and then come back in and see if that works?
We have seen some fantastic technology today on the show just so far, and we're only a couple hours in. Yesterday was chock full of fun stuff. I know I'm still having fun with my X pointer that I got last year as a sample from the good people at Choi Technology, and man, it is a game changer. I cannot wait to see what they do with their crowdfunding now that they are released. Oh, looky here. We have our guest from Fluo Labs with us. How are you doing today?
Hi. So I'm substituting.
Okay.
Anne-Marie Kovacs. I'm head of strategy.
Hey, how are you today, Anne?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. Well, tell us a little bit about Fluo Labs, what you guys do.
Well, actually, do you guys have allergies? Any of you?
Me.
Any? Yeah. In on your team, seasonal allergies, hay fever, ragweed allergies. You do? Oh, that was your answer. You
Yeah.
do have.
Me.
Yeah, really bad?
I do.
Okay. Well, so we're actually reinventing how people are living with seasonal allergies, and we're doing that through our device that uses light therapy to treat these allergy symptoms, and we do it drug-free. It's a drug-free application.
Wow, that's pretty incredible. Now, I'm somebody who stopped taking allergy shots years and years ago. I still have a couple of seasonal things that happen here and there. How are you guys managing to do this with your technology?
So, well, as you know, light is what keeps us alive, and light therapy has been around for a while, but really the new technology part of it started about 20 years ago. And we have a team of light scientists that really took all of the right formula, the right wavelength, dosage, and all of that to create the right light to to help prevent seasonal allergies. So basically, what hay fever is that it's inflammation in the nose, right? This whole nasal cavity, and our light and red light in all different forms is known to reduce inflammation, and that's what allergy symptoms are. So, and I have our dummy device here, and I have a beta prototype that we're testing right now. And basically, it's short pulses of light that you would put in your nose. Let me demonstrate. I didn't do it yet today, like this. Oh, wait, this one is very kind of rough. It has an external battery. The actual one will be super sleek. And so it uses these pulses of light. So it's about 6 seconds per nostril.
Wow.
And I could do it on the other side. But basically what the red light does is that it reduces that inflammation and, prevents the histamines from coming out. And you should be good for about 12 hours.
Wow, that is a pretty long-lasting therapy to be able to get just from light pulses. What was it that led y'all to come up with this technology and start working on it to begin with?
Well, we were into skincare zit-zapping business before and sold the company. We were already aware that there were some really top-level scientific clinical studies being done around light and allergies, and we wanted to dig deeper. And it took our team a while to really come up with the right formula for the light, and then getting the patents and having a pivotal trial. And now we've engaged with the FDA to get the FDA approval.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. So you all are already going through that process, everything else.
Yes.
Sounds like you're pretty far along in development. How long have y'all been working on the Flua Labs project?
So it's been about 10 years. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow. Quite a bit of time in development then.
Yeah.
That's quite a good amount of time for R&D. What have your use cases been with this so far?
Well, with the FDA, this is always pretty complicated. You're not supposed to get it out in the field. But we've had some friends and family use it, and we have to pry it out of their hands when we need our unit back. Yeah.
All right. Well, those are always good things to hear, especially whenever, because, we see a lot of health technologies at CES, that kind of stuff. And it can be hard because you can't necessarily make medical claims. And yet still you can't get FDA approval without medical claims.
And
without testing. And so, yeah, it's interesting. And I love seeing emerging technologies like this. I love seeing new applications of technologies like this. There are, of course, light therapy beds that you can lay in for sleep therapy, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
But to see it being used in this is really, really interesting.
Right. And one of the reasons we are going for the FDA is that we want to be able to make these claims. We don't want to kind of go around it like that, because we could be out as a wellness device. But we know that this is going to be so life-changing for so many people that we want to be able to present it in the market and really say what it does. It's so powerful.
Yeah. It is, like I said, really incredible technology to see something so portable, something so easy.
12 seconds, drug-free.
I was one of those kids. Like I said, I outgrew quite a few of my allergies. I still get hit a couple times a year by stuff, especially traveling as much as I did, going various places around the country so rapidly. I noticed that some of my allergies kind of started coming back. But yeah, I used to take 2 allergy shots a week as a kid.
And as we get older, it doesn't get better.
No, because allergies technically come from exposure. So
Well,
It's
with climate change, things are
yeah.
just getting worse because, as you know, the allergy seasons are getting longer.
hmm
So there's much more pollen and irritants in the air. So, yeah.
Well, that is pretty amazing. Tell everybody, is this a market, a device that is already out on market? Are y'all looking to go to crowdfunding anytime soon?
So our go-to-market is that once we do well, actually, before we launch and as we conduct the clinical study necessary for the FDA approval, we will be starting with community and content marketing to really raise awareness, but also to talk to this audience that, you know, we feel, and you must feel the same way, that allergies really don't get respect. It's a trivialized condition, but for some people, it's so debilitating. They can't go to work.
Yeah.
Children can't go to school or study. You know, there's the whole cognitive impairment. So we want to really address that with a community with value-added information, tips and tricks before the product is on the market, and start building that buzz. Then we will do crowdfunding. Again, we really want to get this unit in people's hands because we know that once someone has it, they won't want to let it go. And after that, we'll be ready to go to market. But we really need to conclude this, get our FDA approval, that stamp.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard with medical devices to go anywhere without that, beyond a direct marketing campaign, anything like that. So,
but it will be sold direct to consumer, so no prescription necessary.
Oh, fantastic. That is great to hear. Well, where can people go to find out more about Fluo Labs? Where can they go to find out more about this amazing device?
Oh, thank you. So it's fluolabs.care, FLUOLABS.care. And you can go on Instagram. That one is just Fluo Labs. And it's Fluo Labs LLC on Facebook and on Twitter, I believe. So we have fun updates. We have really good, really interesting videos that we created to explain allergies, to explain photobiomodulation, which is the light therapy, and explain how it works.
Well, fantastic. It's so great to see people out there, like I said, leveraging technology that is kind of existing for other fields already. And to see it being reused, see it being reapplied into new areas is fantastic. So thank you so much for spending your valuable CES time with us today.
So appreciate it. And thank you for helping us spread the word.
Absolutely. I believe we have our next guest in studio already. Hello, Tony. How are you today? Tell us a little bit about Future Seating.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Tony Maslish. I am the CEO of Future Seating, parent company to X-Chair. It's a chair I'm sitting in, and Mavix Gaming. And we are thrilled to be at CES and happy to be on your show.
Well, fantastic. Tell us a little bit about the X-Chair office chair and the other things that y'all do over there at Future Seating and Mavix Gaming.
So our, as the name signifies, we are really all about not just where seating is today, but where it's headed. So both X-Chair and Mavix share a technology called dynamic variable lumbar, which is actually, it's this, I don't know if you can see it, but it's this piece that moves with you as you move. So it adjusts to the body. And then we also, with X-Chair, we were introducing at CES a product we introduced about 60 days ago called XHMT, stands for heat and massage technology. And so we've introduced heat and massage into that dynamic variable lumbar area. And then with Mavix Gaming, again, actually a brand new company just about 90 days ago, trying to take the traditional gaming chair and kind of turn it on its head. So we have these products that we are doing currently, and we're constantly thinking about where seating is headed, how it's going to change with some of the changes that have occurred as a result of the pandemic and people working from home. and also changes that are occurring as gaming is becoming more of a sort of core piece of what people do day in and day out.
Sure. Well, and not only that, but I think just as people and industries start to turn more toward the digital age and start to turn more toward home operation, that kind of stuff, you know, even myself, most of what I would be doing walking around a convention center is now done sitting in a chair and navigating people in the digital world, you know.
Well, and that's a great example. You know, if you think about just in terms of your health over the course of a year, right? If you're used to being on your feet, walking around, and that's tiring walking around a trade show, but it's good for you because you're moving and you're working your muscles and you're working your lungs. And you know, one of the I don't know if danger is the right word, but as a result of people when they work from home tend not to get out of the chair as much. You know, a lot of people say, "Hey, I work more hours. I'm more productive," but you're stationary and you can do everything from a stationary spot. So one thing we try to incorporate into all of our seating is motion. We have a little acronym called SLAM, which stands for seat depth, lumbar, angles, and motion. And you really want all four of those things to be working favorably for you.
Okay.
But the greatest of those is motion. And so you want to be in a chair that requires no effort to recline or come up. And our chairs are able to be fine-tuned to do that for you, so that using your example, you know, if you can't walk around, at least you can be in motion where you're sitting, so that you keep your blood flowing.
Yeah, precisely. Because I mean, even like I do a lot of editing, things like that, as you can tell.
Looks like a great
That's
setup.
basically what I do is I sit and I edit and I edit and I edit, whether it's websites or code for people or video or audio. So I am sedentary. If I am not like over the last year, of course, since COVID's happened, my watch screams at me whenever I wear it. Because it's like, hey, pick it up, guy. Sorry, I'm not getting 15,000 steps before lunch. You know, I used to walk 10, 15 miles a day across convention centers, you know, so and push things and pull things and load trucks. So, yeah, I got plenty of exercise. And now I notice a few things in my lower back that I wasn't noticing that used to be there that were gone because of regular exercise, because of regular getting up and moving around. So to know that there are chair solutions out there for people like me, people who sit and work, program, who live your life sitting down at work, is fantastic. Tell us a little bit about what inspired this creation to begin with and what sent you down the journey of making this chair.
So I've been in the I started off actually in the back store business about 25 years ago, and as part of that business, we've been selling office chairs for 25 years, and have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. I mean, really seen everything since the beginning. What we noticed early on is that most manufacturers of seating traditionally were focused on companies selling to HR managers, selling to facility managers. They really weren't focused on the consumer. So we had a ton of experience built up actually interacting with consumers and finding out what they liked and what they didn't like, and discovered that this combination of really active lumbar support as well as being in motion were kind of the two key things that people needed in order to feel comfortable in a chair for a long period of time. So we started manufacturing about almost 6 years ago now, and really tried to design a product that, and the DVL is really the core of it, although we have all kinds of ergonomic adjustments on the chair, including adjustable headrest and adjustable back height and things. But try to design a chair that would do what you're describing, give people that support, and then also do it in a way that was easy. So the thing about the DVL is that it adjusts to the user as opposed to the user having to adjust it. So if you hop up and someone else sits in the chair, it's still comfortable for them. And then fast forward 5 years, the heat and massage, it really kind of grew organically. We had actually a vendor at CES who was pitching heat and massage, not connected with a chair, and that kind of sparked the idea. And so we started development about 2 years ago, and really zeroed in on how could we make this a core component of the chair, and discovered no one's done it.
Yeah.
And then tried to figure out, okay, how do we make it so that it's battery operated and you can, move your chair around because you don't want to be stuck to the wall, but also then gave you the ability to charge it either using your computer or using the wall. And it's been, I'm using it right now. Like I almost can't sit in a chair without it now, because if you use it together, part of the key is heat's great on its own, and the massage, we don't have rollers like one of those big massage chairs, because the chair is a pretty sleek piece of equipment, but it's a vibration massage which stimulates you and gets your blood flowing, while the heat also relaxes your muscles. So the combination just feels awesome.
And just out of curiosity, is it on right now?
Yeah. So here, I'll show you.
Wow. I'm just curious because well, yep,
so
it's on.
The red light's the heat, and the blue is the
that's
massage.
incredible. That is incredibly quiet. That is that's pretty fantastic, because I mean, as an audio freak, that's one of the things that drives me nuts, is hearing something like that while I'm trying to edit all day. So the fact that it's, I'm sure, pretty silent. You're on a like laptop microphone. If it was going on, you'd pretty much be able to hear it, just like a fan in the background. So
yeah, it's funny.
That's some pretty incredible technology.
It's funny you say that, because we had our first prototypes were too loud, and we took them to a few dealers, and they said no one's going to buy this because it's too loud. And so we had to work really carefully on dampening the sound. So.
Especially when you're talking about programmers, gamers, things like that. We're persnickety about such things. If it doesn't, like, and that's the funny thing, is that most office chairs are just made with more padding to be more comfortable, or more padding to pad your lumbar. And I'm a pretty tall guy. I don't fit in most chairs. I mean, even the chair I'm in right now, I bought a longer extension rod,
a cylinder,
so that
it
would be higher up for me, because otherwise I'm sitting with my knees at my hip height, and trying to get up from that after programming for 3 hours is just horrifying.
How tall are you?
I'm about 6'3", and a half. So yeah, it's pretty hard for me to find a chair that fits me properly. And yeah, it looks as though your chair would be right up along those lines. Where can people go to find out more about this? Is this obviously a chair that is on the market right now that people can buy at big box stores or online?
So not big box stores, but
okay.
So two different companies, Xchair and Mavix. Xchair you can find at a lot of specialty retail stores. One chain is called Relax the Back, and then at some design stores and other kinds of retailers, furniture retailers, and then also at typical office furniture dealers or office supply dealers. But primarily, you can buy it directly at xchair.com. So we have the full selection. We make it very easy. It's in stock and ships the next day.
Oh wow, fantastic!
And then Mavix is only sold through Mavix.com today. We are looking at various gaming retailers that we will probably begin to sell through sometime in 2021. We actually have our first test retailer in Houston, but for now it's available at Mavix.com. Similarly, in stock. Like our whole concept as a company is we want to meet the consumer where they want to be met. And so whether that's through a dealer or through buying online, whatever's easiest for them, they want to get it yesterday, right? The reason people buy from Amazon Prime, they want to know it's coming right away. So everything is in stock and ships right out.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Tony, for taking the time. I will definitely be in touch to find out where I can get my own chair. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. You have a great rest of Digital CES 2021.
You as well, and we'll figure out how to hook you up. Thanks.
All right, fantastic.
Bye-bye.
Man, I love hearing about things like that that are made for people of odd sizes, made to fit the person that is sitting in it uniquely, not just made out of a mold. It's great. Our next guest is ready. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and bring them in. We have Stephen Schoenwald here. How are you today, sir? Tell us a little bit about GXC education platform, what it is, and how you guys came about developing it.
Absolutely. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me on. So what GXC is a learning management system, and it's designed to eliminate the widening education gap through what we call frictionless video learning. And what something frictionless is, for those that aren't aware, is something that is intuitive and works right the first time and every time thereafter. And further, we try to address several pervasive problems with e-learning, which disproportionately affect the poor, dispersed, and non-native speakers. And we do this through a variety of proprietary, patented, and patent-pending tech. I founded the company along with my fellow co-founder and Case Western Reserve University graduate, Robert Horomarski. I ended up studying management and getting my MBA. And afterwards, I worked in a number of areas. I was working as a clinical engineer at Cleveland Clinic. I was on the localization team of a popular Japanese video game. Worked as a project manager for Fortune 1000 companies, and actually became a sideline technologist for the NFL, ensuring seamless audio and visual playback from the sidelines. I was able to apply all of that into developing this learning management system. And I think that having that type of background in media and engineering has really helped a lot, because education's always been a passion of mine. And I've definitely realized, as I'm sure you're aware, how unsustainable the cost of education is, and it looks like it will continue to be. And that's something that I thought was very important to address, making sure that students would be able to get access to high quality remote education at little to no cost.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with everything going on right now. I find it really interesting the way that you are leveraging these other technologies from your past experience to create this user experience specifically, which it seems like it really very much is. It's almost a user experience way to translate education.
Yeah, I would absolutely say so. And you know, I've tried to work in a variety of fields because of what has interested me. I was able to spend a lot of time in a medical setting, so I understand the needs of earning CME credits if you're a doctor or a nurse, and I've been at those types of events. My work on localizing a Japanese video game into English, that has allowed me to understand how subtitles and translation systems work, and actually help to influence something that we have a patent pending at the moment for our translation system to help international students, the non-native English speakers. Being able to work with video and audio tech for the NFL has helped too, and understanding the needs of various companies working as a tech consultant. It really has all helped to focus what we're trying to do and make something that someone with just a traditional background in education, let's say, might not have been able to conceptualize.
Yeah, precisely. And because I come from a family of teachers, and I love seeing educational technology. I myself have my own little experiment in the room next to me. My son, who is about 3.5 years old.
Okay.
And I've done my own work in the teaching field over the years, and to see the way that he learns, and to know how I learned, and the fact that I was a hands-on learner, as long as I could touch it and move it and manipulate it, I could learn it all day long and repeat it. You give it to me in a book, maybe not. But it trips my wife out to see him with an Amazon Fire and a game that he just got and know how to operate it and find things. And I'm like, you understand that there are people just like you, Stephen, who specifically write these things so that they are universally understood by the brain.
Yeah, and getting something that one of the things that we've really focused on is being able to make this learning management system something that is intuitive, able to be used by non-technical users. Because from what I've seen, that's a big thing that trips people up. There's a number of LMSs out there that might be able to do a number of things, but are they really practical? And for the things that need to be done, do they work as intended, or do they end up freezing? Do they end up having problems? That's why we say frictionless video learning. We want it to be perfect every single time. And really what helped inspire me, as I mentioned, I didn't have great experiences with learning management systems when I was attending university. I had, there were all of these supposed features that they had, and I had professors that would just dump a whole bunch of files into a folder. And as the course was going on, you'd say, oh yeah, reference such and such file. And you had to search through everything. It just wasn't a positive experience. Sure. And at the time, there weren't good video tools be it for live streaming or recorded video as well. So this is actually something that for a few years we had been trying to develop even before the pandemic came around. And once the pandemic hit, it was amazing. Everyone just was trying to find some sort of a platform that could do the things that we were already focusing on previously. So we had to pivot a bit to change from more pre-recorded stuff to live streaming material. But sure. I mean, everyone in this space had to pivot to some degree. But we're really excited about, because we've really been focusing on changes for a while, even before the pandemic came around.
Well, what's interesting, though, even as you were talking, I saw two different use cases where you could literally take, because I work a lot of conferences, I work a lot of medical conferences, like you were saying, where doctors specifically have to come in, take classes in order to maintain certifications, that kind of stuff. And to be able to use it not only in that realm, but in the realm of standard everyday education, and to be able to have intelligent software that can give the same curriculum but a different experience depending on how you learn, depending on how you actively use the machine. You're going to get the exact same material delivered in a different way that helps you learn better. That's phenomenal, especially whenever you're talking about schools, things like that, where that one-on-one time that used to exist with a teacher, things like that in a classroom, where a teacher could go like, oh, look, Chris is a tactile learner. If I can adjust the curriculum just that much for him, he'll be a better student.
Certainly.
And to be able to have the software do that for you is fantastic.
Yeah, I know that you mentioned that you are someone who's a hands-on learner. I'm very much that way as well. And that's one of the advantages of being able to utilize tech like what we have with GXC. The instructor has a variety of different ways that they can talk to individual students or talk to the class as a whole. And we try and facilitate, even though it's remote, communication between different students. For instance, students are able to share notes with one another as they're watching lectures, refer to them after the fact. The instructor is able to share notes with the class as well. And each note that is shared has a timestamp on it and is searchable, both for that specific class and for the entire class as a whole. We actually have a fairly robust course-wide search system, so that if, let's say, someone's studying for a quiz, exam, or a final, and there's something that they had trouble on, whatever it might be, they could search for that term, and it would not only search through your notes that have been shared with you or your own personal notes over the entire semester, but also a transcript, not only in English, but in other languages that
In
you
your
might have
native language.
Yeah, you could actually search for it in your native language. You'll see everything that mentions that term. And if you click on the timestamp that's right next to the search result, it will load up the video at that exact point at the beginning of the sentence. So you could start learning exactly where you need to.
That is absolutely phenomenal. Tell everybody real quick before we let you go where they can go to find out more about the GXC education platform, where they can come to contact you, perhaps get this going in their education system, be it with their business, what have you.
Certainly. First, I would suggest you go to mygxc.com, mygxc.com, or you could email me directly at Steven, Steven, at mygxc.com. We're undergoing trials. We are ready to work with, be it schools, public, private, school districts, any organizations or self-help groups, again, hospitals, stuff like that. Anyone that needs to have to give their employees or students some sort of an educational component. GXC is wonderful for self-learners and for certification type materials. I would be happy to work with you to come up with something that works for you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. We hope to see you again next year at CES. Take care and have a great rest of the conference.
Much appreciated. All the best to you.
All right. Wow, man, such incredible opportunities out there for people that are trying to get custom learning experiences. And like he said, frictionless learning experiences. We do have our next guest ready. Matt Crowley, CEO of Signal Cortex. How are you today, sir?
Good. How have you been?
Oh, doing fantastic. How's your digital CES?
Very different from being in person. I miss going to all my favorite spots in Vegas, but you know, it is what it is. We're all staying safe.
Yeah, I'm a Ghost Donkey fan myself. I don't know if you've ever been there, but that's one of the secret hidden bars over in the Aria complex. It's got like 100 different types of tequila. Great stuff.
Awesome.
Check it out. It's like a little treasure hunt trying to find it. Well, tell us a little bit about Signal Cortex. What you guys are all about and what you do.
Sure. So I guess a little bit of background on me. Prior to starting this company, I was the CIO for Philadelphia Airport and Cleveland Airport. So I was used to dealing with kind of very large organizations. You had facilities where 100,000 people would flow through each day, almost like CES, right? You have a lot of things going on, a lot of complexity. And there's a lot of things that happen in the background done by the frontline employees, whether it be mopping the floors, trying to move chairs around, direct customers. And the systems that are built for these large enterprises to manage these tasks are extremely complicated. I like to joke that it takes a lot of steps to mop a floor. Imagine if you're a janitorial worker and you're trying to clean up a spill. A lot of times you have to carry around 3 devices and you have to fill out a 30-line questionnaire when you're done so that you have an idea of the task you're supposed to do, and then management can make proper deployment decisions for employees. So the whole ecosystem for getting things done in enterprise settings, in large organizations, at conferences is extremely complicated. So at Signal Cortex, we've developed a system that streamlining tasks to staff members and getting the results back to management so they can make better decisions. Our first product, which is being launched on the 31st, is a simple app on a phone. You can use commodity Bluetooth devices right now, and it converts simple tasks that employees are supposed to do to audio-based messages. So essentially, if you have to go deploy to a facility to take care of a task, instead of having to fiddle with your phone or go on a radio, you can get notification of a task that's going to be done. And if you do choose to use your phone, it's a simple binary operation instead of tons of steps. I like to give an example. Operations staff at an airport, and I won't name the airport, but there was an incident once where you had an employee that had to go fix a light on an airfield and ended up causing $1 million in damages because they had to get that information on their tablet while they're in a vehicle, right? So employees have to get tasks done and get things completed in order for operations to run smoothly, but it's really hard to do that. So we simplify that process.
Wow, and you know, even considering my own industry, which is the corporate AV field, you know, typically setting up AV and running the AV for conferences like CES, it's interesting that you're coming at this industry and this logistics solution from a different situation, because we're typically walking down the hallway, something like that. We're pushing a cart full of stuff with 3 people pushing things behind us, and we get a call on the radio. You know, and it's like, hey, Chris, what? Well, I guess Chris isn't there. Well, no, Chris is here. His hands are both occupied right now is the problem. So yeah, interesting solutions. What was it that, I mean, obviously it was your experience working in the airport, things like that, that led to the creation of this technology. But what are some of the other ways you're looking at leveraging this and getting it out there into the market?
Absolutely. So we actually, because of COVID, we had to pivot when we started. And to the previous guest, we worked with Case Western as well. So I'm an alum from about 10 years ago. We went through the National Science Foundation I-Corps program. So when we figured we couldn't sell to airports, we actually went towards building service contractors. So they are commercial companies that you might call in after an event to clean the facility up, or after you need nightly work to clean your facility or office space. In that industry, we targeted it specifically because the current solutions in the market were really hard to use. So again, you're carrying around multiple devices. You're expected to be a mobile expert or a computer expert in order to just relay what you're doing. And they have a very specific problem in that industry. They lose half of their customers every year because of bad data, either employees not getting their tasks or not saying that they're done, and the customers being dissatisfied with service. So we actually focused on that industry first. We have our first customers in that space. But ultimately, I see this both as a business and a consumer play as well. When we prototyped, it was actually for consumers. I was driving around and wanted to listen to tweets and news that came up, and didn't want to touch my phone. So we would summarize the text and it would go to my ear and I didn't have to touch a device.
Cool.
But, while I would love the long term on that, the short term to get the company going, get revenue in, was let's focus on the B2B solution. So that's what we did. We focused on commercial cleaning companies, and we're solving a very pointed problem for them right now.
And that's fantastic. The fact that you can come in, like you said, with a consumer concept and yet still provide an enterprise solution for people. How long have you been in development on this? Because like you were saying, you were one of the people that worked with Case Western, things like that, a decade ago. How long has it taken for you to get to this point where you're at right now? And how long are you looking at before ultimate launch into a marketplace and regular availability for people?
Sure. Yeah, we my co-founder Bill Wickert and I started the company in May. We were stuck in our offices during the pandemic, and my background's software development, so said why not? Started writing a prototype. We signed our first enterprise contract in December, and that's going live, and we officially launched publicly on the 31st of January.
Wow, fantastic, man. Now that's what I'm talking about. People using the pandemic to properly motivate themselves, because hey, I found distribution for my music over the pandemic. Like, I've been looking for that for 20 years. I just didn't have enough time to focus on it. You went out and started a business and landed an enterprise client. That's the kind of stuff that makes pandemics worthwhile. Horribly enough, where you can literally have enough time to devote on one thing long enough to be able to deliver a product. And what an incredible short turnaround for you. Amazing stuff. I will give you one tip before we find out from you where people can find out more information, where they can go to get their own enterprise solution. And that is Freeman. Freeman operates most of the docks around the country, things like that. If you've got stuff coming in, to the which I'm sure you know, having been to CES, other conventions, things like that. I'm sure working in an airport, you're more than familiar with Freeman.
Yep.
But they would be a fantastic company to contact with this technology. It would be really, really great. I could see like 28 ways the vendors that I work with would be able to integrate this stuff with Freeman. So yeah, there might be a fantastic source for you.
Thank you. Yeah, and obviously, Freeman, if you're listening,
yeah,
get a hold of me. Yeah, and if you want to know more, signalcortex.com is the website. Like I said, right now, we're in the BSC market, but it's broadly applicable technology. And again, we're here to make it simpler for enterprises to operate smoothly and make sure that you keep your customers happy. And last note, that millimeter wave radar solution you had on previously was absolutely fantastic.
Isn't that just nerdtastic stuff, man? I was like, my mind was just racing with possibilities, and the people that I know that play with Arduinos, like I said, if they're all drone people, stuff like that. When you're talking about drone technology, that kind of stuff, it would be incredible, especially for like drone swarms, the way that they're using it for displays now, stuff like that. So just, yeah. Mind-numbing stuff that you get to see at CES, including solutions like yours. Thank you so much for taking the time today, Mr. Crowley, for spending your most valuable CES time with us today.
Oh, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Absolutely. We do have our next guest in the studio. Nudge Systems is on with us. Marcello.
Come on.
God, my Italian is horrible. Sorry, Demargo. Sorry.
Camargo, that's it, Scott.
Yes.
Very good.
How are you today, sir?
Very good. Thanks for having me here, and I hope you're having an interesting and different CES this year.
Yeah, it has been interesting, but like I've said a couple times today in the chat room and live on air, as a live AV technician, I think that this is probably the most CES that a CES could get, because we're having to all actively leverage technology daily to make CES happen.
We do.
So it's like, if that's not what CES is all about, I really don't know what is.
Exactly.
We've all had to find a technological solution to make this happen for ourselves. So with that in mind, let's get into a little bit about Nudge Systems and what you guys are doing for water conservation in homes and businesses, things like that.
Very good, Scott, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about that. It was interesting. I come from a background of instrumentation and measurement, and my partner and co-founder works in the water utility industry, and several years back, back in 2014, we experienced it comes and goes very often in California, those droughts, and we were talking about it, and I was playing with home automation and creating related equipment and instrumenting my home, and Anna, she was talking about how difficult it is when governments and utilities ask people to conserve water, and people don't really have that intimate relationship with water and know exactly what to do to make an impact. And then at that time, that's when we start thinking about coming up with a solution. We believe, and we noticed this gap in the home automation market that was related to water conservation, and but we also saw that people would be interested in helping and doing their part in conserving water if we gave them actionable information. And that's what we did. We came up with this, with Pleco is our device here to help with that. Nudge Systems is the name of a company that we came up with the name to nudge people into this conservation mode and help them take the steps to do what they wanted to do and didn't have the information to go about. So I can tell you a little bit more about the product itself. Yeah, what we did is I show you here what we came up with. It comes in this interesting container here. It is there are several ways that you can measure water coming into your house, but most of them are very difficult to install. You either require a professional plumber to come in, or you require expensive setups, or some of the ways to do are just not practical. So we came up with what we call our water watch. So you take this water watch and you simply wrap it around your existing water meter, and it stays there reading, and I'll show you a little bit more detail how to do that when I share my screen. But basically, it measures water flow into your home from your existing traditional 100-year-old technology water meter.
Interesting.
It measures the flow rate from there, transmits home. This is a battery pack. Typically, these things are far away from outside of your house, under the sidewalk, with a metal lid cover in a concrete box. So it does require a specific radio that we developed to transmit this information out. Inside your home, you can see the information either through a little screen that it serves as a gateway to the sensor and to your Wi-Fi, and then from there you can get it on your phone. So what we do, we measure water flow in real time, and we developed also so you can see this information on your screen or on your phone. But we also developed the algorithms that measure this flow and recognize patterns on it. And with that, you can tell where this water is going. You can tell if it is going on a shower, on a faucet, on a flush, on irrigation, or other usages. So it is very interesting when people, and also it can detect leaks. That's a very important application for it. So people can see that in real time, categorize information, and change the way they relate with water, and understand where it goes and how they can use, what they can do to conserve it.
That's really interesting because, like you said, most people, I mean, even myself, living here in Texas and especially in Austin, it's one of those that on occasion, especially after major storms, will be on a boil water notice, things like that. And to know where your water is being used in your house and where you can conserve it is fantastic. You know, it's great to set like a timer, you know, like, hey, take a 5-minute shower instead of a 15-minute one, you know, that kind of stuff. But to actively see where it's being used, what is the range on your devices of right now?
So it is installed in most homes. I'm also in Texas at the moment. I'm near Houston area. Okay. Homes here typically have the water meter outside of your home. So sure. We guarantee, we basically developed it to reach 50 feet under any conditions. But if the conditions are favorable, we can go much further than that. So.
I mean, of course, my first thought being from Texas was cattlemen being able to use this on troughs, things like that across their property, you know, to be able to measure their water use from across their property without having to go out there and check on it.
Oh, it's true. Yeah.
Being able to use it in with vineyards are very big in Texas now, being able to use it in orchards to measure your water use and change the water use as necessary. There are quite a few different industrial applications for this as well.
That's right, Scott. And then the range is much more, data transmission is much easier, right? Particularly when you have an open or line of sight possibilities. And it's interesting that some of the when we talk to people using it for the first time, people come with interesting feedback. For example, they think that their dishwasher machine uses a lot of water because they can hear their water being splashed around for 30 minutes. But that's just one load that comes in and keeps moving around, and then another one to rinse it. So that's not the big culprit. But when people see, for example, what happens when you have irrigation going on for too long or misadjusted, or in some places I've seen people with large homes with a swimming pool that didn't have the water filling system correctly adjusted, and they were throwing water away, and they only know when they get several $100 bills at the end of the month. So
precisely.
We can tell much earlier.
And especially whenever you're talking about homes in states like California, that kind of stuff, where they are under regulated water watch. Same thing in Arizona. This is really a fantastic device to be able to put into your home there that, like you said, requires zero installative knowledge. You do not know how to have to use a monkey wrench. You do not have to know where your water valve is to cut it off to install this.
That's right.
You don't even have to own a water key to go cut off the water in your front lawn. Just in case
exactly
people
right.
didn't know that was a thing. That's a thing. So what an incredible device. Tell everybody where they can go to find out more about Nudge Systems, where they can go to find out more about how they can start conserving water in their own home today.
Very good. The best way to look more into it is to go to www.nudgesystems.com. There you can find information about the device. You can have a demo of the application and see how it works. You can play a little bit with it and figure out how to install. We have installation videos, and we also have all the social media accounts from LinkedIn to Facebook, and you can, if you look for either Pleco or nudgesystems.com, you will find it there.
I love the name Pleco. That is absolutely fantastic. Named after the suckerfish that cleans aquariums.
You
like
got
that,
it.
folks. Because it looks like a Pleco. It's fantastic. It's great. What an original name. I absolutely love it. Restaurants would be another great place for you to start checking out. So thank you so much for taking the time. This is an absolutely incredible system. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it.
Very good. I thank you for the opportunity, Scott, and maybe next year we can do this in person somehow.
Absolutely.
Nice to
All right.
talk to you.
Enjoy the rest of Digital CES.
Thank you.
Man, that is just great to see things coming out. Like I said, that you have to have zero knowledge on how to install, how to use anything like that. It's really incredible to know that the world of, I guess that would be almost like a home wearable, almost a home device that you can use as a wearable inside your house for your home itself. And to know that all you have to do is put that little Pleco device underneath your existing water meter, and it will start intelligently figuring out where your water is going and how much you're using. Really, really incredible opportunities there. So, and to see the technology that is being leveraged in all of this kind of stuff, whether it's the smart learning, the frictionless learning platforms that we saw earlier, things like that, or what we just saw with them, absolutely incredible. We do have our next guest in the studio right now. We have the CTO from Wisest, William Littlefield. How are you doing today?
I'm doing so well. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for taking the time to be a part of this digital CES with us today.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. And I'm also speaking to you from Texas. Instead of down in Houston, I'm speaking to you today from Dallas.
Oh, wow. My old college town itself. Irving, actually, but, it's all Dallas.
Absolutely.
That's like saying Katy or Houston. It's just Houston. So tell us a little bit about Wisest and what it is that you guys do over there.
Absolutely. So what we're doing at Wisest is we've created a next generation investment trading platform that is a little bit like fantasy football. So basically with Wisest, the idea is that a lot of people that are interested in investing, many young professionals recognize it's a key part of wealth building, might find it complicated, intimidating, or even boring. With Wisest, the idea is instead of having to pick stocks or bonds or financial instruments directly yourself, like you might with a Robinhood, you can invest directly through financial experts and build your own team of financial experts, kind of like fantasy football.
Interesting. And how is it that you guys are gathering this data? How is it that you guys are able to team up investor with investment person?
Absolutely. Great question. So basically the way that the platform works is anyone can join Wisest as an investor. So anyone, you yourself, anyone walking on the street, anyone attending CES can go to wisestapp.com, download the app or sign up for our closed beta and get early access. And basically what happens is once you're onboarded to the platform and you've provided a little bit of information, shared with us that maybe you're interested in investing in renewables, technology companies, or minority-owned businesses, basically we'll take those preferences and gather all of the financial experts on our platform and arrange them into a leaderboard for you to peruse. And then once you've found a couple financial experts that you like, you can dig down into their individual profile, see exactly what's in their virtual portfolio, their investment strategy. And from there, at the click of a single button, you can actually replicate their entire portfolio on your behalf.
Wow. Wow, that's pretty incredible and powerful technology. How long have you guys been developing this? And is it something that is available out there right now?
That's a great question. Yeah, so Wisest is a company that is almost 2 years old. The CEO and founder, Axel Thibon, is a alumni of MIT Sloan, and half our team comes from MIT. We have been working on the product, like I said, for about 2 years, right around when we began investigating SEC and FINRA compliance. And since then, we've been full steam ahead on building out the two sides of the platform for both experts and investors. And is currently available at wisestapp.com, where you can gain early access to our closed beta. So we do have the product live right now, and we are onboarding batches of users that have signed up as early access.
Wow, that is really, really incredible. Now, what is your just something that I have to ask? What's your security looking like? Things like that. We're talking about investment in the modern age, of course, and that has to come with a certain realm of security. One hopes. Even things like Robinhood have had their issues in the past.
That's a great question, and you're exactly right. And trust and reliability are two things that we've certainly established as key to building the company and building the product. Personally, my background is as a payments engineer at Visa and at credit card companies, so I'm personally very much used to handling sensitive financial information. And so we built the entire application with security and encryption in mind. If you want to learn more about it, of course, you can visit our website and see our privacy policy and our terms and conditions, which talk very specifically about those considerations. You'll also see them when you sign up for the first time as a user.
Now, speaking of signing up as a user, let's go through that process just a little bit. What does it take for somebody to onboard into this?
Absolutely. So with Wisest, we have two parts of the platform. We recognize that with Wisest, the idea of investing directly through financial experts is a little bit different than say, picking stocks and bonds. Now, we believe it is more intuitive, and everyone feels comfortable judging whether or not they trust people rather than whether or not they trust an abstract stock. But that being said, since it's unusual, we actually have a free simulator environment where anyone can sign up and play with the platform and see their performance without risking any real money. Then from there, they can upgrade to a production account and actually execute and trade and replicate those portfolios within the financial markets. So all it takes to sign up for the free simulator is merely your first name, last name, a username, and password.
Wow. Wow. And how is it that investors go about being a part of your platform?
Absolutely. So when we use the term investor, we just mean investor in the sense of anyone on the platform. So that could be you, that could be, again, anyone at CES, anyone that wants to download the app and actually invest in different financial experts. As far as how financial experts join the platform, Of course, again, because we want to harp on trust and reliability, we are only accepting at the moment people that have a Series 65 or Series 66, people that are chartered financial analysts, so CFA charter holders, or last but not least, experienced portfolio and fund managers with a history that we can verify.
Wow, that is fantastic to know that you guys are putting that kind of due diligence behind this platform. Once again, really incredible technology to be leveraging to allow, and we even had somebody comment like, wow, trading like fantasy football. That's awesome. I mean, just to know that you're bringing it, because even when people get Robinhood, things like that, like my wife tried it for a little while, you really do kind of have to have an idea of what you're wanting to invest in, where you're wanting to take a portfolio, what a portfolio is even, and without a financial advisor, that can be a little bit hard, and it can be really intimidating to find a financial advisor that you trust to begin with.
That's exactly right. And so the digital experience that we were encountering was, well, at least for myself, my own investing journey was, I began by downloading apps like Robinhood and wanting to trade and use tools like that. And it is great that they're free, but if you don't have any financial expertise, or you may not feel comfortable picking things on Robinhood. And so then you go down to a JP Morgan Chase or try and contact a Charles Schwab. And a lot of their wealth management services simply aren't available to people that are young professionals, people that might not meet their capital requirements. So they basically say you come back in 10 years. Then
precisely.
And
right.
then
okay, so you don't have $15,000 sitting in an escrow account right now.
Exactly.
We really can't do much to help you. And it's really interesting because even to find somebody like you're saying that can help you do wealth management, when they look at what you have to begin with, it may not be worth them working with you.
What we're trying to do at Wisest is democratize access to financial expertise.
That is a great way to put that in less than 5 words, which I am all about, man. If you can have like a 5-word tagline, that is where it's at. And to know that you guys are doing this, where are you looking at taking this platform in the future? Because I can see a few different branch offs, that you could have a few different ways that you could leverage this platform in and of itself. But what are you guys looking at adding on to it? Things like that.
Absolutely. So in terms of bells and whistles, the 2 priorities that we have are increasing the gamification features on the platform, adding more contests, rewards programs. Obviously, that's gotten Robinhood into some trouble in the recent news. That being said, we are working very closely with our legal counsel to make sure we stay on the right side of those features. But in terms of the other features we want to build out, originally, Wisest was an application where you could invest solely in different kinds of human financial experts. What we want to do in the future is we've begun onboarding some of our first robo-advisors, which are proprietary algorithms we built at Wisest with some of our banking expertise in-house. And what we're doing there is basically, as far as we know, we're the only platform today where you can invest simultaneously in a human financial expert and a robo-advisor in a single click.
Wow. That's really cool. And you could almost you could almost pit them against each other.
That's what we do. We put them on a leaderboard and we rank the robo-advisors just against our financial experts as well.
Wow. And even to be able to sell that algorithm, to be able to leverage that algorithm once again in other fields, to be coming up with this technology to begin with is pretty incredible. And how long has the development in this AI for the robo-advisors, things like that, been going on?
That has been going on with some of our partners for several years that have a background in developing AI algorithms for trading. Luckily, within the family of the MIT Alumni Network, we were able to connect with some other entrepreneurs that have been exploring AI in financial markets for a long time. I myself wrote a graduate thesis on artificial intelligence, and so I had some of the tools to integrate that into the platform right away. So it's something we've been working on internally for only about a year, but we're able to leverage a lot of the development effort, which has been going on for many years, through some of these partners.
And how have these digital brains been learning? How has their evolution been coming over a year?
That's a great question. So obviously in artificial intelligence, there's lots of different ways to teach these algorithms. You can have rules-based systems, expert systems, and then of course the more inference-based machine learning or neural networks. That being said, these different robo-advisors we've been building out do use different strategies and do come from different partners. So we are interested in trying to see which of those works best by just seeing the performance of those algorithms in the long run, and again, putting them on a leaderboard. So we do have different algorithms or different approaches to building those algorithms. But at the end of the day, the end user is going to care about which one is delivering the most value.
Interesting. And you know, like you were saying, the gamification within the system is one of the attractive things for people that perhaps are not used to trading,
Right.
because of course that's some of the game in and of itself for the people that are trading is that game. But how is it that y'all are? I don't want you to give away any trade secrets, or like you said, put yourself in any holes without ladders, so to speak. But what are some of the ways that you guys are looking at incentivizing action and reaction within this platform?
Totally. So one thing that we do at Wisest is we're 100% focused on trying to make sure that all of the incentives on the platform motivate experts to benefit investors. And so two things that we do are, again, trying to simplify everyone's ability to analyze the different options for investment, rather than showing you all of these maybe esoteric financial metrics about a financial expert. Two of the ways that anyone can quickly understand whether or not this is a good financial expert is we give them a 5-star user satisfaction rating. So that's something everyone can understand in today's age. And then we also have a 5-star rating for risk. And so those two metrics do actually have traditional financial metrics behind them, sort of under the covers. But by simplifying that to a 5-star rating for our end investor users, it's much easier for them to navigate those different choices.
Yeah, and it really does limit the playing field, at least what they're going to see rapidly. Which, whenever you're talking about other things, you know, just tends to go a little crazy. You know, kind of like whenever you're online shopping, there's so many choices, you get stymied. So
Exactly.
sometimes when you can limit those choices, it's a little bit better.
Who has the best reviews? Who's investing in the stuff I care about?
Yeah, exactly. Well, tell us once again where people can go to find out more about Wisest and these services that you're providing.
Absolutely. So they can go to wisestapp.com. Wisest App is also our handle on Instagram, LinkedIn, and Facebook. And so it is WIZEST app.com. And then if you want to download or become part of our early access closed beta, we have a great sign-up page where that's very easy to join.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come on. Tell us everything that you guys have been developing over there at Wisest.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Take care. Have a wonderful rest of your digital CES.
Cheers.
Absolutely. Man, really, really cool stuff. Just to see the way that people are leveraging AI now. One of my favorite things to do on the road was working the NVIDIA conference every year and seeing the way that they were using video processors to process AI and run AI algorithms, that kind of stuff. And to see what they're doing to further ease people into the world of investment is really great. So I love seeing people leverage technology like that. It's been awesome seeing all the stuff today with the digital CES. Like I said, really interesting to be leveraging the digital platforms that we are to even produce this show and to do what we would normally be doing in person. I think it really is, like I said, as CES as you can get to be doing so. So very, very interesting stuff. I'm trying to see. Let me refresh my little tab here to see if we have anybody. Whoop, nope, not yet. So we've got a little while. I myself had a great time at CES last year, roaming around, checking out all kinds of fun stuff. There were the robotics that were there were absolutely phenomenal. Everything from automated drones that followed you around and took pictures to sorry, just got a message on the private chat there, folks. But yeah, it's been really interesting to see what kind of technology has come out of this CES, and there's been a lot of health technology. Once again, just like we had last year, there seems to be a large growth in that market. There's a big growth in the home health market, especially now with COVID. We are seeing a lot more technologies involving UV, involving like the one that Todd was interviewing earlier that had the film, the antibacterial screens, things like that. Because I was having the conversation with somebody yesterday about the fact of, you use all of these products in the bathroom to clean your hands and everything else, and then you still have to go touch the doorknob to get out. And that's why they came up with automated doors, was one of those reasons. So to see this technology, even like what we saw earlier with the allergy light that you use to help block histamines with light frequencies, to see technologies being reapplied into new fields is really fantastic. The AI learning that the gentleman was talking about earlier, the seamless learning technology, being able to take a learning experience and transfer it from person to person and personalize that. Just really, really amazing stuff. So it's great to see forward-looking inventors, forward-looking programmers, people like that starting to get together. Even for instance, the instant communication that we were talking about a little while ago, where those guys started their business in May, like shortly after they were locked down from pandemic. So to see them having written a program, come up with a service, already have enterprise customers, and be launching it to a larger market within a year, and be premiering at CES, it's just phenomenal to see what some of the development with some companies has been during this time. And whereas some industries have been stifled because engineers cannot get together, because product development happens a certain way, and if you aren't in the same lab knocking heads and knocking ideas around, products don't necessarily come about as fast. There are some things like that, software coding, that kind of stuff, where when one person can have enough time just unabridged to do it, they can accomplish something almost monumental in a very short amount of time, because they've just got the dedicated time to be able to do that. And it's been really interesting to see over this pandemic time what businesses have been able to pivot like that, what businesses have not only pivoted, but actually found new markets because of this, markets that perhaps they were never considering, never looking into. So yeah, to see the realm of innovation that has come along over the last year in so many things, not only my beloved AV industry, but the tech industry, so many other businesses, so many other people that have realized what they can accomplish when they have the time to do things at home, when they have that unabridged time to be able to focus on something. We do have our next guest in studio, actually. Isabel with Fauna Audio. How are you today?
Hello, I'm fine. I've been listening to your podcast for the last 2 hours, I think.
Oh, wow.
And it was really, really interesting. So I really enjoyed that. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Yeah, we are all a bunch of tech heads on this show. So when you're like, hey, yeah, we want to bring you a bunch of people with a whole bunch of products to talk about new stuff, we're like, okay, that sounds cool. So tell us a little bit about what you do over at Fauna Audio and
Sure.
what you're all about and what you're exhibiting at CES.
So what we exhibit here is what I exhibit on my face. So we produce audio glasses. So you probably heard of the Bose audio glasses and a couple of other companies that came out with their audio glasses. We have actually been working on this idea for about 1.5 years now. And with all the things happening in the world, we of course had a little bit of a delay, but we have actually started making our market entry in Europe and starting in the US this month, hopefully, probably. So we're very excited about that. And what our product actually is, as I said, this thing here, audio glasses. And what we tried to do is, I will show you this briefly, is we tried to design something that has slimmer temples and that is not as heavy and bulky as some of the other audio glasses around. So that is why 1.5 years ago, we got together with glasses designers, eyewear designers. We have our own technology in there. So we come from a background of audio technology. We've actually developed the first MEMS speaker, first MEMS micro speaker, and that is one speaker on each side in here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so we make the audio module. We had the glasses designer design some very nice shapes for us. And yeah, we've been working for the past 1.5 years on bringing all of that to the market. And maybe what's also special is that we have this fancy little charging case here. So instead of plugging cables or wires or anything into your glasses, what you do to charge is you just pop your glasses in here.
Awesome.
And they have these little charging pins here in the sides. So at the hinges, we have our charging contacts and it just charges on the go. So this thing also acts as a power bank, which is pretty practical. And that is very quickly what Fauna is and what it does. So as you can see, you can use it for conference calls. You can use it for listening to music. I personally love it for working because I guess many people know that you're in the office, you have your headphones or earphones in, and somebody says something to you and you just don't hear it. So the classic scenarios, you have one earbud in and one earbud out, and it's not very satisfying. So this is like my favorite thing.
As an audio engineer, as you might be able to tell,
yes.
I'm kind of
okay. I'm going to pull up my tech sheet, so just in case.
One of the things that I would have to ask is, are they Jawbone technology?
Nope, they're free field audio.
Okay. Explain the difference there for our audience, for those who may not know.
Yeah. So we get to ask this question a lot, actually. So the difference is when you use bone conduction, you have something sitting very snugly on your skull, pretty much, and that sends vibrations through your bone, and that creates the sound, very simply explained. And what we have is, we have here, I don't know, maybe let's see how good my camera is. So what we have here is these little meshes, and underneath that we have our audio module, and that produces the sound. So it's a classical tweeter, that's our technology, and additionally a woofer. So we have a nice frequency bandwidth.
Okay, and how audible is it to people around you?
That's something that we're very proud of. We have developed a dipole configuration, which means it directs the sound pretty much to your ear. So if I mean, of course, if it's a very quiet room and I have my glasses on full volume, people around me will hear that I'm listening to something. But like now, for example, if my partner, who is already asleep, as it's very late here in Austria, if my partner were sitting next to me, he wouldn't hear anything of what we're talking about now.
Okay, now one quick tech question: are you using them right now?
Yes, I am. I hope the audio
Oh.
quality is good. Otherwise, I'm scared. Yeah.
Well, I mean, do they have microphones built into them too
They
for
do.
conference calling? So that
Yes.
is the microphone that we're hearing right
Yes.
now from the from
Exactly.
the glasses. That is
Yeah.
pretty good. Like, as somebody who does podcasting a lot, that's some pretty good audio.
Thank you. I'm glad. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is you know,
It took a while to develop that.
Well, and what I love about it is the noise canceling that's there on the microphone. I'm not hearing a lot of stray noise in the background, things like that. So pretty crisp, pretty clear. What is the audio range of those headphones? Is that a 20 to 20K?
It's wait, let me just look that up just in case so I don't say something wrong. So the frequency, yeah, you know, I'm not an audio engineer, and I
That's
want to
all
be
right.
careful. I don't want to give.
I gotta ask before I get a pair.
That's good.
That's all.
So our frequency bandwidth is 150 hertz to 20 kilohertz.
Okay, not bad at all. So a little bit of natural bass range, roll off, stuff like that, but to be expected with something that's not in ear or over ear fully. So
of course. So I gotta say, if you're looking for these like really good basses, you're not gonna get that with the
well, yeah, but I mean, most of that and most of that is accentuated to begin with. Really, whenever you're wearing like 20 hertz headphones, something like that, like what I have, you're mixing music, so it's a totally different purpose than going out jogging or listening to your podcast while you're working, things like that. I guess one of my last questions that I really have to ask is, as a prescription wearer, do you have a prescription option? Is it something that you can get lenses for it?
So currently what we ship as a standard are these blue light filter lenses that I have in here now. You probably see the blue light reflected a little bit. We also have 2 models with sunglasses, so sunglasses lenses implemented, but as all of the front here and also the tips of the glasses in the back is just acetate. So what you know from normal glasses, you can basically go to any optician and tell them, hey, I got these glasses, would you please put my prescription lenses in them? And from the opticians that we've worked with, they say pretty much any diameter, anything you need in terms of prescription lenses is possible.
Wow, fantastic. And what styles are they available in? Styles, colors, things like that?
So we have these two. We have these cat eye models, and there is this one and a sunglasses one. And I have here, let's see that I don't throw everything around. I have here this model that is the more rectangular one. This is the sunglasses model.
Yeah.
And of that, we also have a very, very stylish and fancy blue light filter model, which is our best seller at the moment. So everybody wants that because it has the Havana design, this turtle shell design, and that's something that's just super on vogue at the moment. But we are working on more designs and more colors.
Fantastic. Yeah, I have seen these advertised, and at Christmas I almost pulled the string on a pair. And it was like, I don't know yet. But I'm starting to see more of them, and I've been pretty impressed with some of the near field earphones that I've heard. Aftershocks, of course, things like that are out there in the market. We have people popping up on our chat room right now saying that, like, yeah, they look amazing. And like I said, as an audio engineer and someone who podcasts regularly, got some amazing audio on that microphone. Tell everybody where they can go to find out more, where they can go to order their pair. Are they available out on market right now? Is it something that they can get on Amazon from your shop only? Let us know more.
So at the moment, we are still selling everything via our web shop. So that is wearfauna.com. So wearfauna.com, just as in one word. But we are currently, so keep your fingers crossed for us, we are currently preparing all the shipments for Amazon in the US. Also, different Amazon platforms all over Europe. So Austria, Germany, Italy, Sweden, I think, is on the list. But basically, you can get them on our website. That's probably at the moment the easiest and fastest. Will also be available in retail stores, but with all the lockdown going on in different parts of Europe, at least, it's a little bit hard at the moment.
Yeah, maybe a minute or two before you can see them on a shelf, but definitely available via digital order. What is the entry point on those as far as price?
So right now they're selling at, I think in US dollars, it's 299.
Okay.
In euros, it's 249.
Wow. Not horribly expensive for a pair of over the ear, especially discreet headphones. And man, if you could especially work in like a hearing assistive app for the elderly, something like that, where they can just even use the microphone that's on there to be able to, through an app, turn it up, turn it down, things like that, you'd be into a whole new market really, really fast.
That's something that's, I mean, it's not on our like short-term roadmap, but it's something that we get asked a lot and something that we are really thinking about, because you could use the microphone to enhance the voice of the people that are talking to you, which is a really awesome use case. So we are looking into that.
Well, and that's just it. Most of those devices focus on everything. Whereas that would be very directional, directly where you're looking. So amazing use cases for that. Thank you so much for taking the time to come on. Wearfauna.com?
Yes.
Fantastic. I'm glad I got that right. Isabel, thank you so much for taking the time. Have a great rest of your digital CES.
Thank you. You too. And keep making great content. It's really enjoyable.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you so much. We love hearing that. Man, such cool stuff. I'm telling you, when it comes last year walking around, I had seen quite a few people on job site, things like that over the last year or so with Jawbone headphones, things like that. And of course there had been Jawbone microphones by Motorola, that kind of stuff for cell phones. But when you're talking about wearables like this, really cool stuff. Coming up next, we have Sword. Is that correct?
Hi, it's a very Dutch name. It's Sjoerd.
Sjoerd.
But it's so Dutch, so no worries about mispronouncing it. Absolutely no worries.
How are you today?
I'm good. Yeah,
fantastic. Enjoying your digital CES experience?
I am. Yes, I am. Yeah.
Good. Well, tell us a little bit about Tover and what it is that y'all do.
So what we have is, it's called Tover Tafel, and that means magic table. And it's a game system for people with severe cognitive disabilities. And our most well-known product is the magic table for people with late-stage dementia.
Oh, interesting.
It's a box about this big that we mount in the ceiling in a care home. And inside the box is a projector and sensors and computer hardware, and we project games on the table, the normal everyday table that's already present at the care home. And you play the games by touching the projections. So, for example, we project autumn leaves on the table, and you can swipe them away. Or there's a beach ball that you can bounce towards each other.
Okay. And I've seen installations like this at numerous places. Like I travel a lot. I've seen them in airports, in children's play areas, that kind of stuff. Yeah. You see them in malls all over the country, just like by the entrance as you walk in, where it's like, why is it? Whoa! It's like I'm walking on water and there are ripples going on.
Exactly.
And yeah, like I work SAP Sapphire every year, and they had a big installation like that a year or so ago, where it was like LCD panels that you were walking on and were interacting with you as you did it with visual mapping. And the technologies that you guys use to accomplish this with digital mapping, things like that, what are y'all used? I don't want you to give away anything proprietary, of course. Of course not. But what kind of technologies are y'all leveraging to help make this happen?
Well, the technology itself is not really that new or that advanced. What is so amazing, if I can say myself, about our product is how we've designed the actual games, because we're focusing on people with late-stage dementia. And these are people that lose the ability to activate themselves. These are people who live in care homes. If they don't get any stimulus from somebody, they will just sit in their chair and do nothing. And they will get bored, and they will get depressed, and they can even get apathy. Apathy is the total lack of feeling and emotions, and it's actually the #1 cause of death amongst these people. And what we do is our games are designed in such a way that you only have to use those parts of your brains that won't get damaged by Alzheimer's. So that's how we know how we can reach people, even in the last stage of their dementia journey, the last phase of their lives. We can reach to them, we can activate them again, and we can get them out of apathy, and we improve their quality of life.
Wow. And like you were saying, the apathy is where things really come to an issue when you're talking about elderly, the lack of interaction, and the motivation to do something.
Yeah, definitely. And especially now in these COVID times, it's harder and harder for care personnel to activate their residents of their care facility. So yeah, that's where we come in.
Now, how long have you guys been out there? What are your use cases right now? Are y'all out in facilities as we speak?
Yeah, the company started 5 years ago, or 6 years ago already. We are now active in 12 countries, and over 5,000 care homes are using our product right now. And we just launched in North America. It's not the official launch yet. That's in springtime. But care homes can now place a pre-order so that they can be assured that they will be the very first in North America with the Magic Table.
That is incredible. Now, what is the size factor of this table? What is the operating distance, things like that?
Well, the box itself, it's I'm so sorry. I'm not very good in inches. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Centimeters is fine.
Oh, wonderful.
Bigger than a bread box.
It's about the size of a bread box. Yeah.
Okay.
And it comes with a ceiling mount, so you just mount it in the ceiling, just above the dining room table. And it doesn't really matter the height of your ceiling or the size of your table, because the projection field itself, it's adjustable to the size of your table. And there's a nice projector inside with a wide angle lens inside, so you can cover probably any kind of table surface from any normal ceiling height.
Okay. So about the size of a standard office projector, nothing crazy.
Yeah, a bit bigger, because there's a casing around it and everything, but not that much. Yeah.
And is it something that has to be connected to a computer, or is it all one proprietary device?
Yeah, everything is inside the device.
Wow. Yeah. That is pretty incredible, because I know a lot of the systems have to be wired to other things, other places. You've got one sensor that's going to the computer, then another that's going to the projection system.
Yeah, no, we try to make this as, and I mean this with all respect, but to make it as care home friendly as possible, so that all the care workers, but also if family members come visit their loved ones, they can just get the remote, just switch it on and have a go.
Yeah, precisely. And that barrier of technical entry is really huge, because the last thing you want to do is have to have a training meeting with a bunch of your staff. Hey, we got this new thing, and hey, if we're going to use it, guess what? Here's the process that everybody has to know, which is immediately going to decline its general usage in the environment. Like when there's a barrier of learning, that means that hey, we got to train these 2 people this day. We got to train these 2 people that day. So when it's something as easy as turn it on, menu boots up, select your game, you're done. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we worked very hard to make it as easy to operate as possible. I mean, for somebody like you and me, we're not scared for some buttons and some remotes and some extra technical stuff. But for a lot of people, it's still, just like you say, it's a barrier to enter, a barrier to use it. Yeah.
Now, a couple of quick questions. We got about 3 minutes left in our interview here. Number one, what is the barrier of entry cost-wise? Is there a consumer version, like a home version, or is it business to business only?
No, we really focus on care homes, memory units, long-term care facilities, all that. So it's really a business to business product that we have.
Okay. Yeah, that's always one thing that I'm curious about, especially whenever it comes to things like this, because when you're talking even beyond elderly care homes, special needs care homes in the same right, with people with mental disabilities, things like that would be a fantastic use model.
Oh, definitely
for this product.
We have suites of games for various people with different kind of cognitive disabilities. So we do have a whole suite of games for people with a learning disability. We are studying, because everything we do is backed up by science and clinical neuropsychologist research. So right now we are studying what we can do for children with a disability. For example, children with an autism spectrum disorder.
Sure. Anybody on the autism spectrum, ADHD, ADD. Like I said, to start incorporating these into preschools, that kind of stuff, where every kid gets 10, 15 minutes of time a day, would be invaluable learning tools.
Definitely. And it's physical. You have to move around to use it, to play it. It's not just sitting passively in your chair and just watching the screen.
Or a tablet or something like that. Yeah, absolutely. Well, once again, tell everybody before we let you go where they can go to find out more about the Tobertafel. Did I say that correctly?
That's amazing. I think
it's been a while since I visited over there in the Amsterdam, but
all right.
I remember how to say a couple things.
When the lockdown is over and you're here, let me buy you a cup of coffee.
Oh, you bet.
Or some other stuff that we sell here, but maybe that's not something to talk about.
Things that we cannot talk about at CES.
No. No, it's it's called Tover, TOVER.care. Tover.care, TOVER.care.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come on, talk with us, and expose us to this amazing product that's available for care homes, things like that.
Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. Take care and enjoy the rest of your digital CES.
I will. Thank you very much. You too.
Oh, most definitely. Man, things like that. I have friends that work in the projection mapping world. And to know that all of a couple years ago was when they started launching a lot of the auto tracking technologies that are out there right now. If any of you are familiar out there, I'm a big, if you can't tell, big time comic book nerd. The Marvel stunt show that started traveling the country a few years ago was one of the first shows in the country to really start exploiting this projection technology live, where they had interactive, quote, holograms that were put onto scrims. All the actors wore tracking modules on them, and had spotlights and projectors that were specifically tuned to them, so that in the middle of a stunt show, if you had to get out of the way of a motorcycle, let's say, that was coming past you, you didn't miss your spotlight cue, because hey, if you're not on that spotlight, the spotlight operator won't hit you right. So what they had was individual cameras on spotlights watching these motion trackers on the actors. So whenever they moved left, their spotlight intelligently moved with them. And they always had a backup spotlight that was following. Just absolutely incredible technology. So when you're talking about using this tracking technology that has become much more commonplace, even last year, walking around, seeing some of the 3D tracking stuff that was available for hospitals for kinetic use, in physical therapy in settings, things like that, to be able to track muscular movement in a live real time environment. Absolutely amazing. And to see that these guys are leveraging that same technology to help people with Alzheimer's, other mental ailments, other situations, like we were saying, learning disabled children, so many different use cases that stuff like that can be used for. And if you're enjoying this technology that you're seeing right now, folks, if you are enjoying everything that we have been doing here at CES, make sure to go on by the Tech Podcast Network. That is where you can find all of the content from the shows that have been hosting this, myself, as well as Plug Hits Live Radio, GNC Week in Review, Geek News Central, all that good stuff. We're so happy to be able to provide this coverage for you guys. Stop on by there. There's donate links, all that kind of good stuff. It's that kind of stuff that makes this possible. So make sure to stop on by, subscribe, like, all that good stuff for Tech Podcast Network and the shows on it. It's great to see what those guys have been producing and putting out, and to know that they, year after year, this is only my second year to be involved with the coverage for CES. But with my experience in broadcast and everything else, to see how these guys do it, it is so on point. It is so fantastic. So it really is some fantastic, great coverage that they provide for this entire event, as well as Roboticon and all kinds of great stuff. So if you like techie things, nerdy things, geeky things, toys, coding, what have you, stop on by today. Tech Podcast Network is what you're looking for. Tons of great content over there. Thank you guys for always supporting and for bringing us out to events like this, for bringing me out to events like CES. I live in the world of tech, as you can see right here behind me, and to see some of the stuff that's being released in my world. One of the things that I saw the other day that had that had crossed my path in my emails, like Todd was saying earlier today, typically he would be getting like couple thousand emails a day. And that's, a little bit slowed down. Granted, even last year, it was one of those, I was garnering couple hundred a day. Even though it was my first year there. And sure, that slowed down a little bit, but to see the technology that is exhibiting, to see that technology that is still coming out, despite the pandemic, the fact that people are still innovating, still pushing, still bringing new things into the marketplace. To go back to what I was saying a second ago, the email that I got that was really interesting was a new fiber optic gimbal. If you don't know what a gimbal is, it's basically an arm like this that you put a camera on that, gets you your crane shots and all that kind of stuff. Other than drones, that's how you get like nice sweeping shots going up a cityscape in a movie, that kind of stuff. And this was one of the first fiber optically controlled gimbals that would offer zero latency between joystick control and action, which when you're talking about control in a movie environment, that kind of stuff is, you get used to a certain kind of control whenever you're operating robocams, hand tilt zoom cameras, that kind of stuff, where there's an anticipation of I'm gonna move my focus, and it's gonna, as I turn, it's gonna turn and then focus. This would be as you turn, it focuses immediately, as though you were controlling the camera itself, which is really cool to know that there will be no latency in control, no latency in movement, zero latency in focus, being able to rack focus, being able to dial back iris, things like that. It offers a whole new realm of shooting, how you shoot, and the way that production is done and the speed in which production can be done with that kind of equipment. So it's really, really great to to see that kind of stuff coming out, to see the new stuff coming out for home studio solutions, be it wiring, lighting, that kind of thing, from great people like Monster, who sponsors Scott's show, Plug Hits Live, things like that, who he's teamed up with and done plenty of videos for. If you are not familiar with the Monster line, the Illuminescence line, things like that, stop on by Plug Hits Live. Check out some of their video content. They did a great series whenever the Luminescence line launched last year, on instructional videos on setting them up, integrating them, getting them to crosstalk with each other, things like that. And to see what they are doing with other lighting solutions, not only for home, but for office and studio use. Like their new geometric shapes that are smoke black that'll be coming out. Oh my God, they are so beautiful. And the lighting on them is, because the smoke black, a little bit more subdued. So really cool things out there. Great solutions for both your home studio, for the professional environment, for the prosumer environment. I know Kirk was saying yesterday he was looking forward to the announcement of the new Samsung S21. It's sad. It's horrible. Because I was just looking at upgrading to an S20 like a week or so ago. I put it on my list like, hey, my phone's almost paid off. And when it comes time for a new one, that's the one I'm going to get right there. And to see that the S21's coming out already, it's like, oh, man, what do you do? But these technologies, even the one that Todd interviewed just before I came on, I wrote it down. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Aconir. They were the LiDAR sensor, the millimeter wave radar sensor. That's just wow. The applications for that technology are through the roof possibilities. And, even the gentleman that we spoke with earlier with the water filtration system, or not water filtration, but water tracking system for your home. That's a big one, especially if you live here in Texas, where we are regularly under drought conditions, that kind of stuff. Like he said, Texas, it's a big place. There's a lot of land. A lot of people like having swimming pools because it gets really, really hot. And man, those things can just be a water dump if you're not careful, especially in Texas and the heat. If you don't have proper aeration, things like that, you can really be spending a lot more in water than you expect. So to see that there are people out there with options like that available in the consumer space, things like that start in the consumer space before they start going into the B2B, the business to business space. Absolutely awesome. Oh, fantastic. We have our next guest, Mr. Matt Campagna. How are you today? Is it Reflection or Reflexion?
Reflection, you got it.
Fantastic. Incredible sports training service. Tell us a little bit about this, what helped you conceptualize it, and what you guys are doing.
Sure. So Reflection is a visual cognitive training company. So we train visual cognitive functions for sports, like peripheral vision, complex reaction time, depth perception, skills that you need as an athlete in order to perform. Just a couple of examples, whether you're a fighter trying to remember your opponent's combinations, or you're a hitter trying to judge when to swing at a fastball traveling 100 miles per hour, or you're a wide receiver trying to see a football out of your peripheral in order to line up and catch it. Visual skills are extremely important for athletic performance, and it turns out that they can actually be trained. And so at Reflection, we train those using state-of-the-art touchscreen light boards that we've developed, and a cloud-based data analytics platform called Reflection. And so the way that our system works is athletes stand in front of our touchscreen-based light boards, and they're playing these gamified drills that are training those cognitive functions, and then they can see the results, see how they're progressing over time, see how they stack up against other athletes, all from our app that accesses our cloud-based backend.
That is pretty phenomenal technology. Is this something that these athletes use in their home? Do they have to go to a facility? Is it a program that they sign up for, like along the lines of Peloton, like a membership, or how does this work?
Great question. So we actually started B2B, working with gyms primarily, as well as some universities and the MLB. Some of our more notable customers include Penn State, Duke, the Air Force Academy.
Oh, wow.
Just to name a few of our larger name customers. We did a study last year where we worked with the MLB and were able to correlate our performance data, our cognitive performance data, to performance on the field. And so we have a business offering meant for teams that train a lot of gyms that train a lot of athletes. And then we also have an at-home offering called Flex that we introduced this year that actually leverages a touchscreen TV platform in order to provide the same sort of elite vision training that we offer to our business customers in your own home. And in that model, it's exactly like you mentioned. It's like any other connected fitness platform. You can purchase our Flex hardware platform, the touchscreen TV interface, and that is actually available at Dick's starting this month, Dick's Sporting Goods.
Oh, wow.
For $34.99. And then we have a subscription that goes along with that. That's $49 a month.
Okay, well, that is absolutely affordable whenever you're talking about now, is this like a proprietary tracker that you wear? Do you use a webcam? How does it go about tracking you? But for a service to begin with, $45 a month for the basics of a private trainer in your own home is next to nothing.
Yeah, so $49 a month, but the way that it works is that you're engaging with the touchscreen. So as you're doing these drills, your data gets tracked via our app. And from there, we're able to tell you things like what your reaction time was, what your peripheral vision was, what your depth perception was, your working memory. And we're able to show that to you in a way that's easy to understand. We're able to compare you to other athletes. And we're able to show you how you progressed over time so that you can meet your goals on the field or the court.
Well, and that's just it. Like I'm a prime example, just a similar use case is the fact that I got a brainwave headband to start monitoring myself while I slept on the road because I started having migraines while I was asleep. And it was like, I could either take time off the road and go do a sleep study and then go do another sleep study and then go do another sleep study. Or I could just record my brain waves at night. And if I have an episode, I have a recording and I can give it to my doctor. And now I'm doing it at home. So the same way that any professional trainer would go out and have themselves like mapped for their golf swing, let's say, something along those lines, this is now something that they can do in their own home to help their own performance as an athlete, to help their own performance and track that, as well as get immediate feedback.
Absolutely. And going back to what I said earlier, those visual skills are just so important for athletics, not only for performance, but injury prevention. There are studies that have shown that by doing sports vision training for even 6 weeks during preseason for baseball, that batting average is able to be increased by 10%. And in football, by doing the same sort of vision training, they've been able to show an 80% reduction in the incidence of concussion. So
absolutely,
skills are paramount.
Yeah, if you can see that truck coming that extra 1/10 of a second earlier, you can kind of prepare yourself for that impact.
Absolutely.
And it's the same exact thing. If you can see that ball coming earlier, you can adjust your body and maybe not overswing, pull your back out, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, that incremental betterment as an athlete, and even in so many other areas as well, especially whenever you're talking about like, hey, I've got a young kid. To be able to use this as well for young children to start working on their abilities with peripheral vision, to start working with their acuity, with reflexes, reaction, coordination, balance, all that kind of stuff, and invaluable for that kind of use, you know?
Absolutely. And, from our perspective, it starts at the high levels of sports. I mean, we've, at this point, we've partnered with Evan Holyfield, actually, son of 4-time heavyweight champion Evander Holyfield. He's been training with our technologies. He's 5-0 in his own career now. We've trained Tony Kanaan, Alexander Rossi, both Indy 500 champions. And it really starts at that high level of sports, but just like strength training, or any other sort of training technique that came out of elite sports, eventually it trickles down and everyone's doing it for everyday wellness. And so I absolutely believe that at some point in the future you'll see visual cognitive training in the YMCA.
Well, man, and like I said, especially whenever you're talking about the world, like I'm from Texas. Texas football, man, we live it, we breathe it. To know that this technology could be leveraged in schools to help lower the incident of concussion on the field, that it could be used to help lower the incident of injury rate with kids in baseball, all kinds of stuff. Like you said, what starts with the professionals trickles down within that field. And to see that this is something that, even though it started up in that high realm, is immediately, and like you said, getting ready to be available at your local Dick's Sporting Goods store. Once again, when is that available? Where can people go right now to find it? When can they start training at home with this device and this technology?
Sure. So right now you can purchase a Flex at shop.reflexion.co. That's reflexion.co. And we actually just announced the news with Dick's Sporting Goods, and it will be available on their website, not in stores right now, not yet, but on their website beginning later this month. So we'll be sharing the link to that as soon as it's available. We are Reflexion on Instagram, so we're easy to find, and check out the product. We'd be happy to tell anyone more about it, and very soon it'll be at Dick's.
Well, fantastic. Congratulations on landing that. It's always great to see when new and burgeoning technologies like this get picked up early, because like I said, so many various use cases for your technology, not just in the sporting field. So many use cases. So congratulations on the hard work and on the payoff. So yeah, enjoy. Absolutely. Thank you so much for taking the time out of what I know is a very busy digital CES for you, and hope to see you next year at an actual booth.
Same. Thanks for having us.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Wow. Just amazing stuff, man. Like I was one of those kids that went to a little bit of physical therapy for balance, that kind of thing, when I was younger. And to know that there's technology like that can be utilized in the home, really cool stuff. Our next person up in the studio, Justin with Swidget Corp. How are you today, sir?
Doing great, thank you.
Wow, you are at a command center like me, my friend. I am always interested to talk to people that have command centers like that. Tell us a little bit about Swidget and what all of this amazing technology that you are surrounded by is all about.
Sure. Yeah, this is what COVID does to you. You have to become innovative, and what we have here is our virtual studio that we put together in September, and it was basically to demonstrate our product offering because you're used to those in-person visits, and we can no longer do that.
Well, yeah, and I mean, fantastic job with doing so, because yeah, so many things, so many technologies like this do depend on that press of flesh at a convention booth. You know, it really is one of those seeing is believing moments. So whenever you can provide that experience for someone, it is always helpful to translate the technology in that way.
100%.
Well, tell us a little bit about Swidget, what it is that you guys do, and what that amazing machine over to your left is.
Yeah, so that's actually, we're demonstrating one of our new switches that we just developed, our ERV switch, and this is working specifically with Panasonic energy recovery ventilation system. So we were demoing that earlier today. So that's it in a nutshell. The rest of the studio is just demonstrating. So what Swidget is we're a manufacturer of modular smart devices. And so you're familiar with regular smart devices, whether it be your lighting controls or your outlets. What we've done that's different from the competition is we've separated the power components from the control components. So when you look here, you see the power device itself, that gets wired up in your home just like any other wiring device in your home. And then everything that's likely to change with the advancement of technology or other platforms, that's housed in the control insert module itself. So it's a future-proof smart device that you install once, and then as emerging technologies come out, such as Wi-Fi 6 or 5G, you can simply replace that control insert module. You don't have to worry about hiring another electrician to install that device. So the rest of the wall here shows various outlets and switches and dimming switches and appliances that are plugged into them or wired up to them, such as our lighting, that we can demonstrate how that works with our app from where you are. So we actually have this studio and we'll give credentials to our audience wherever they may be. We've done calls with home builders in Hawaii. I actually had a call earlier today with someone out of India, and they're able to control our studio here from their location.
Wow. Wow. And that's pretty incredible, especially like you said, with the future proof of the smart device, because one of the things that comes to bear is, of course, the replacement of things. Sure, you're replacing a smart socket now, but what about 4 years from now, like you said, when Wi-Fi 6 comes out and your phone is no longer supporting what the old platform? It'd be about like trying to do something on like a 2G antenna right now, you know, like
exactly.
Good luck. Not that you're stuff isn't backward compatible, but at the same time, knowing whether or not the protocols will talk back and forth, and whether it may turn your device on, but it may not control speed, may not control color of the lights. You know, it may do one function, but it probably won't do all of them.
And you're absolutely right. And there's Wi-Fi, but there's also other platforms, connectivity platforms such as Z-Wave or Zigbee. You know, there's Alexa, there's Google, there's Apple HomeKit. Which protocol do you want to use? So with Swidget, you don't have to guess at any of that. That all of our devices, coupled with our control inserts, are capable of working with all those various platforms. So it's future-proof, it's modular. It takes away that pain point of having to guess whether my smart device is going to be relevant in 2 or 3 years from now.
Yeah. And that's interesting, though, the fact that your module communicates with all those different languages, because that's typically not the case if you go out and buy a smart device. If you go out and buy something like that, typically it's a locked protocol. You know, you're going to be locked down to whatever that manufacturer is. Maybe if you find another LG device, you could control part of it, but you aren't going to control another company's device with that.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess the reason why we're more open than others is, in addition to having that control ability with our control insert, we actually provide further functionality in way of you could have a night light, for instance. So you could have a night light as well as a control device, or a USB charger, a power out light. And now we just recently launched our temperature humidity motion, and our air quality sensors. So you'll be able to control your device based on some sort of sensory thing that's happening within your home. And that's where we have this ERV that we're demonstrating from Panasonic, where this can be wired up in your home's ecosystem, and we can actually trigger this to come on based on the air quality in your living space, or a temperature change, or detecting motion or occupancy because you have a group of 5 or 6 people and you want your ERV to operate in the optimum level and go into their high speed to give you clean, fresh air throughout your home.
Well, sure, absolutely. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, my dad had a house that we would go to every once in a while. And it was one of those that, like, whenever we showed up, he turned the power on, because he wasn't going to just run power and run AC and things like that for absolutely no reason when we weren't there for 3 weeks, So to have devices like this where you can set alarms, you can set dates via distance to turn things on. You can say, hey, okay, if the humidity gets to a certain point, start circulating the air. Don't turn the AC or the heat on. Just circulate the air so that it doesn't get stagnant and keep mold from growing. That kind of stuff. Absolutely phenomenal. And
100%. You hit the nail on the head for like bathroom fan applications. You don't need to worry about turning the fan on or turning it off too soon. We've got algorithms built into our programs and our sensors that it'll be able to identify when the humidity has changed by an X percentage in a quick manner of time. You know what? Turn my bathroom fan on and stay on until that humidity has been dissipated, and then you don't have to worry about any mold buildup or mildew or even just simple, steam building up on your mirrors.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to say, speaking of restrooms, one of the questions that I had, just real quick, having done a little bit of home installation, things like that, are these EFI compatible? Are they like breaker compatible? Were they anything near, like, within 3 feet of a water has to have a UFI?
So with our devices, they are not they don't have GFI capability built into them. However, you could have a GFI breaker or a GFI outlet downstream of the device itself. So in a bathroom application, you could have a GFI, and then wired to that GFI could be a Swidget device.
Okay. So it would basically be the GFI would be the one closest, and then that would be further away on the same circuit.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Which is pretty common in a bathroom wiring situation, that everything's on the same circuit to begin with. So
you generally have one GFI, and then downstream you'd have
exactly.
the other outlets.
That was just one of my initial questions right off the bat, especially seeing the location of the sensor, where the GFI would typically be located.
And for that reason, that is the reason why we cannot have GFI currently capability within the device. The device we're using as a power supply for the various insert modules. So there's a number of other inserts that are going to be coming out, such as high definition video cameras that you can use for security, various motion sensors, and capabilities to do light or daylight harvesting. So not only using smart technology where you can set up automations and scenes and rules, but you could set up a smart device with a schedule on it with a motion sensor that says, if I sense motion, turn on, but only do it if it's after sunset. Or if there's not enough ambient light or artificial light in the room. Yeah,
that is really awesome to know that there's people like you out there developing things like this that are compatible, and forward compatible is the big part. That as things will be released, it will be compatible with them. Where can everybody go to find out more about Swidget? Where can they go? Is this a product that is out on market right now? Is this a contractor only type package where it's only for home builders, or can people go buy them from your website for install in their own home?
So yes, it's at swidget.com. We're available online, so we do have our own shop, and you get to that through our website. We also sell through the electrical distribution and HVAC distribution channels throughout North America, and ultimately through the home builder. So you can get it as a consumer, you can get it through a builder as a contractor as well. And also within our website at the top right corner, I believe it is, you can schedule a demo where you could actually have your own virtual meeting with me at the studio office here. We'll hand over the controls to you, and you can demonstrate how our app works and the various sensor insert modules that we have available.
Fantastic. Well, Justin, thank you so much for coming on, explaining this incredible technology that you guys have developed over there with Swidget. Take care, and we hope to see you at a booth next year.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
All right. Well, we got a few more interviews here before my time is up on this second day of coverage here with the Tech Podcast Network. Let's go ahead and bring our next guest on from Brink Biotics. Eric Lloyd, how are you today, sir?
I'm doing really well. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Tell us a little bit about Brink Bionics and what it is that you guys are all about.
So Brink Bionics is a neurotech company from Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. And what we're developing is what I have on right now. This is Impulse. So Impulse is a wearable neural interface that augments or optimizes reaction time for PC gamers. So if you're playing fast-paced action games, shooters, or other RTS type games, Impulse will grab your intentions from your peripheral nervous system off of your muscles and relay that directly to your computer as a mouse click, thereby providing up to 80 milliseconds improvement to your reaction time.
Wow. Wow. So it's basically reading the electrical impulse of your nerve before it moves your muscle.
You got it. Rather, yes. So just as the signal reaches the muscle. So yeah. It's right at that edge.
Yeah. So you're basically shortcutting the muscular response that it takes to push the button and making that neuron push the button directly.
You got it.
Dude, that is awesome.
Thank you.
That has to be one of the most awesomely nerdy applications of this I've ever heard, without getting too proprietary and giving away all your dirty secrets. Let's go into this a little bit, because I've literally started like driving my synthesizers back here with my brain waves, things like that. So I would love to get a glove like this to like drive control voltage on my synthesizers with my hands with gestures.
That would be very cool.
So tell us a little bit about this technology. What brought you about to, obviously you're a gamer. I don't know anybody else that would try to short circuit the physical system of gaming other than a gamer.
Yeah, exactly. I am. I think like a lot of people my age, I've been a gamer for most of my life. So Brink Bionics started actually as a prosthetics company. Both my co-founders are world leaders in developing neural interface technology in the academic research sphere. So we started building bionic limbs with integrated artificial intelligence to make a more intuitive control system. In our time with that, developing that kind of technology, we wanted to be able to innovate on neurotech faster than we could with a medical device company. In part because there's lots of barriers to entry for medical device companies. If you want to sell something that treats a medical condition, there's a lot of regulations you need to pass through. So we wanted to focus on a market where we could release innovations and newer versions of technology much faster without barriers to entry. So that's part of the reason we shifted from prosthetics to neurotech specifically for esports. The second one was there's a lot of companies we found that were already building prosthetics that were affordable and had integrated machine learning. So as a team, we decided, well, we can either do the same thing everybody else is doing, or we can try and do something totally crazy and different that nobody has tried before. There's been other muscle sensor technology for consumers, but nothing that is geared so targeted at esports before. And so that's why we decided to shift to this technology.
I cannot wait until I hear about the first kerfuffle at an esports gaming con where somebody's using your device and they claim it is cheating. I can't wait. I can't wait. Like, I cannot wait until you are the controversy in the gaming world, because it's going to happen.
Oh, absolutely.
It's going to happen. They're like, oh, that guy got the high score on Donkey Kong because of that stupid glove, man. Like, he didn't actually jump all those barrels the way he should, So explain a little bit how your technology actively, I guess, reads what's going on inside of your hand. Because I think a lot of people don't realize the inductive technology that you're using to read those electrical impulses, that kind of stuff.
Sure. So with what we measure is EMG, called electromyography, and it's basically the electrical signal that manifests inside your muscle when a motor unit action potential, when a signal from your peripheral nervous system hits your muscle. There's an exchange of ions across the muscle membrane, and then you get this tiny voltage change in the muscle. And then the muscle takes time to contract enough to generate enough force to move your finger. So there's actually a delay between that electrical signal first showing up in your muscle and the finger actually moving enough, or any joint in your body moving enough to perform an action. And that time delay is what we take advantage of. So conventionally, with any type of nervous system interface, whether it's using EEG for a brain sensing headset or muscle sensor technology, the algorithms need to collect a certain amount of data over time before they can make a decision on what you're trying to do. And that could be anywhere from 50 to 300 milliseconds of data the system is waiting to collect before it decides what you want to do. Now, as you can see just from me saying that, a system that waits 300 milliseconds to make a decision could never be used for gaming, because that's a third of a second delay. Yeah. So what my co-founders and I have developed is algorithms that are able to make decisions on a very small amount of data. So we can collect a few milliseconds of data, know what you're going to do within the context of gaming, and then relay those intentions to your game. So that's where our difference lies.
Wow. And I mean, the applications of this technology in various fields. I mean, the first one that comes into mind, of course, is drones.
Yep.
Drone control, especially drone racing, that kind of stuff, where that speed and precision control is absolutely necessary. But also when you're talking about just plain old drone camera operation, that kind of stuff, where it's going to predictively send you on your path to begin with and make it a more fluid, enjoyable experience, a more fluid experience in the drone path to begin with.
Right. Neurotech's going to do that. Imagine no longer having to carry a physical controller. You are the controller. And that's why Neurotech, absolutely changes more spaces than just gaming.
Now, are you guys looking at the application of this technology in other fields? Are y'all looking at what are some of the other use cases you guys are considering?
So there are definitely, like you've said, drone and robotics control use cases. As of right now, what we've learned from both my co-founders, a lot of time in academia, it's important with Neurotech to really pick a direction and develop and tailor your hardware and algorithms for that specific problem. So for now, we're focused on the different problems we can solve in gaming and esports, but there are a lot of applications, basically any applications where someone is moving and needs to move more efficiently or faster, our technology can be applied.
Yeah, man. Just so many, like my brain is a buzz right now with the applications of this stuff. So exciting to see somebody so young with such verve and excitement for something, taking the reins on a project like this. How long have you guys been in development? Is this something that is currently available on the market? Are you looking for a launch anytime soon?
So so we've been in development. Brink Bionics has been around since 2017, but we've been in development with this technology for under 2 years. We launched our Kickstarter November, December of last year, where we hit our goal and got our first pre-orders, which is really exciting. And for anybody who's missed those pre-orders, we also have an Indiegogo on-demand page up now where you can order a pre-order impulse for about another month. And that you can access that link just by going to brinkbionics.com, and that'll take you right to our Indiegogo page.
Fantastic. And what is the entry point on this item?
So right now it's $177 Canadian.
Oh my Lord. That is nothing. That's nothing. Like a decent flight controller or driving simulator controller will set you back that much. You know, like a good set of headphones like what you're wearing will set you back 129, and that's just a set of headphones with a microphone, man. To know that, dude, I'm getting one. I am going on to Indiegogo and I am adapting this to control my synthesizers.
That's awesome. Yeah. Let me know how that works. That's awesome. That's a great idea.
Because that would be so much fun. Like I said, I could see so many different ways that this technology could be used and cross-platformed in different ways. So thank you guys so much for coming, bringing this to our attention. So exciting, especially when you start considering the future of robotics, the future of interface control, anything like that. This is where it's going right here.
Absolutely. I'd like to think so.
Beyond this is literally just brainware. It's wearing a band and controlling it with your mind. That's the only place it can go beyond that.
Yep.
So the fact that you guys have this control out there right now and it's available, too cool, man. Too cool.
Thank you very much.
Man, you have a great rest of your CES. I'm sure that you were more than busy with this technology. I hope to see you guys at a booth next year with all kinds of tech that's being driven by this. It's going to be so much fun.
We're hoping CES is in person next year so we can get more people to try it. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come on and talk about it.
Absolutely. Take care and enjoy the rest of your digital CES experience.
You too. Thanks.
All right. Bye-bye. Wow. Man, I don't geek out too often, but boy, like I think I just overcooked 2 of the noodles up there in the old cauldron because man, my brain just started going to all kinds of places that I could hack that glove for. We have our next guest lined up in studio. We have Mike with Wazen. How are you doing today, Mike? Are you there?
I am here.
Oh,
thank
fantastic.
you so much.
Did I get that correct? Is it Wazen?
It's called Wazen. That's right.
All right.
And
Well,
that last guest was really interesting, by the way.
Yeah,
I
just
see a fit with Wazen.
like, wait a minute. You're short-circuiting the physical experience of pushing a button.
That's right.
That's awesome.
I can relate to that.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about the technology behind Wazen and the new things that you're doing in the world of smart doors and windows.
Sure thing. So Wazen develops technology and products that basically make doors and windows smart. Our first product is called the Wazen Slide, and it's basically an IoT device that converts your existing sliding glass door into a smart app-controlled pet door. So I've moved my office here to our family room here so we can do a little bit of a demo here. But basically, we found that existing smart dog doors where you cut holes in your wall or in your window, they cost thousands of dollars and do permanent damage, is something that we wouldn't install. And we were looking for a solution so that when we're away for the day, how can I open and close the door securely for my dog? And so that's what we came up with Wazen. And it installs pretty easily. You just pull the tape off, slide it into the door, connect the adapter there, and in minutes you're kind of up and running.
Wow. And what kind of torque does this have? What's the weight capacity of the door that can be used with it?
Yeah, the motor's pretty strong, and we actually gate it down for safety reasons, but it'll push the door behind me is a heavy 8-foot Anderson door. So that's not really a problem. And we install in storm doors in Florida and things like that as well. So we launched the company in 2018. We did a Indiegogo and sold 1,000 really quickly there, kind of validating the product. And since then, we've been shipping for the last few months here, and we've got a lot of exciting customers about the product.
Yeah, that is absolutely awesome because, I don't have dogs. I have cats, but I have family that has dogs and even my mother. And they all have dog doors. And it's one of those living in Texas, how do you not just wake up with a raccoon in bed with you?
Exactly.
Like you've got dog food just hanging out. That's like a raccoon's crazy dream is to just find a pile of dog food and water and just hang out. So the power wastage that happens with the leakage through it, all kinds of things. And somebody just popped up right now in our chat room. I need this automatic door opener in my life. Especially whenever you're talking about busy singles, stuff like that, people who may not be able to make it home in between, school, work, that kind of stuff, to be able to let the dog out for literally 10, 15 minutes.
That's right. As we've shipped thousands of these, and we hold customer support calls to really get to know our customers and why they're using the product. There's just many, many use cases out there, including people like me who are just at home now mostly, but I'm lazy and I don't want to get off the couch or get up from supper to let the dog out.
Hey man,
but we also have handicapped people, people who are essential services that need a product because they're working 20 hours a day. So surprises happen in life, and we're trying to provide freedom, to reduce some anxiety for your pets and yourself.
Yeah, precisely. And I mean, like you said, the use cases of being able to handicap people, stuff like that, being people that are walker bound, being able to open sliding glass doors to their patio, that kind of stuff. Are y'all working on a swinging door version, or is it
mostly
sliding only
focused
right now?
on sliding right now.
Okay.
And we're also looking at a solution for windows, because it's nice to be able to automate your windows when it's hot outside. Maybe you want to automatically open all your windows upstairs instead of turning on the air conditioner when you're not home. Several use cases there that can be energy savings, give yourself a smaller carbon footprint. So we're excited about that. And we're coming up with a pet tag solution that's going to be coming up in months here. So that you can have a specific tag for your pet to let the dog in and out of the house. Today, there's multiple ways to open it. You can use the app. You can use the motion sensor that's built into the device. You can use voice control, which I can demonstrate here in a minute. And then the pet tab will be coming out.
I guess that would be one question that I would have is how do you, I guess, is it an intelligence sensor that is looking for a certain height or something along those lines for just to keep like the cat from walking by and opening the door 25 times a day?
Yeah. The pet tag's the best solution for that, but the sensor actually is a grid, and you can filter the grid down so it's just looking at your tall dog right in front of the door.
All right.
That type of thing.
You can set your own target area, that kind of stuff, as far as what you're looking for. That's cool.
Yeah. And so far we've done Alexa integration, which has been really popular. I think when we released it on a Friday, by the time Monday came around, there were 20,000 utterances of people opening and closing their door with Alexa. So I think it was very liberating.
Wow, is yours right now connected to an Alexa?
Yeah, let me step back. Hopefully you can see my door there.
That. Oh, see it crystal clear.
Right. Alexa, open the door.
It's like it's the not too distant future.
There you go. Yeah, I actually found with my Labradoodle, he started becoming the training me, right? And he loved that sensor, and he looked for the light, and he's like, "Oh yeah, here we go. I'm going to open the door." So for me, when I'm at home, I actually turn that feature off, and I use the Alexa.
One question of mine was just answered, and that was, how long does the door stay open?
There you go. Yeah, you can time that. So
there, how long does it stay open, and can you change it? So
yeah, with voice assistance, it's a separate open and close command, so you can put delays in the middle. You can do all kinds of things. You could connect it to a physical button and use the button to open and close it. You can do lots with technology. So we plan on integrating more with thermostats and things like that, especially for the Windows product, to go ahead and open the door when it's the right temperature for you. And when I'm not home, I'll use the security camera to kind of inspect the area, let it notify me. Then I use our Wazen app to open and close the door.
I was going to say, one of the things, have y'all integrated like a Pavlovian system for the animals?
It's been thought of.
Like where whenever you activate it, it goes like bing, bing, so that they know that the door is opening?
We're not there yet, but you can emit noises. And people have asked us for training capabilities, which is,
something like that,
whistle to let the dog come back in. That's right.
Absolutely. Yeah. Something along those lines to give them the training cue that the door is open or that the door is closing. That's awesome. That is really fantastic.
Yeah.
Very forward thinking.
Yeah, that last guest you had, you could use the hand control to open the door.
Yeah.
There's another one for you.
Yeah, exactly. And even the one that we had earlier today with the micro radar sensors, where they were working with people with in-ear headphones for hand gestures, where it could like you could do that and just open the door. That'd be wild.
It's a crazy, interesting time with all the technologies converging, and the more they talk to each other, the more we'll be able to do with them.
Now, I don't want you to give away anything proprietary. I don't want you to talk about anything that you can't, but what can we expect to see from Wazen between now and CES next year?
I can give you a short video if I can share my screen to kind of give you an idea of things we're working on.
We got about a minute and a half left in our interview, so go right ahead.
Okay, let me give this a try here.
As long as there's no like copywritten music, things like that in there?
No, it's silent.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to be successful here.
There we go.
You got that okay?
Ooh, on a
Okay.
Mac too. Congratulations. Those
Thank
are
you.
normally security ridden.
Yeah. So first thing in process, that's our pet tag. We designed it to be
Ooh.
elegant, waterproof, small enough where it'll fit on any size dog's collar, kind of stay on the way. It'll be battery powered, last for months. We want to make things really simple, elegant,
Yeah.
and complement the product we built. The next piece that we're looking into is this is kind of a proof of concept for Wayzen for Windows, because our technology has artificial intelligence to learn your specific door, and that technology works for Windows as well. This is actually a door unit put in a window. And kind of going forward, we're looking at embedded systems. So this is an existing door out of a Home Depot, and we've got an embedded capability to place that on top of, inside the door. So it would have an access panel, open the door fully, use it for all kinds of use cases there.
You know, just out of curiosity, especially for the window units, things like that, have you considered making it to where it can be like a fully reversible bar that secures the window as well?
Yeah, and that's actually how it works for the door. When it's closed and it's engaged, that's acting like a steel bar. So it's actually stronger than my door lock. When I want to not use it at all, I can just flip the Wayzen out of the way and it tucks itself away. So
that's fantastic, because things like that are so important, especially whenever you're talking about large entrances, and easily accessible entrances like that.
Yep.
You know.
Very, very, very true. Yeah, security is huge, and we put a lot of time into the technology security as well as the security and safety of the door. It'll back off if it sees obstruction, and it's not going to hurt anything in the process of closing. So,
yeah, well, fantastic stuff. I am so glad to see people thinking about considerations like this for smart home use. So thank you so much. Tell everybody where they can go to get their Wayzen, and where they can go to keep up with all the latest that you guys are coming out with for their home.
You can find us, as you'd expect, at Wayzen.com, and we have you can buy all the products on there, and there's a blog there. And if you want to talk to somebody in person, go to our support page, and we're happy to talk to you online or on a call.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your digital CES, and we hope to see you live and in person next year.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Bye now.
Well, we got about 15 minutes left in my share of the coverage today. We have had some fantastic guests, some great technology. That is the second door opening device that I've seen in our tenure so far. Over the last couple days, whenever I haven't been on air, I've been here in the studio just programming websites, editing, things like that, and listening in the background. So it's nice whenever you do not see like an oversaturation of things. Sometimes we tend to get a lot of the same submissions, that kind of stuff. So to see the fact that both of the companies that are doing that are focusing on different markets, they're focusing on different products, they're focusing on different ways to use and incorporate the products into life, is really fantastic. Like I said, to see competition is great, but to see so much of something kind of makes you worried about some of the prospects. That to me is when you start getting a lot of the cheaper versions, that kind of stuff, whenever you start seeing like 88, because at that point, the only way you can stand out with a product as opposed to being unique is the price point at that point. And then it becomes boutique and price point, and they become a disparate difference. So really, really cool solutions for single people out there that are going to school, stuff like that, to be able to let pets in and out of their home, be able to help elderly in and out of their home, and some of the other stuff that we've seen. I liked the fluid learning concept that we were discussing earlier. Like I said, I have a young son, and while I try to limit his time on a tablet, anything like that, he's about 3.5, getting ready to be 4 in June. So I try not to give him a whole lot of tablet time and like just stick him on a tablet, but to see him with learning games, to see him with like ABC Mouse, having never laid eyes on it, never seen it, and to see him, or the Hungry Caterpillar game is like his jam. He loves that game. And my wife can't even figure out like, what am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do? And he just sits there and plays the game and figures it all out. So really wild. Hey, we have Danielle. How are
Hi,
you?
how are you? I'm
Speaking
good.
of students, there we go. We have great ways for you to open your door whenever you are not there. We just talk to them. Good stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
What were
yeah.
some of your favorite things that you had on the show today so far?
Brink Bionics, I really geeked out on hard. Like that's one that I bookmarked. While there were a couple that I bookmarked to talk about and talk with on my other podcast, and then a couple where it's like, ooh, I want to go check out their tech and see if I can get one. But Brink Bionics, so you'd probably be into this being a gamer, things like that. They have actively come up with a glove that shortcuts your nervous response.
Okay.
So imagine being able to get an 80 millisecond jump on pushing the jump button.
Wow.
Yeah. So basically they've got a glove that you will program certain sensors to control certain buttons on your game. And it will predictively, as you go to flex that muscle where you would normally right click, it will right click for you before your muscle gets the electrical signal to click.
So it's just automatic. It'll do it right then,
Yeah,
almost when
yeah.
you're thinking about it.
Yeah, well, yeah, because there's the like, hey, let me think about clicking. Okay,
And then-
I'm gonna click.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, it shortcuts your nervous message between your nerves and the muscle and clicks
That's incredible.
for you. So I was like, I cannot wait until you guys are the cause of controversy at a gaming convention.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
you're not
like,
wrong.
these guys were using an accelerator glove. They were going 30 milliseconds faster than everybody else. You know, like I cannot wait for that nerdy kerfuffle to happen. Like,
No,
I
I
was
could
like-
totally see that. That's crazy.
I was like, you're gonna be in some controversy headlines in gamer magazines within the next 2 years.
Yeah, I love how you called me a gamer. I mean, the most I game is like Animal Crossing. So if I need to go a little faster in Animal Crossing, this is great.
Hey man, like you can get all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I remember whenever
It'll
we
know
were,
when I need to fish.
last year you were all about the Pokemon Go stuff
Oh,
like
yes,
that.
yes,
You were doing the Pokemon.
I do like the small games. I'm not very
Yeah.
much into like the Call of Duty or
Yeah,
you know
and
the
the
sports
platform
games.
gaming. Yeah. I unfortunately had to get it was a choice for me between what you see behind me and gaming.
And we saw your
Unfortunately,
choice.
well, yeah. Unfortunately, I've inherited some of my family's tendencies toward arthritis, things like that. So whenever I game, it's one of those. I love gaming. I love it. But I can spend about 20 minutes before my hands are literally like this for like an hour afterward.
Yeah,
and
I
it's
get
one of
that.
those like even whenever I go to record guitar or something like that, I'm normally like slathering my wrists with like icy hot beforehand
Yeah.
so that I can play guitar for an hour and record without it hurting.
For me, and I know that I speak for me and Dave in the back, but basically I get like this really bad motion sickness where like if the camera on the game
Doom
is moving too
sickness.
quickly, then yeah.
Yeah, doom sickness. That was a big thing with kids whenever I went to college in like the 90s when Doom came out, because that was the first interactive shooter that included motion.
Yeah, and I know that Dave as well, because
Where?
both of us will sit there and play a game, and then we'll just get
Yeah.
really sick, and we'll have to turn it off after probably half an hour of playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It can be very disorienting and yeah. And
For
even
sure.
even to see some of the technologies that I talked with today, there was a guy who came on, who has a home trainer that helps train people with reflexes, peripheral vision, all that kind of stuff for sporting. So even using that kind of stuff within the digital gaming realm, you know, to work on peripheral vision, that kind of thing. Really interesting.
Yeah, the VR definitely gets me too.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, some of the solutions out there, like the wireless controller that Scott was in. Was it Scott or was it you? I think it may have been Scott that had it.
I believe so.
Yeah. There's been a lot of coverage already over the last day. So
Oh yeah.
here and just kind of it was one thing to walk around and absorb it all, you know, because you're walking around and you're absorbing, and there's a lot. But man, just sitting here and programming and listening, there's a lot.
There is a lot. You have, I mean, there's less time in between what's happening as well. Like when you're walking around, you have like all the visuals of like, okay, there's this booth over here, and then I'm walking down, and then there's this booth over here, and you have like all the visuals going on with that. Here it's like rapid fire.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It is. It really is. So it can be a little wearing, and it can definitely be a little overwhelming sometimes with just the vast amount of tech that we get to absorb within the hour or so that we are on air.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, well, I'm going to let you go ahead and take over. Enjoy the rest of the broadcast day. I will enjoy the rest here in my studio, and take care, guys. Thank you so much. So long for the day from Talking Sound. We will see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, Chris.
All righty.
All right, guys. Hi, I'm Danielle. I'm going to be on for about the next hour. But I am with Plug Hits Live for the Tech Podcast Network, and we're going to be kicking off CES 2021 continuing coverage on day 2. So I believe our first interview is on. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Can you please introduce yourself for us?
Yeah, my name is Paul Tan. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of Scope Media.
Yeah. Scope Media, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, Scope Media is the AI startup company in Vancouver, Canada. We are expertise in computer vision and machine learning. We have developed a visual-based personalization for product recommendation for e-commerce retailers with a focus on fashion. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So these work with e-commerce stores. What exactly are the products that you're selling?
Actually, the service we are selling is a SaaS, SaaS service. It is based on the AI model. So you have 4 modules, like you can do similar product search. For example, if they can embed it into your website, e-commerce, if one product is out of stock, or then you can find a similar products, right? And similar products, people may also like those. And we can also do the service like a competitor look. If you find one product, you can also find other product which match that product you are wearing, or try to make it look stylable.
Awesome. So these are 4 main add-ons for someone's website, correct?
Yes.
So how exactly do these work? What do they look for? How do they connect with the person on the website?
Yeah, it is the recommendation for if similar to the Amazon's recommendation service. For example, if you have some, when you choose a product in the detail page, and you will have some bars, like you may also like inspired by your browsing history or personalization and the recommendation. Those for in the online website, it will look like that. And you can also do search. For example, you can just do a visual search and search some similar product by uploading a image. Then you can search those kind of product which are similar to that product. And it is work good for product which is selling by its visual imaging.
So how do these help the shop? How do these help the online shop?
It will help them increase their conversion rate and build their customer loyalty, right? And we also build this package, this core service into a Android app. So we call it AI Studies. So it can be installed in those LCD big displays, which have touch screens, and it can be installed in the front door of the physical store or something like that.
Of course.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a win-win for both the consumer and the customer?
That's right, yeah.
How did you get into this space?
Yeah, we have, our company was incorporated in 2013. We try to focus on the visual data for all the time since day one. We try to understand the content of the image and the video. And at the beginning, we are trying to build a visual data based search engine. So we have spend a lot of time develop some hash algorithm, so we can hash the visual data much faster, and it can be make it very search very efficiently in the visual data, and it's scalable. So later, when we try to find an application to apply for our technology, we are thinking that the most close scenario maybe just the e-commerce fashion retailer, because all the fashion, when you try to buy a clothes, it most likely is attractive by the image or the model wear it. So it's the close use case for our technology. So that's why we got into here.
Awesome. I really like this idea. It sounds really awesome. If like I'm going on a website, it's good to know that like they learn about me, and that's definitely through your technology.
Yeah, for personalization, we also build you call it a fashion ID, for example. For example, if you just give us your social media account, you can look at your posters and analyze those photos you posted, or then you can try to understand what kind of fashion style you like. So do the recommendation based on your preference. Yeah, that's our fashion style ID. So that's easier for you to use it in different stores. So you can always bring this with you. They also easier to find the style you like. Yeah.
That's awesome. I really like this. So are you live in any shops right now?
Yeah, we have for the e-commerce, we have some shops live in. We have over 2,000 shops, online shops around the world that are using our service. For the physical device, we plan to do a beta store in Vancouver. Maybe once it is open and the people is going back to physical store, then we try to install it in a beta store in local. Yeah.
Perfect. What are you most passionate about with this product? Service.
Most passionate about this, yeah.
Or even AI in general.
Yeah, for AI in general, we think that AI is in the future. AI will be applied in all different industry, and it will be more close to our personal daily life. For this product, I think in our application level, the AI is not like a movie, but it is just try to help your daily life to improve to increase the productivity and the process automation to help you do some boring stuff, boring things, tasks you don't like to do, or you waste lots of time. So AI is trying to improve your productivity. That's I think it will be our mission try to improve your daily life. Try to use the AI to improve the style or something. Yeah.
Perfect. I really like that. So what are you looking forward to with the future of your tech specifically?
In the future for our tech, we will try to improve the efficiency of the e-commerce running. Currently, we have the service. We focus on the fashion, but this service can also apply to all the other vertical sections. Like you can for furniture and other luxury and those jewelries or any product which is selling with the image will be a good place for us to use our technology.
Very cool. So what would be the pricing on this, depending if someone would come up to you and contact you about adding this to their e-commerce shop?
Yeah, you have a out of box package which you are released on those e-commerce platforms like Shopify, WooCommerce, Magento, and for large customers, you just have customized build because they have different requirement, either different way to integrate into their existing backend. So the price will be customized and the service is customizable.
So if anyone wanted to find out more information about your company, where can they go and how can they find out more?
Yeah, you can go to scopemedia.com. We have a website there. And they can find more information from our website.
It's definitely a really attractive website. I was on it earlier. Very, very good stuff on there. I mean, you can learn a lot just by reading through your material.
Yeah. I will check there's a link to the Scope Style Store. There's some demo features for our fashion index or related trending index. I will check that link.
Yeah, and that's also attached to your website, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on the show, Paul.
Okay, thank you for having me. Okay.
Have a great rest of your CES 2021.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow. I mean, just looking on their website, I very highly recommend you guys going onto their website. He said it was scopemedia.com. It's a really cool product. You can go on there. You can just see the tech that he was describing on there behind the AI that they put onto, these e-commerce shops. So I think it's definitely the future of shopping. But I think there's a little bit of a gap in our schedule until about 5:50. Yeah, no one yet. Is Michelle on?
Hi there.
Hello. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. It's a very interesting CES this year, huh?
Yes, definitely. It's a different feel. I mean, I was talking to Chris earlier about it. Being able to walk around the show floor is a totally different experience than what we have right here. You have more chance to absorb things with the visuals of it all. Here, we're like rapid firing, and it's kind of intense.
Yeah, no, true. And it's different for you than it is for Scott and Chris and Todd. Todd especially, but and Scott next, because they're glued to this up on the tower most of the time. They don't get a whole lot of time to walk around.
Yeah, and walking around is my favorite thing.
Yeah. You just come and do a couple of spots up on the tower. So yeah, I miss walking around too. I split between both when I'm there. I do quite a bit on the tower, and then I like to follow you for at least one day and produce for you, get some good interviews and stuff. But yeah, I miss being.
Yeah, walking around the show floor, I mean, you find a lot of unique things that you wouldn't just find through emails or, going on someone's website. You get really attracted by the booth first, and sometimes not even that case, but they have like little demos going on, some live things happening, some little samples to show you like what this machine just built or what this machine just made. And you don't really, or like the DrinkWorks maker, you literally were able to like try the drinks that this Keurig made.
Right.
And you don't really get that experience this year, but that's okay.
True, but I was talking to Scott last night about how, from my perspective, I wasn't obviously as excited about CES this year.
Yeah.
But
I think that's the case for a lot of people, though.
Right, and I was a little bit, he didn't get to go on the floor at all.
That's sad.
Sorry, Scott.
They're just rubbing in your face.
Yeah, he is. But I was worried about like what the content was going to be digital. Like, happy to help and go digital and not have to travel as much and carry everything, and happy to do that. But I was worried about what the content would be, and it's actually been great. We've had some really good products.
Really, really good products, and a very wide variety of products as well.
Right. And the thing about the show floor too, as much fun as it is to walk around, you can never see the entire show floor. It's impossible to see everything at CES.
Yeah.
Which I don't think people realize that.
So we don't normally get to see your end or like a camera on you. What is it like on your side?
It's hectic at times. A little less hectic, except for technical difficulties now that we're digital. But when we're there up on the tower, and there's people coming in everywhere, and there's associate producers running around telling you this person's early and this person's late, and they want to bring 3 people on, and we don't have room for them, and
high stress.
It's a lot of high stress for a couple of us. Yeah, our team isn't quite. We have a really good team, and it's small though, so we kind of meld our functions together. So, I'm not, if I'm on the board, I'm not able to just only be on the board. There's 25 other things going on around me that I have to answer questions and help with this or that. But it makes the day go by faster, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely.
So
what is it? How does it differ from this year? Doing everything at home.
This year, it's just a little stressful. I've had some technical issues. I was telling Scott that yesterday too.
I think we all have been having technical issues a little bit behind the scenes.
I was in the middle of producing for, I think it was for Scott. And I accidentally shut the whole computer off. I was trying to plug something in, and my hand hit the button. And it was yesterday. The whole computer shut off. While I was the only one in there. Nancy was doing associate producer, but she wasn't working the board.
How do we get past that?
I had my laptop right next to me, and I was able to log into the laptop real quick before the interview was over and keep switching from the laptop while the beast rebooted.
You see, guys, even our backstage is behind everything. They're fast. They get it when there's a slight hiccup.
Yeah,
you guys are really quick.
we try. I mean, we get lucky that when things are going bad, we're able to pull it off. Scott was like, the watcher, the viewer cannot see that. Like, we didn't shut off. We didn't have dead air.
Yeah.
Nothing bad happened from their perspective.
They definitely don't see your tears.
David and I were running around like crazy, yelling or me yelling, they shut off. What do I do?
Yeah, just shrieking.
And fixing it for me. So yeah. So luckily we have a really good team, real tight knit. And even those of us that are apart from each other, we've got a good chat room going. You know, we're talking with Nancy and Terry and Adam at all times. And like David said, we're all family, literally and
we're all
figuratively.
family. Yeah, definitely. Like you were talking about your technical difficulties, like right before I got on the show, I was like, the internet's off. Why is the internet off? Like running around trying to figure out why, like my router just disconnected all of a sudden. Having to unplug it, replug it in. I ended up like unplugging a lot of the things that were connected to the Wi-Fi. So like all of my Google Homes are unplugged because I didn't want this stream to shut down.
We do the same thing. We shut off because we have David and I. This is our hobby, helping out with plug hits. Our day jobs, we both work for different banks. So we have USAA on one side of the house, and we have Bank of America on the other side of the house, and we had to go shut all that down because it was taking up the bandwidth, I guess. But like you said, we run around like crazy, and then we get it done.
Yeah, I was trying to come on quick because I knew Chris's last guest was going to be coming off, and I knew he had a gap, so I wanted to come on to give him some company as well, which is why I was a little bit early today.
Right.
But in the midst of trying to do that a little bit early, I was like freaking out.
Right, I don't blame you. But it looks like we're pretty good to go now. I'm gonna pop off.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Michelle.
You're welcome.
All right, so it looks like we're back on track, and I believe our next guest is here.
Hello.
Hello, hi. No problem. Can you please introduce yourself for us?
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Chris Wentz. I am the CEO and co-founder of EveryKey. We are on a mission to replace all of your passwords and keys and make access control a whole lot easier. We've invented EveryKey, the world's first universal smart key. When you have EveryKey and you're close to your phone, your laptop, your tablet, the door to your house, your car door, your bike lock, or anything else that requires a key or password, EveryKey unlocks that thing. It also logs you into all your website accounts and app accounts that you use, and locks everything back down once you walk away so that everything's safe and secure when it's out of your trusted hands.
Wow, that is crazy intense. I was looking at your website a little bit before I came on today. Let's break that down. Tell me exactly how this works. This only needs to be by the device that you're unlocking?
Yep. So it's a Bluetooth device. We have this really cool way of utilizing Bluetooth. Typically, Bluetooth is like a one-to-one pairing mechanism, right? You take one Bluetooth headset and connect it to one smartphone. But our engineers have found this really intelligent way of utilizing Bluetooth to be one-to-many. So it's actually the only smart key out there that's actually able to connect to all your different devices simultaneously. It's very fast too. Bluetooth can sometimes be a little bit slow to connect. EveryKey takes milliseconds to connect rather than seconds, and it kind of connects to the devices, gives them a little bit of secure data to verify that it's actually your EveryKey, and then your devices are able to unlock when you show intent to unlock. So when you wake up the device will then unlock itself, kind of as if there's no password at all. And when you go to a website account, or when you go to a website's login page, it'll show a list of different accounts that you have stored on EveryKey. You click on one of those, and EveryKey fills in the username and password. It's really cool. It's kind of like magic, the way that it fills in usernames and passwords.
It sounds like it. It sounds like a virtual master key.
Yeah, that's a great way to describe it. I have to start using that more often.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So how exactly do you set all this up? So I know you said that it works for your car, your phone, your laptop, your home, and your websites. How do you set all this up?
Yeah, so setting it up is super simple. It's really just as easy as if you've ever paired a Bluetooth device, you probably know how to set up an EveryKey. There's a little button on it. You just press and hold that button for a few seconds. That'll put it into pairing mode. Once it's into pairing mode, you just pair it through the EveryKey app. It takes about 30 seconds to get the whole thing set up. There's a lot of really cool, complex encryption stuff going on in the background. You as a user don't need to know anything about that, but there's a whole bunch of security things going on to make sure that there's a nice secure connection and that your EveryKey is going to be able to unlock all your devices securely, because that's the name of the game here, of course. But yeah, you as a user, it's a very simple setup process, and you can onboard your passwords either through another password manager. You can just import them from LastPass or 1Password or Dashlane, or even just a CSV file. Or as you're logging into websites, EveryKey will just remember what those passwords are and use them the next time that you're on that website.
That's really cool that it can connect to all of these online password holders.
Yeah, thank you.
So one question that I do have, so I know that a lot of people are probably really skeptical about the security of this all, how it has access to all of these different things, how it can like come into my home, how I can log on to, you know, any of my websites and including my car. So what would you tell them to reassure them that this is like totally secure, no one else is going to get this information, and no one's going to break into your home or your car?
Yeah, great question. Obviously, we're a security company through and through, and we've designed Every Key in a really unique way where the encryption key for all of your passwords is only stored on your devices. So your Every Key and your phone, anything else that you've paired Every Key to has the encryption key to those passwords. But because the passwords are encrypted using that encryption key, even if somebody were to hack our entire database, we run our company on AWS, Amazon Web Services. So even if somebody got our AWS database, got all of your usernames and passwords, you're still safe because you know that they're encrypted using this encryption key that's only stored on your devices. And there's absolutely no way for an attacker or for even us as a company or a government or anybody to be able to utilize our database to get any kind of meaningful information, any of those passwords. We've also been security audited, so we've gone through 3 or 4 security audits at this point. Every single one of them we have passed with the best possible score you can get. We're really proud of that too, because Microsoft and Apple and big companies like that, they only get the best possible score about 20% of the time, but we've gotten it every single time we've gone through a security audit now. So it definitely goes to show that we take security very seriously.
Yeah, you should definitely be proud of that.
Thank you.
So I do know that this is a very small device. For many reasons, it needs to be portable to, you know, unlock all these different aspects of your life. What would happen if I were to lose this thing, since I have a tendency of doing that?
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's kind of why I started the company, was because I definitely forget my keys and my passwords and such too. So definitely understand that. And we got you covered there as well. We call it freezing an Every Key. So you can either go into our app, into the Every Key app, or you can call our customer service and freeze the Every Key. Takes, you know, just a second or two to freeze the Every Key. Once it goes in, it will just immediately lock down all your devices, all your accounts. You won't be able to, somebody else won't be able to now get into those accounts. You can still use a master password as a backup. So you still got that master password backup if you want to use that. And we'll overnight you a new Every Key at a discount as well.
We have a comment from Davino 2000. He would like to know, how much is this? He has his credit card ready.
Yeah, I see that. Nice. Well, Davino, you can get it Every Key for $69 at everykey.com. That's EVERYKEY.com for $69.
And does this need to be charged or anything? What is the upkeep on this?
Yeah, so we have a small little charging port on here. Oh, sorry, I'm seeing a reverse image, so it's a little bit tough. Yeah, we have a small little charging port on here that you use to charge Every Key. Right now, we're seeing about a 2-week battery life for the device. We are working on some firmware upgrades where that could actually increase to as much as a month, or possibly even a little bit more than a month. And that'll all be pushed out as software updates. So if you buy an Every Key today and we release that firmware update, that would be compatible with your Every Key that you order today as well.
For sure. And I know that you're the CEO. So what is your background and how did you get into this space?
Yeah, so I've been interested in technology and entrepreneurship ever since I can remember. I started my first company back in middle school, if you can believe that. Started an advertising network. Not too many middle schoolers starting advertising networks. I was kind of the, the shut-in or whatever. And yeah, anyway, so I started this like advertising network back in middle school. Throughout college, I bought and sold like consumer electronics, actually, mostly like iPads and iPhones. A lot of people don't know this, but Apple releases their new devices only here in the US for the first couple months of their release, or they did back when I was in college anyway. And I would buy up these iPads and iPhones and such and resell them for almost double the price to these other countries, and kind of found that I had like this knack for entrepreneurship. And when we were in an entrepreneurship class, actually, during my senior year, we came up with this idea for Every Key. So we were in this class project, and we were in this class, and the professor asked us to come up with any kind of business idea we wanted. It could could be a product or a service that could make money, but also more importantly, add some real value to people's lives, solve a real problem out there. And we came up with this idea for EveryKey. And at the time, we kind of thought, wouldn't this be cool if Apple or Google were to do this? But then fortunately for us, the professor came up to us, shook our hands and said, guys, you should do this. I want to invest some money and make this a real company. And that was really the confidence that we needed to get going there. And I'm so glad he did, because it's been a dream come true.
Yeah, that's awesome. This is definitely an impressive product. You have an impressive background. What are you most passionate about with this?
I love branding and seeing, if I look at like the Google brand and the logo and the Apple brand and their logo and everything surrounding these big tech companies and how integral they've become in people's lives, that's what I want EveryKey to be. I want EveryKey to be solving problems that just make our brand internationally recognized. And when you see the EveryKey logo here, you know that that's synonymous with cybersecurity, with really good security, with reliability, with convenience, with ease of use, everything that we want to stand for.
Awesome. So I know you already said this, but one more time, can you give the price and the availability of this?
Yep, absolutely. So it's $69, and it's available at everykey.com. So this isn't a pre-order product. We actually started shipping this last year. So you can buy it now, and we'll ship it soon after you order it at everykey.com, everykey.com for $69.
And if anyone wanted to, find any more information about this other than your website or contact you directly, where could they go?
Where could they, let's see, they could, where they could like find out more information other than our website?
Or reach out to you, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, people are definitely welcome to email me. My email address is Chris, CHRIS.Wentz, WENTZ, at everykey.com, everykey.com.
Thank you so much, Chris, for coming on the show and telling us about EveryKey.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for having me. This was a lot of fun, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your CES 2021.
You too. Thanks.
EveryKey, guys, that blew my mind. This guy, he has the most impressive background, starting a company, starting, a business in middle school. It's intense. But look at him now. He is doing things to help everyone, If you're having I know I have problems remembering all of my passwords. If I needed to get into my apartment or if I needed to get into my car, I could use this EveryKey to log on to anything, really. And that is really cool. I do think we have another gap in our schedule as well. I think our next guest should arrive around 6:10 Eastern time. So we have another about 10 minutes. Is Michelle available? Possibly.
Hi.
Hello. What did you think about that?
That was really cool. He's so smart, I can't even. Right?
I know, it was really
start your own company in middle school.
Yeah. I was looking at his website earlier, like I mentioned, and I saw like how it can get into all of these different aspects of your life. Your car, your home, all of your websites. Everything like that. And the first thing I got was scared, which is why I asked him about all these security features. If this has access to my whole life, what do I do?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of security things all throughout CES. When we're walking the floor, we come across a lot of different things, and some of them are kind of wonky. We stop and chat for a minute, maybe don't take the interview, but every once in a while you find a gem like this.
Yeah, that was really, really cool. And Nancy in the control room just said that he had the coolest glasses, and I agree, Nancy. Yeah, I totally agree. He had style.
Yeah, he was very confident, very smart guy. So what else we got coming up tonight?
I think our next one is Baru, Baru. From the looks of it, it is a company where you can customize your own furniture.
Ooh, that'll be fun to watch too.
That will be fun to watch. I acted like I was going to buy a new desk. Even though I didn't buy a new desk, I acted like I was going to buy a new desk to you know, understand a little bit more of what the interview is going to be about.
That's cool.
But I'm very excited to hear more about that as well. I'm not so sure what's on the schedule for later today.
Yeah, there's a few things coming up later with Scott that look really interesting too. Some VR.
Scott, for anyone who wants to know the schedule so far for the rest of the day, Scott's going to be on at about 6:30 Eastern time. So about another half an hour for him. So you guys are stuck with me for another half hour.
Unless he wants to jump on and talk about the day. Was there anything today that you particularly liked? I think I saw you in the chat room earlier.
Yeah, I was in the chat room all day for the most part. Tuned in and out from, you know, I was working during the day. But I think I heard something about how you can train your body to no longer have allergies.
Oh, I saw that one with the
red lights.
The thing you put in your nose? Yeah, I didn't get to see the whole interview though. What was?
Yeah, I only saw a part of it as well, but it seemed very interesting. I know that I've had seasonal allergies, you know, getting worse just about every year, where it makes you feel like, where it makes you feel like you're sick, and in these times, it's not good to feel like you're sick.
No, yeah, your mind goes crazy.
Yeah, like I haven't been anywhere, but why do I have this like cough?
Why am I coughing? I take my temperature. All right, there's no fever. I'm probably good.
Yeah, it's probably just allergies, but it's kind of cool to know that you can, you know, kind of train your body to no longer have these type of allergies.
Yeah,
I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah.
Other than that, did you see anything that caught your eye?
I'm trying to think, because I was working too. I could only check in on my breaks, but there was something about investing. I caught a little bit of that seemed really interesting.
It looks like Scott's in the chat as well. If you want to add him to our conversation,
he's welcome to come aboard. I don't know if he was ready to come aboard, but I brought him.
Oh yeah, I will. Hi. So the investing thing you're talking about actually reminded me of a company we interviewed at Collision a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I think it was Collision, but they were only doing it for cryptocurrency. Oh no, you know what? It wasn't Collision. It was CES. They were in the downstairs back section of Eureka Park. Okay. And basically you could follow what other investors were doing, like high profile successful investors were doing, and basically replicate their portfolio on a smaller scale, because obviously you're not going to invest the way that you know Tim Draper does, right? Because you don't have PayPal. Because you don't have PayPal money behind you.
That's true.
So, so you could follow like percentages and buys and sells and things like that. And this brought a similar capability to what sounded like stocks and bonds.
Okay.
So that was a pretty cool.
It was sounding pretty interesting, and Chris was very involved in it.
Yeah. Okay. I have to say real quick. I know you're listening, Chris. You're a liar. I don't geek out that much. Liar.
Right? I don't geek out on tech that much.
Liar.
I didn't hear him say that, but yes.
Yeah, he said it, and it's funny because as soon as he said it, David goes, "Yes, she does." And about 2 seconds later, I see Scott's message, "Liar, yes, you do." But that's what's so fun about Chris, is that he knows about so many different things and can talk about all those different technologies without a hitch. You know?
Yeah, he's on it. Like yesterday when we were talking about that bladder device that can test how full your bladder is at D-free. And he was like, yeah, this would be really cool for my son. And I'm like, I didn't even think about children. Like, he just has this whole different view that I really appreciate.
Yeah. Right. And that's why I like that our team is really different. I miss having Don because he always brings a very different view. And I miss having Marlo because he brings a very different view. In fact, Marlo and I had this conversation the first time he was part of our team. We were still over at the convention center. I think it was our last year there. And in the courtyard was a company called Blue. They're a cell phone company. They're from Miami. And the thing that makes them, well, a couple of things make them unique. The first is that everything is designed and I don't know if it still is, but it was manufactured here in the US. The other thing is that they target a low price point, but with custom features for their devices. And so Marlo and I both went and did interviews at Blue. And somebody, I don't remember who it was. I think I do, and I don't want to say their name. None of our team had made a comment. He said something like, "Don't you feel like one of you wasted your time?" Both interviewing the same company, and we're all gonna publish both of them. And I said no. And I looked at Marlo. This is one of the first times I've ever spoken to Marlo. I look at him. I said, "Did you go and talk to them about their Windows phones?" He said, "No, I talked about Android." And I looked back and said, "Different topics, unrelated interviews."
Yeah.
Because we all had our own thing that we were interested in. We both went into the same tent out in the courtyard and came away having talked about totally different products.
Completely different. That's like when we were on the floor with the larger team, and we would go to something that was kind of medical, and Jamie would have already covered it, and we didn't even know that someone already covered it.
Yeah.
But again, we published both of them because they're completely different aspects. With his nursing, an EMT background, coming from the medical field, he had very specific questions tailored to that. Whereas, we came in from a more layman consumer approach.
Yeah. For sure. And that's really why I like how different our team is. And I definitely miss Jamie.
Oh yeah.
I miss Chris and Ann, although now that they're living in Florida, I might be able to lasso them and bring them in the future.
Oh, are they?
How fun.
Yeah, they're in Ocala now. And they actually own a condo on the beach here, about 10 minutes from me.
Wow. Small world.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not entirely. Some of it was purposeful.
Oh, okay. So Marlo wasn't able to join our coverage at all this year. I know he's really busy.
He posted, I don't know the context, but he posted a photo or a pair of photos about an hour and a half ago of he and David pushing a rusted vehicle in the desert. The caption just said, "We found our rental car. It's not in the same shape we last saw it." I have no idea what that's about, but I did ask if there were any unique products in the back.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Thanks, Dave.
We have a laugh track with Nancy and Dave.
We do.
And again, we're all different. I enjoy the laugh track. Y'all don't.
We get paid extra.
I don't mind the laugh track when it's a human being actually laughing.
Oh, okay. Some people still don't like that. The live in studio audience.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with a live audience. Now, there was a time where I didn't want to do our show in front of a live audience because I had a co-host who was a ham and way too focused on himself and spent the entire show getting the audience to clap, and we didn't talk about anything, but
No.
No.
Can't be.
No,
Couldn't possibly be the case.
no, I don't think
Everybody
anyone
speak up.
remembers
Everybody
that.
speak up. Oh well.
That
That's
was
okay. There was still good content back then too.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
But we're carrying it on now.
Indeed. This is and honestly, you know, I think and a couple of things just happened at once. I think, you know, just in the last couple of years, you know, we've really grown the capabilities. What we're doing right now, we could not have pulled off 3 years ago.
No.
In any meaningful way. So that's fantastic. And Michelle had mentioned earlier, I'm in the wrong spot, so I'm pointing the wrong direction. Michelle had mentioned earlier, I'm used to being in the top left and pointing. Anyway, about dropping, right? You actually turned off the computer and you dropped out, and
It was awful.
and so this is another great opportunity to thank StreamYard, which is the platform that we are using that made it possible for you to accidentally turn off the computer and it not to affect anything.
Yes.
Which
Yeah,
was
like shut everything down.
yeah. It was
It's
it was
over.
one of the main topics that we discussed when we were talking about how to do this and how to do Roboticon a couple of weeks back. What would happen if the power went out? For me, if we were using our regular broadcast software, what happened if the power went out? Which, by the way, it did 11 minutes after we went off the air during Roboticon one day. So, we were having a tropical storm while we were broadcasting. So, you know, but you know, if we had gone with our regular technology, we may not have been able to recover from that. Whereas using StreamYard, and Roboticon was a technical test for CES, it wouldn't have mattered. I could have gotten on my phone. I can if somebody needed to, they could administer this from a phone, from a tablet, it wouldn't be the best experience. But in the event something went horribly wrong, they could, or somebody else could. If Michelle's power went out, Adam could have picked up the slack from there, or Kirk could have come back on, or I could have produced from here. You know, there's lots of other options. So,
absolutely. No, I love this. Ever since you and Terry introduced it to me, I've been thinking about a bunch of other shows that I want to do now, and I'm really excited about it. I've got Adam on board and David, and I'm ready to go.
Great.
And so we have this.
It's not for everything, right? It's not ideal for everything. For our regular shows, especially in-person shows, our regular system is the right way to go.
Right.
We get so much more capability. This is limited, but limited for a reason, because it's taking all the heavy lifting off of you and putting it out into the cloud, which is really nice.
Right.
I love the pun underneath my screen. A laugh track is just a bunch of comedians running a marathon.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Yeah. This
track team.
This viewer also asked, excuse me, what is a condo? So I missed the comment earlier. Hopefully they're still on. I guess when we were talking about Chris and Ann.
Oh.
So
condo.
a condo.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh. I like that we're both trying to defer to the other one. Condo, basically think an apartment, but that you own.
Right. Right. And when we talk about a condo here, we're usually talking near the water. We're in Florida on the Gulf Coast. So we're usually talking something that's a nice little getaway. Maybe it's not theirs necessarily, but a lot of them are Airbnb'd out, which I have rented many times and enjoy very much. It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to drive 30 minutes and be on the beach in a total vacation.
Yeah.
And even if you have to go to work in 2 days, you can get away.
It might not be a condo. They might have bought a little beach house. Now that I think back on it, I think it's actually a beach house, and they Airbnb it. That's what they do.
Oh, well, we need to look that up because I was jealous before, but now I'm almost in tears.
Interesting.
I'll send you the Facebook page.
Okay.
Perfect.
We love renting condos
Yes,
at the beach.
we do.
Well, I see some motion on my screen now. So
Who do we have?
I
Dave? Thomas.
That's Thomas.
All right.
Thomas. I think that one's yours. Possibly.
it doesn't necessarily matter to me if you've got a little bit of time left and he's ready to go. You're welcome to have the segment.
Yeah. Is it checked in yet?
Okay, I'll check him in right now.
Fantastic.
Okay.
And
thanks, guys.
I will step out and talk to you when we transfer in just a few minutes.
Thanks, Scott. All right. And on that note, we have our next guest here.
Hello there.
Hello. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. Can
you please introduce yourself for us?
Well, my name is Tom Brunt, and my career is as a mobile broadcast technician. But as an engineer, I also have been trying to solve problems. So I have developed a lighting instrument for 360-degree camera systems. I got involved with 360-degree cameras a few years ago, and I realized that shooting stuff inside, it was very dark. And I started to look around. It's like, well, what are people doing for lighting? And then I kind of started to find out that people were just trying to come up with their own solutions. There wasn't really a viable, marketable product for lighting all the way around the 360 scene. So I developed one. I spent a couple of years working on this. I call it the CL360, and it's.
That is cool looking. Wow.
It just took a picture. It works. Right now I have it working with the Theta line, the Ricoh Theta line of cameras, and actually controls the camera. So it takes like a flash style picture. And let me see if I can send it to my screen here. You should be able to see that. And there's my, so here, if I turn it on, there we go. So the only thing you see is the bottom, what's called the nadir, which is where you normally would put something to cover up the tripod. A lot of people put like their logo or what have you. And I have it extended so you can change kind of like the amount of the footprint you get. As you see, it shows light all the way around the room.
That's incredible.
So it was a simple concept. But here, let me go back to my. It was a simple concept, but I decided to get a patent on it because I wanted to protect it. And now I'm working with a product developing company to take this is all 3D printed right now, and
cool.
they're working on making it into manufacture ready. I hope to have it ready by, I hope to have it manufactured like by the middle of this year and have it out to stores. Part of my reason of being on CES was to try to start to get some buzz, and you guys found me.
Definitely. So this is primarily used for small quarters, or what would be the best use case for this?
Best use case could be things like real estate. Real estate is good. Google Street View. I had a couple people talk to me about using it for construction. They're starting to use 360 cameras to document construction projects. And of course, you know, some dark corners in buildings there as they are building them. So I had a couple of talks about that today. The patent itself could be utilized for other types of lighting to be used for, say, if somebody has like a hunting camera. Some of the hunting cameras are now 360 now, you know, like the trail cams. And you can adapt this light to be, say, infrared for taking night photos in 360. You know, those are things I hope to kind of pursue as well with people. Yeah, great for exploring at night. Yes, it's good because there's a lot of. Let me see if I go to another sample that I have here. If I go to that, and here's an idea of I took it at dusk. So there's
Wow.
on the that's your natural light, and then here's adding fill. So you can use it even just for adding fill.
That's really cool.
And some of my other shots here. Here's inside a crowded bar. Remember when we can do this? You actually go out and party and all
No,
close
I don't
quarters and stuff
remember.
like that. Yeah. So so you see the ambient lighting, which is pretty dark and with less detail, and then with the light, you get your color temperature comes back and you get more detail. The cameras are pretty decent in low light, but of course everything has its limits. This was
That's
an outdoor
incredible.
scene, and that's with no light. And then when you add the light to it, you get that. So it makes it useful to do more outdoor photography at night or at different hours other than just bright sunlight.
Well, you're definitely on the right show. I know that all of us over here are big geeks about photography and videography. So using this technology is really, really awesome.
Great. Yes, that's what I'm hoping to do. So I've got some good response being with CES. Different being virtual, but it was kind of nice to be virtual with me because it's kind of easier to kind of show people examples in the digital world, as opposed to when I'm in a bright, if I was in say the brightness of a booth in real life,
Yeah.
it's hard to kind of show this in person. So it was kind of nice having the virtual experience this year, but I can't
It's
wait to get
also
back to
seems,
next year.
yes, definitely. It also seems like you've mastered it in a way. You definitely have a demo all set up, which we appreciate that we were able to show that off so well. And yes,
Great.
Scott, the last comment just said that we could definitely use this in our adventures out as well.
My website is cameralight360.com. And from there, you can join the mailing list. And the mailing list, I'll be keeping people up to date as far as when its release date is. You can kind of chime in with some of the features you'd like, so I can do a little tweaking right before it market. And I'd love to hear from people and
Of course,
see some
and
of their
for
ideas.
this for this being one of your final prototypes, is there any more that you would like to add on to this before it gets released?
Well, this one only has a single color temperature, which is about 6,000 K, more like a flash. The production model will have bicolor, so you'll be able to set it anywhere between probably 3,000 and 6,000. Like a lot of video production lights. I use the term for since I come from a professional video background, the little camera lights mounted on the camera they used to be called ENG lights for electronic news gathering, for a quick little light you put on top of the camera and you got to light things fast and be done with it. I consider this like the ENG light for 360 cameras.
I like
So
that. That's a nice little chime to it.
Thank you.
So you said your background is in engineering. What brought you exactly to this place that you're in now?
Well, I've always, in my career going back 30 years, I've always kind of been interested in kind of pushing technology. I started at a very modest cable studio, and we didn't have a lot of expensive gear or anything, but that didn't stop me from trying to, well, let's see what I can do with what I have. So I've kind of kept that mindset and I've kind of just embraced new technologies that have come out. I started flying Phantom drones in 2014, and when they didn't even have any rules for them yet. And then the 360 cameras, I got the first 360 a Theta back in I think 2016 when they were just first starting to come out. So I kind of play with this stuff, and then as I work with it, I kind of you know, I kind of see what ways you can use it, what ways people hopefully will be using it in the future, and maybe solving some problems. It's sort of kind of like my nature of like, oh, this is a problem. Let me see if I can like make it better. And that's what this idea started off as. I started shooting stuff indoors, and I was like, wow, this is really dark, but you know, where can I place lights? Because you'll see the lights, and then the light bulb went off, and it was 360. So that's where
Awesome.
that's where I went to it.
Well, we're in love. And one more time, if anyone wanted to find more information about what you guys are up to and when this is going to be released, where can they go?
They can go to cameralight360.com.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Thomas, for coming on and talking to us about this.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Have a great rest of your CES 2021. That was really cool. I know that everyone in our private chat was blowing up, and even in the regular chat. So if anyone is not part of our chats, you can chat on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, just about anything, if you can find us there. And I know that everyone was freaking out about this. So we're all really excited for when we can get our hands on a CL360 camera light. Oh, hello, both of you. Hi. It's a party.
Yeah, we're geeking out over here on this one. David and I both want that.
Yeah, I saw that in the chats.
I was say our private group chat went nuts.
So while I was switching, I didn't catch the price. Did he say the price?
It's still going in. It's not out yet officially.
Okay.
So
it's still in
he
production.
gave the website. Yeah, he gave the website so you can follow the production of it. He says he's hoping to get it out by mid this year. So here we are hoping for that.
Yeah, because a 360 camera is one of the things that Michelle has always wanted to figure out how to incorporate into our broadcast. Not necessarily because a 360 camera would necessarily work, right? Because switching between flat and 360 doesn't work. But the idea that you know, we could put up a 360 and she could pick any number of frames from it, and this would ensure that it's lit. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Yep. Especially at Roboticon.
Roboticon, when we're on the tower at CES, we've talked about putting one tall up on a pole from the tower so that we could show everybody what the show floor looked like.
That's what I was going to get into. We can even have a separate live stream going on just so you can see the craziness that we're all going through. You can see what's going on in the background. You can see all the booths down.
We used to call it CES backstage, I think.
Oh, yeah.
When I first started with TPN, we called it backstage. In fact, on the Tech Podcasts website, there's still a tag, like a primary content tag for backstage. Because we used to do a lot of like non-production. The things that not today, but last year or next year, would have gone on the live blog, because that concept didn't really exist when we started doing this. That kind of content is what we used to post to the back channel. That's what Todd called it. I think backstage is better. Sorry, Todd. I think backstage is better. I say we switch to that.
Moving forward, 2021 backstage.
Yeah.
CES backstage.
This is 2021.
2022.
2022.
Yeah.
Okay. Roboticon 2020 backstage.
There you go.
I was thinking back to that interview from like 2 or 3 years ago that it was cut because it was pre-recorded. But what year did I say when I had like a full meltdown at like an unveiled? Was it like 2024 or something like that?
It wasn't cut either, I don't think. It's on there.
It wasn't live.
No, she did the ending twice, and we used the second take.
Oh,
okay.
yeah, you're right. There you go.
2025
Yeah,
or
so
something.
for anyone who's curious what I'm talking about, it's basically I was doing a regular interview. Was it like CES Unveiled or
It was Showstoppers, and I think it was Sarah's. I think it was Sarah's client. So I'm
It was.
thinking
And-
I'm thinking it was that company with the sound bars for people with hearing loss.
No, it wasn't that one.
It wasn't that one.
No, I don't think so.
It was that.
I'm not-
It was that
Oh,
Showstoppers though.
It was that Showstoppers. It was back along where the roped off area is for the media.
Mm-hmm.
It was back there in the back. And
Which is where Sarah's other client was back there. So it may
Yeah.
have still been her client.
It probably was.
It was Sarah's client, for
but
sure.
Okay.
But anyways, it was basically the end of a very long day and probably, middle of the week. And I was exhausted. And at the end of the each interview, we go, thank you so much for your time and for continuing CES. And you say the year coverage, continue on with blah, 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 blah. So instead of saying like 2017 or 2018, whatever year it was, I said like 2024 and then blanked out. What?
The look on your face when you realized what you had just said was classic. You went as if something had inhabited your brain and said it for you, and you were shocked that it happened.
Yes, definitely. Do you still have that footage? You should definitely put it out as like a blooper.
Of course I
Yeah,
do.
we need a blooper reel, especially if I want to start doing things.
I have a blooper reel from 1 year of you and Marissa.
Oh no! Why did you put that out?
I want to see that.
Okay, I've got it. It's on our production drive. Well, one of the many production drives, but
I think it would be a fun thing to post at the end of a CES year or right after the event is to just show all of our mess ups from that year. I think that would be fun for the viewers. I think that would be fun for us because we're already so exhausted from everything else that happened. Just pulling funny from it would be cool.
Yeah. Makes sense.
I agree. We can have some backstage stuff too.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, because there's a lot of craziness that goes on each year that our viewers don't get to see. And they also don't really get to see all of our personalities, behind the scenes. So showing like us messing up or us like goofing off, I think is
we have a lot
it
of
would
fun
be a
on
fun
that.
way.
It's really the only way we can handle the 14, 16-hour days.
Right.
I mean, it gets some of those days get really grueling. And Scott goes on
10+
autopilot,
miles.
like he just goes, but the rest of the crew is like, oh my gosh. We got up at 6 and we don't get back until 11 or 12. Now we have a lot of fun though. A lot of fun. A lot of different
And we walk
events.
a lot.
Yeah, Chris was talking about that with one of his guests yesterday. And I wanted to chime in and say, oh my gosh, yeah, we walk that. My first CES was it 2015?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Based on logistics of where we were staying, we walked like 10 miles a day, 12.
Yeah.
Like it was awful. I started talking to statues in the MGM to get myself through. I still miss Hoche. I don't know if they moved him. I don't know where he is. I need to find him. I knew I got the Hoche that I only had so much more to go.
Oh.
Wait. What?
Wait. What? 2024.
Oh.
I'm adding all of our memes.
Yeah, and that's one of the things too, right? Is there always seems to be a thing that happens and sticks, and
a good inside joke.
Yeah, that lasts, and it's it predates this team because I remember standing with Alante and Nikia on the platform for the monorail, watching them build the high roller.
Wow.
And some inside joke was built that day that lasted all of CES, and then it always comes back to the Jacksons, and
It always comes back to the
Yes,
Jacksons.
yes, and our little games that we play, and
it was so funny. Gina actually posted a video earlier, a number of videos, but one in particular that included the Jacksons performance. And I said out loud to my computer, it always comes back to the Jacksons. And I went, that wasn't supposed to be out loud.
Danielle says it every time a song comes on and we're together.
See, but I was by myself.
That's okay.
I mean, that's okay.
Nancy talks to herself. Terry talks to herself. I talk to myself. Join the club.
Well, the best parts about these inside jokes as well is it's right in the middle of us being completely exhausted and we're just slap happy. We could laugh at an apple at that given moment.
Yeah.
And
the
that
CES
joke.
apples.
Yes, the C. I had an apple today and I thought about that.
Yeah, we haven't sat on the floor once and had lunch. We need to do that tomorrow.
We need to have a group chat where we just sit on the floor and eat our lunch.
That needs to be part of our extra reel too, of how
Yeah.
It's funny when we bring on, I'm looking at David, we bring on new people and we're like, no, there's no place to sit. You got your little box lunch, which is a really good lunch, by the way.
Yes, perfect.
Especially at the convention center.
I would say, depending on where you are, it's better.
Yeah. It's very
Mandalay Bay is disappointing.
Yeah, a little bit. He's like, we're doing what? And I'm like, you won't even question it. You're gonna be so tired. You just flop on the floor. And
I remember. Now I'll stand and eat. No, you won't.
Yeah, no.
No, you won't. You're done.
You're gonna be holding the box. You're gonna see the floor and think, I can sit down. I'm in.
You're
He's
in.
bringing up restaurants. So Wahlburger.
I'm going
Oh,
to
finger.
real quick. I'm going to address a comment from YouTube. So the monster luminescence stuff. Yes, we have somehow become the face of it, and I am okay with that. If you are having trouble with the first generation that comes with a little black remote, swap it out. Take it back. The ones that you want are the Monster Smart Illuminescence. They are manufactured by a different company. They should be retailing for the same price. They are way better. In fact, they are the lights right here behind me in our wall. They are way better. They should be the same price, and they don't have the defect that the first one has. We are starting to see, by the way, units shipped to stores that don't have the defect now that they're being remanufactured. But if you have one of the defective ones, don't even fight with it. The little black remote sucks. You want the good one. Yes, we've got dozens of them throughout our offices, but that's because ours are from before the defect. And as much as I loved them, the new stuff, way better. And I guess while we're on it, did you guys see the stuff that Jennifer showed us for the third generation?
Yes. Christmas for all of that stuff. I want so many of those.
Oh,
like the orb. I like the orb.
Well, the orb we got last year. In fact, we have one in the office. But the black version of the Pixel and the Digit were slick, because those are definitely designed for broadcast. Because they managed to do all the cool light effects without screwing up the white balance on a camera.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Because they're muted. They're physically muted. They're flickering on purple. Okay, if you're experiencing a color flicker, what you want to do is I don't have one in here. I usually keep one in the studio for this reason. The part where the control unit plugs into the LED strip, there's a cable that comes out of the back. If you adjust that, it's crimped, and one of the wires has disconnected. If you straighten that out and adjust it a little bit, you should be able to get your full color control back. Anyway, I know way too much. I know way too much about a product that I have nothing to do with.
don't you have some videos on YouTube about little fixes and things as well? So it's
Yeah.
a really good resource for people that have the older ones.
And in fact, I think that's based on the comment. I think that's where this viewer came from. Is they watched one of our old videos, and it doesn't. There's not necessarily a solution to the defective ones. And I have not been able to put my hands on a defective one because my Walmart hasn't had them since last Christmas. So I bought two. I went in. So funny. I went in. I was Christmas shopping with my mother, and we were in a Walmart. And I'm like, "Hey, I need to go look and see if they have any of these." And I looked at the manufacturer date, and it was different than any of the ones that I had seen as defective. It was a new one past the one that was bad. So I bought two of them, and I brought them back, and they both worked. So we did. I did a video and I started commenting, telling people, look for this date code. And then another batch came out and the defect came back, and the defect stayed for a whole year until the new company is manufacturing the old ones now. But still, the old ones honestly aren't for basically the same price. The new ones are way better. You can control them from your phone. You can have Alexa and Google and Siri all control them. Way better than those crappy little black remotes. And we have videos on how to set all of them up. So
yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, so the black digit and the black pixel, super excited. Danielle, when you need to go, by the way.
Yeah, I was looking. Well, thank you guys for having me on.
It's always good to have you.
What?
It's always good to have you on.
Thank you guys so much for having me on. I hope you guys have a great rest of your show. And I will be on tomorrow, probably about 5:30 Eastern time.
We will see you then.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. So, yeah, I'm sorry it didn't work for you. It has worked for some people, but definitely swap them to the smart Illuminescence. It'll be way better for your money. But so I'm really excited about the dark ones. I think she called them Midnight Edition.
David is too.
Because those would be pretty cool because they wouldn't screw with the white balance on the camera. The updated neon with the multicolor, being able to do the animations that the other ones do. Oh,
and the strip.
What's that?
David said the light strip.
Just like the regular light strip, or you're probably talking about the neon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I liked the arc. With the Qi charger and the USB ports on the back, so you could use it as a desk lamp.
That was cool. Yeah.
Definitely want that. And that was the coolest ring light I've ever seen.
I really love that ring light. It's so multifunctional. Yeah, David's like, he's already gonna go look them up. They're so multifunctional, and the only thing I didn't get to see, I don't know if she talked about it, and I was switching and stuff, was the clock.
The clock capability. So what you do is you choose a color for the minute hand and the hour hand, and it'll move around the ring.
That's crazy cool.
Yeah, definitely unique, and of course, obviously, we know that Monster has put a lot of investment behind this. It's the reason why we're talking about a third generation. It won't be all there is. It's been, other than this one horrible defect from the first manufacturer, who doesn't exist anymore. I mean, they exist, but not as far as we're concerned. They're not involved in the product anymore.
Right.
You know, the product line has been really successful. It's the reason why we have so many views, because people are so interested in the product. It sucks that it didn't work, but you know, people are really interested in the product, and it's way less than a lot of the competitors are.
True.
And
It's
you know,
very true.
they've got some cool prototypes of products and possibly for the future that are unique. I got to see something that I've never seen anybody do before.
Really?
Yes,
Okay, you have to show me.
I did.
Okay, I was going to talk about like some of the things that they have for prototype are old school and totally new tech, all in one, like which I love. I geek out. And Chris, I geek out on stuff like that, lighting and something that looks. Yeah, no, I hope some of those prototypes actually come to life. I know that when we were going to the Monster booth in years past. And we would see some things that never would see the light of day.
Yep.
You know, they would just build them out, and boy, they were cool.
One in particular, the one that both of us are thinking of.
Yeah. But with the lighting, I think it's probably easier for them to bring different, unique things to market than it is with the larger things that they were working on.
Yeah,
so I hope we see a lot more.
Especially when, you know, with that particular product, they had to get licensing from a family, which was never going to happen. You know, that, and they told us, they said, there's no way we're going to get the estate to sign off on this.
Right.
But
true.
You know, when it comes to some of these other things, you know, so if the product can fall within a price point that everybody's happy with, you know, maybe they can make it work. So,
and I think that personally, this is just me, I think not everything has to be exactly in a certain price point. If you're going to bring out something that's a little more technologically advanced, something that's, you know, it's not like the regular line, you know, obviously.
Right.
To be a little bit more does make sense.
Well,
and I do think people will buy that.
Sometimes it comes down to, and this isn't just, obviously, this isn't just a Monster thing. This is a business thing in general.
Sure. How much does it cost to produce it versus,
Well, it comes down to who are your distribution channels, right? So, you know, if in the old days of Monster selling through Radio Shack, for example, right? It was really easy for us to sell. And we were having this conversation earlier. In the time that I was with Radio Shack, I probably sold single-handedly somewhere between $250,000 and $500,000 worth of Monster product. Indeed. We sold a lot of Monster product because you had all
the cables and all the everything. Yeah.
So the people who were coming in tended to be people who were coming in for, say, TV cable. Probably were coming in because they wanted a quality product.
Right.
Everybody knows that Monster is a quality product.
Right.
So between, you know, HDMI and speaker cable and power supplies and all that stuff within a Radio Shack, it was really easy to deal with.
That's true.
But currently, the distribution in the United States, this is just in the US, is through the website and through Walmart, which is a very different demographic.
That's very true.
So, you know, they've got to be careful with their distribution partners. They don't want to price themselves out of their customer base.
True.
So
true. But I want that thing, so
I know. I wanted the other thing too, but
there's a couple things back behind that curtain that I wouldn't have minded having.
I know.
Honestly.
I know. And then sometimes I end up with things that don't make it to production, Dave.
Oh, yeah. He was trying to take it into another direction, and then, he just slammed you, Dave. Sometimes he gets Monster products that haven't been in production yet. And maybe he loans them out to certain people on the team.
Our next guest is down there, Dave. But anyway, you know, it's we obviously we get the opportunity to see a lot of things. And sometimes they're like Michelle said, I liked I like that phrase, behind the curtain, where it's not things. I mean, we have an NDA with Monster on product, so we get to see some things that.
Yeah, if you're wondering why we're being so vague, we're sorry, but we're not allowed to talk about them.
Yeah, we're under NDA. We're not allowed to talk about these things. And we don't want to disappoint, right? If this product doesn't come to market, and Jennifer said this to me last night. She said, I don't want to disappoint with a prototype that likely won't make it to production.
Right.
But on the other hand, maybe we could drum up some interest.
I think so.
Maybe that one sells only on the website. Anyway, it looks like we're probably about ready. Is that true?
I think so.
All right. Well, if that's the case, I will talk to you
out.
possibly in a little bit. We'll see what happens.
Alrighty. Bye-bye.
All right. And I think we have our next guest here. Hello. Oh.
How are you? This is Randy Vicky.
I am doing okay. It looks like you have a Canon camera that's not actually webcamming right now.
Actually, I don't. I switched cameras. Let me go ahead and change my camera here real quick.
Okay. I was going to say, because all I'm seeing is a Canon kind of error screen.
I see that. I was using an EOS Canon camera earlier, my previous interview, and I've switched over.
The web selection interface is not necessarily the best thing in the world.
I apologize for that. How do I go about switching my camera over to USB?
On the settings down at the bottom, there's a little gear that says cam/mic.
Yep, got it there.
And that'll give you a drop down that'll allow you to change what camera you're using. Ooh. Or it'll force you out entirely. All right. Well, I don't know what just happened, but he seems to have dropped. I imagine he'll be back in a second. I see device not connected, so I don't know. We'll see when he comes back. Anyway, so I didn't do my intro when I joined in. I'm Scott with Plug Hits Live, and I'll be doing the last hour here today. Obviously, we've had a lot of interesting content today, a lot of interesting interviews that have been varied, as they always tend to be for us, because we try to have a diverse set of guests. I don't know why. I tried to do something earlier, and apparently, oh, there we go. Maybe that'll work. Hey, that's what I wanted it to look like. We tried to have a diverse set. We've had governmental stuff. We've had home IT stuff. We had I think a $30,000 medical device. We never quite know what we're going to see, but we have our next guest here again. Hello.
Hello there. Finally, sorry about the issues there.
No worries. We got it going. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Sure. My name is Randy Valecki, and I'm the Chief Operations Officer for HairMax. Sure. My name is Randy Valecki.
We are getting
You're getting
echo
a heck of an echo.
Yeah. Let me try something.
Okay.
No. Let me try something.
Okay.
All right. Let's see now.
I think that's much better.
Aha.
You did it.
I forced on echo correction for you.
All right, good. I had it on, and I tried to toggle it to see if that would fix it, and it didn't.
No worries. So so tell us about Hair Max.
No, absolutely. So what we've got here may look like an ordinary sports cap or your favorite cap, but what we have done is inside, you can see those little circles. Those are actually medical lasers that are clinically proven and cleared by the FDA to help you regrow your hair.
Okay. Interesting. And how does how does that work?
Well, what it does is that the light energy is able to be absorbed by the hair follicle. It increases blood flow to the hair follicle. It reduces inflammation around the hair follicle. And it increases actual cellular energy and reduces oxidative stress like an antioxidant. And all of those mechanisms of action add up to actually growing new hair on your scalp.
Okay. And is this something that is like is this universally successful? Is this something that particularly treats certain types of hair loss, or where does this fit in?
Okay, so what it does, it treats what's referred to as androgenetic alopecia, which is the medical term for male or female pattern hair loss. It's the most common type of hair loss. 95% of the hair loss you see out in the street is called pattern hair loss. It's the receding hairline on the guys, or it's the spot in the back that gets thinner on the guys. And a lot of people think that this is only a guy's problem, but believe it or not, in the United States alone, there's 30 million women suffering from this type of hair loss. They just do a good job of hiding it. Either they wear scarves or hats, or they wear wigs to cover it up. But it's a very, very common problem amongst men and women.
My mother, who is one of our studio producers, is a professional hairstylist, and she's nodding along as you're speaking, talking about the female hair loss. So
yes.
So where did this product come from for you?
Well, we originally invented the product about 20 years ago. And we started the company here in Boca Raton, Florida. We started the company, and we knew, being a new technology, that it wouldn't be easily accepted. So we had to go out and do clinical studies and clinical research on the product. So to date, we've done 7 different clinical studies, and we did our clinical studies at the leading hair loss centers in the world, places like the Cleveland Clinic, University of Minnesota, University of Miami, places where the doctors that conducted our clinical studies were the foremost experts in hair loss in the world. They were so impressed with our studies, they published a medical journal report saying how well it works. In the studies, it worked in over 90% of the people that were in the clinical studies, which is amazing if you think about it. Aspirin doesn't work for 90% of the people.
Right. Okay. So that's like from a medical success standpoint, that's amazing.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So how long has this been in production?
We started with a comb. It was just like a brush that had 9 lasers in it. And that we started that in production in 2001. In 2007, we got our first FDA approval. And then since then, we've had 6 subsequent FDA approvals. So it's an FDA, it's actually, they call medical devices cleared instead of approved. So it's the first FDA cleared medical device to promote hair growth and to treat thinning hair. We introduced the caps about 2 years ago. We wanted to make it as convenient as possible and as hidden as possible. So all you do is you stick it in your favorite sports cap or baseball cap, put it on your head, you turn it on, and you treat your hair for 15 minutes, 3 times a week, every other day.
And it's as simple as that.
It's as simple as that, exactly.
Okay. So just put it together in my head. So baseball cap, turn it on, put it on, wait for a period of time, take it off, plug it in, probably let it charge.
Yeah, plug it in to recharge it,
and you're off and running.
and you're off and running.
How long does the individual treatment sessions take, and how long does it take for results to show up?
Each treatment is 15 minutes, and you do that every other day, like a Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Now, it takes a while to start seeing results. You didn't lose your hair overnight, and it's not going to grow back overnight. So we typically see results in about 16 to 20 weeks, so 4 or 5 months.
Okay, sure, and that makes sense. Like you said, the process didn't start immediately. It's not going to fix immediately either.
Exactly.
Fair enough. Well, this is really interesting technology, and you've managed to package it in such a way that it should be super easy for somebody to use.
Right. We wanted it to be as easy as possible because compliance is the key to success. If it's not easy, human nature is lazy. I'm lazy. I admit it. And if it wasn't easy, I wouldn't do it. But this is just so simple, it can't be beat. But what we found out is that to pack, 200 lasers into a baseball cap or a cap like this got to be pretty expensive. This device is $1,800. Ouch, right?
Right.
So what we have done is that we have come up with a new device that's much more affordable. It's $699, which is getting to be affordable at that point. If you compare that to the cost of a hair transplant or the cost of, minoxidil on a yearly basis, it's on par. It's much cheaper than a hair transplant. So what we did is we developed a similar cap, and it's just the cap itself. And I don't have one here, but I've got a video that I'm going to show you. And we determined how many lasers need to be in the cap for it to be most effective. And 160 lasers in the cap will get you 1 laser for every 2 square centimeters of scalp area. And that was our goal. But to put 120 lasers in here still was expensive. That was $1,200. So what we did was we took all the lasers and we crammed them in just half the cap. Can I share my screen here? I'll pop open a...
Yeah.
I've got a video here I can show. And I'll pause the video as we're moving along to share screen. Share screen.
If you've got audio,
Video.
make sure you check the box.
Okay. So we call it the Flip 80. And you can see this is what the cap looks like. Are you able to see my screen okay?
I don't have a screen share yet.
Okay. I'm touching share and it's not sharing.
Did you select a monitor?
I'm only running with one monitor.
You still have to select the screen up at the top.
There we go. How's that?
There we go.
There you go. You're seeing it now?
Absolutely.
Okay. So this is what we refer to as our Flip 80. What it does, and I'm going to go ahead and click the video here just a little bit to get you started. I'm going to pause it on a still of the actual device. So if you look, we put all of the 80 lasers on one side of the cap. So you use it for 15 minutes on the front of your head. Then you flip it over so the lasers are on this side and you use it on the back of your head. This way you're getting the equivalent of 160 lasers for the cost of the 80 lasers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that was that enabled us to bring the cost of the device way down. We built the battery pack right into the device. Simple to use, fits men or women, it's stretchable, fits a majority of the head sizes, like 95% of the hat sizes that are on the market. And it could not be easier to grow your hair and more affordable to grow your hair.
That's really cool. So you said that this one is running $699?
$699, correct.
And what's the availability on it?
The availability, it's in stock right now. We could start shipping today. It is an FDA cleared medical device. We do the final assembly here in our production facility in Boca Raton, Florida. The components come from overseas, but we're ready to go. We're ready to launch this.
Well, that's really cool. If somebody wants more information or wants to purchase one, how can they do that?
www.hairmax.com. HAIRMAX.com.
Very cool. Well, I really appreciate you coming and talking to me today and showing this thing off. It is the half and half is a clever solution to the problem.
It is the half and half. Yes. Clever solution to the problem.
Well, have
we
a
wanted to balance the cost with the efficacy. You know, just having 80 lasers wasn't enough lasers to cover your whole scalp.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
Well, I really appreciate the time, and hopefully you'll have a great rest of your CES.
Well, we appreciate it. Just one more little note.
Yeah.
Since we've started the company, we have sold over 1 million of these laser devices.
Okay, that's a good stat.
Yeah, it's a nice stat to share out there. Completely safe, completely harmless, and works in over 90% of the people that try it.
That's a
Thank
great,
you very much. I appreciate
great
it.
return rate. Absolutely.
Yes.
Thanks for the time.
Bye-bye.
All right. I'm going to set a couple of things back to normal over here. That's an interesting product. You know, it's like he said, it's a problem that affects a lot of people. So it's good to start seeing some solutions, and it's FDA cleared, which makes it even better. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I am doing wonderful. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yes. Can I share a movie first, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Yep.
If there's sound, make sure you click the little checkbox.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. It's a bit small, but sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay.
So what did we just see there?
Yep. So let me share a presentation also and talk about it.
Okay.
Hold on. Share screen. Go to this one. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is a product. It's named Wash, as you can imagine from the name of wash, it's a hand washing station that enables people to wash their hands with clean water anytime without connection to running water. Did you get it?
Okay. So we don't have to have running water, and it's a hand washing / sanitation station. How does that work?
Yes, the technology we have an AI and a sensor technology inside the product, and it will recycle and reuse more than 98% of used water as clean water quality. Yes, it's like we have it's like and the size of it is like 100,000th the size of a general water treatment plant. So inside the product, it has AI and sensor technologies. And if someone like hand washes and use the product, and then the wastewater will come inside the product, and then the AI and a sensor will evaluate whether this needs to be recycled, or if it's too dirty, we just throw it away. And there's a tank inside that it will pile up the dirty water, and also it has the bacteria inside, and all the maintenance will be operated by this AI. So it's like having a person inside the product, like an operator inside the product, and it will decide what to do to make the recycling of the wastewater efficiently. Generally, it's like 50 times more efficient than a current wastewater plant.
Okay, so
yeah.
All right, let me make sure I got this. So
Okay.
we have
Any questions?
We have this station, and inside it sounds like it has 2 tanks. One for regular water and one for gray water.
Yep.
Okay, so as the water is being used and it comes back in, there's AI and sensors in it that determine whether or not the water can be cleaned and reused, or whether the gray water is done.
Yep.
If it can be recycled, it goes through a treatment process that's inside the machine that cleans it and puts it back into the clean water. If it's bad, it dumps it into the gray water reserve.
Yeah, and one of the benefit is that we developed this system and also the sensor by itself, so it's very cost attractive, and by doing so, we can collect more data inside the product, which will make it more the machine learning will happen. So the more you use it, it gets more clever and more efficient.
Gotcha. And what's the target demographic for this? Where do you see it being used?
Generally, again, sorry that the movie was in Japanese, but it's basically targeting those people that have high a certain level of understanding or literacy that hand washing is very important. It can kill the bacteria and viruses more efficiently than using like alcoholic liquid for sanitary purpose. So I think currently it's more targeting toward like hospitals or nursery cares or people who have more high sensitive towards this cleanness or high sensitivity towards prevention of the spread of COVID-19.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and the ability to run it without being actively hooked up to running water, where do you see that particular feature being used the most?
Where any place that it doesn't have running water, for example, in Japan, we have did some demos at the Ginza, Tokyo. There is on every Sunday, there is a event that people can walk on the streets to do shopping, and we placed like 20 units on the Ginza, Tokyo, and people use hand washing. Well, this was kind of like a event, but also I think like in the entrance of, like, for example, like hospitals where you don't have running water. I think the hospital has a very high sensitive towards COVID-19, and if there's some kind of a washing station that will have more efficiency compared to the alcoholic liquid, then I think there's also potentials. Also, like airports, there's a lot of traffic of humans, so if you can place that, and then I think that will also have make attention towards public that there's some countermeasures towards the COVID-19. And also other I think potentials can happen. Yes.
I see a comment that says the military could use this. And yeah, absolutely. I could see this in military applications. You put up a temporary base, you don't have running water.
Yeah. Actually, in Japan, we also have a product called Water Box. This is a portable water cycling plan, which I just shared on the screen. We also have a tent, and in the tent there's a shower. So so we could use this as in like a very serious situation, like when typhoon comes or like a tsunami comes and people lost lifeline. Actually, we use
natural disaster areas.
Yeah. Actually, we already used this last year when there was some natural disasters in some of the prefectures in Japan, and it was picked up by the public media already.
Gotcha. Okay. And if people want more information about this, how can they get it?
We have the website. So if you can just click water, if you can just insert water.co.jp, and then you can find more information. You can also contact me. But further information, actually, just 20 minutes later, our CEO will have a talk session under hosted by JETRO, the Japanese export promotion governmental arm. So if you can also join that session, you can obtain further information.
Very cool. And I imagine there's a link to that on your website.
Yeah. Well, actually, I sent an email to you, but if you can, if there's any possibility that we can share here, that would be great. Sorry that I should have done that for you. Yeah, it's do we still have time? Sorry.
I mean, if you put it in our chat here, we put the link in here. We can put it out for you.
Oh, great. How do I do that?
Just where you were communicating with our backstage earlier, and you can do that right after the interview. No problem. We'll get it out to everybody that's watching live.
Okay, I guess
right there where David just said add here. Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
We'll make sure that gets out on all of our channels. And I really do appreciate you taking the time to come talk to me today, especially with a corporate presentation so close.
Yeah. Well, actually, we are based in Tokyo. We just received 4,000 pre-orders from large companies in Japan, major companies, including Mitsui, Mitsubishi. I'm not sure we're familiar, but it's the largest three consulate in Japan, and we're about to raise Series A, about $60 million US, and we're going to scale, and we want to launch this product in US next year. So so anyone who's interested, we're very welcome to your contact, and I'm very open to share information.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing the launch next year, and maybe we'll get to see you in Las Vegas for CES 2022.
Yeah, I look forward. And my name is said to, excuse me, to introduce myself at the end.
No problem. Well, have a good one, and hopefully the presentation will go well.
Yeah, thank you again. Well, at the end, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope also this session goes well, this live goes well also too. Continue to. Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
All right. And, at first I struggled a little bit to find where the target demo was, but yeah, the disaster relief for sure is a huge one. Dave mentioned using it for the military and temporary settlements and stuff like that. And that got me thinking on like refugee camps and things. There's a lot of places where this could be really useful. So, well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hey there.
How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hey, I'm Paulie Succi, Cleveland-based entrepreneur. I guess I'll call that who I am. I'm the business director at BioFlight VR. We're a healthcare education company that uses immersive technologies like VR to train doctors, nurses, and students.
Okay. And where does VR fit into that training process?
Yeah. Well, over the past about 4 or 5 years, VR has been heavily explored as a potential tool to be used to train students, surgeons, nurses on procedures that are commonplace as well as kind of high risk. So VR can be kind of the virtual medium where you would do things you would want to do in real life, except you'd be in VR.
Understood. So you could perform a surgery, for example, that doesn't have any possible side effects that way because it's all virtual.
Precisely.
Okay. Where in the process of this product are you?
So we have a few pilots that have been launched over the past 5 years. We initially began with a grant from Facebook, and we worked with Oculus, Facebook, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. We built a pediatric resuscitation program. So you can imagine being in this experience, patient gets rolled in on a cart and everyone's yelling at you. You got the parent freaking out. You got the nurses looking to you to make the next decision about what you have to do. And we've kind of gamified it as well. There's just a bunch of variables where you can kill the baby.
Okay.
In addition, we have a surgical procedure that we worked with Duke University on. We're actually still developing that product, but I have a demo here as well. But that product is actually a hybrid one where you actually enter the OR, where we live streamed it. We live filmed it using 360 cameras. And then we virtualize the experience. The tools are on the table, and you have to actually go through step by step and replace a shoulder.
Oh, okay. And it's based on reality.
Oh yeah. I mean, okay. That's the biggest piece of our board, and the biggest linchpin for our company is having medical experts being able to advise on the development of the product.
Sure. But being able to use proper 360 filmed events, I imagine, takes it to a different level than using a true virtual environment. Being able to use that as your base for training would make it feel more real, and maybe the urgency would be maintained.
No, I mean, and that's the goal with this technology going into the future for sure. And I think as we get better with stereoscopic tools, so we can scan and have pretty exact replicas of the space and the actual live procedures, we're going to get closer to the end. It's going to be some like Ready Player One type stuff, except I think the graphics are going to be pretty lifelike. But that's neither here nor there based on where we are at right now.
Gotcha. I've actually had the opportunity to interact with one VR and one AR medical training product in the past, but both of them used virtual things, right? they were computer renders. They were, and it felt a little video gamey. It didn't have any of the urgency because you knew that there were no side effects. But I like the idea that you've taken on not just the idea of gamifying the concept a little bit, but but also truly basing it on reality.
Right. And don't get me wrong. I mean, the hybrid experience is something that we're going to try to dive into and figure out in terms of like what the product looks like in the future. But I mean, CG animated,
definitely a place for it.
Oh yeah. Well, CG animated experiences are actually surprisingly effective. So what you're talking about is fidelity, and with fidelity, I mean, with these experiences, you can replicate the physiological experience that humans would actually have in a real situation. And we actually did IRB tests with the doctors that worked on the project at Children's Hospital Los Angeles, and found that there was like, I don't remember the exact term, I should have looked at it before this, but their stress levels got up to a point where it's neither too much stress so that you don't have learning, but it's not so little stress that it doesn't kind of like excite you and put, get you to act, right? To kind of get you in that zone that you would be in if you were in the real experience. And this was like across the board, like we created a sense of urgency with that experience because, the patient would die and you would lose.
Right.
So there's a lot of room to grow in that sense, and there's a lot of good research out there that supports these experiences' ability to train. The end goal is a cloud-based platform where you can take an Oculus and download an application and get access to world-class education from doctors around the world right then and there from their OR. And obviously packaging up those experiences and getting them deployed and streamed onto a headset from wherever you are is a big leap from where we are right now, just in terms of infrastructure, but it's coming. And you're going to have, people in Congo like signing on and just hanging out with some people in Johns Hopkins, being in the OR and being able to see exactly what's going on and expected to do what they're doing in VR, which is the most critical thing we can think about right now, especially with limited capacity for hospitals in terms of resources, talent, instructors, and COVID.
Yeah, right. And this would give places and people that may not regularly have direct access to, like you said, world-class medical training, like Johns Hopkins. It would give them that ability to have a training session with true world-class physicians.
Yeah. I'm going to take a leap here because you're right. If we're talking about like economic equality, the future has to have tools that help us bridge barriers in time and space. We have to be able to go somewhere else to get the things we need, because wherever you live, whatever is around you is going to be the thing that determines your well-being, the quality of life that you have. And with tools like VR, we're going to be able to train people in ways that, previously were limited by the physical boundaries that exist between us. But, if we're going to solve these problems that hurt, these communities around the world that don't have the, benefit of being close to a world-class hospital or, a good institution or a university, we have to figure out a way to get these tools in the hands of those people. I preach it because I think there's not a lot of tools with as much potential as this.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a pretty exciting thing.
It's a really cool technology. It decentralizes the knowledge of, truly there are not that many world-class medical facilities in the grand scheme of the overall surface area of the earth, right? There's simply not that many. And so this helps kind of decentralize that knowledge into places that would not have had access before.
Yeah, the term that
simply
people
by
in our-
having internet access and an Oculus.
Right, and hopefully 5G. But no, and the term you're talking about, or the phenomena you're talking about, is you know, in the industry we talk about it as the democratization of education, because at the end of the day, this is education. You know, getting a good doctor to be able to treat you is a result of them being able to get the education they need while also living in a place that is close enough to you.
Right.
And at the end of the day, I mean, that's what it all comes down to, right? Getting information into people's brains, and why not just use a headset to upload it right into your skull?
Yeah, for sure.
It's a funny concept.
It really is.
But it's true. You're literally uploading information into your brain.
Indeed. Direct from a computer into your head.
Yeah.
So obviously you said that we're testing this in a couple of places. What kind of time frame are you looking at for a wider rollout, and what would it take to implement this somewhere?
Well, there's a lot of things going on just with the industry and with our company right now. So I can't speak to that in depth, but I can say that hopefully in the near future, you'll be able to download it on your headset.
Very cool. Well, I really do appreciate you coming and talking about it. People are going to want to know more about this. How can they get more information?
Well, if you search our company, BioFlight VR, you'll find a lot of case studies, a lot of articles. We've been featured in a ton of publications, and you can find videos of our experiences, and you'll find our website. And we're all on LinkedIn and very responsive. And we're always looking for new institutions, hospitals, universities to partner with us so that we can build great experiences.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for talking about this. It's a great technology, and I cannot wait until it's readily available.
Me too. I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Have a good rest of CES.
Yeah, thank you.
Fascinating technology. Anytime there's the ability to allow people to learn things that wouldn't normally be available to them, I think it's always a good it's always a benefit. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
Yes, fantastic too. Nice to
Go ahead
talk
and
to you.
introduce yourself for me.
Yeah, I'm Lina from Sugar. I'm the marketing director. We are the global solution provider for the voice and the AIoT system. I'd like to introduce a little bit by share the screen. Just a minute.
Okay.
Just a moment.
If your video has audio, make sure you hit the checkbox.
Uh-huh. Let me see. Can you see my screen now?
It's coming. It might just be taking a second for me.
Can
I
you
don't
see
know
my
if you
screen
control.
for the slide?
I don't know. Can the control room see the screen? I'm just getting a spinning circle.
Hello?
Am I still online? Yeah. Okay. I see a black slide right now.
Okay, just a moment.
Hey, there's some stuff.
Okay. Okay, I will introduce a little bit for us first. It will come to 3 questions: who we are, where I'm from, and where are we going. First of all, our name is Sugar. It is come from the word sugar, which we believe that the best word to describe songs is sweet. So we simply delete the letter A as our name in English. And this is the company profile. Sugar was founded in 2014, and we have the background of audio engineering for almost 17 years. And at the first, we are focused on our own branding, but from 2017, we shift to provide the solution to integrate Alexa built-in service to the IoT product. Our headquarters is in Shenzhen, China, and we have like 50 staff in Shenzhen, and also have the part-time staff in USA and Norway. What we do is that we provide the full stack hardware and software solutions. We call it Sugar Sense. And this year, we worked with our customer. TP-Link launched a product. It is the world's first Wi-Fi 6 mesh router. And let me stop sharing my screen. I'll show you this product.
Okay.
Can you see this product? Yes. This year,
Yes.
we cooperate with our customer TP-Link, launched this one. It is the Wi-Fi 6 mesh router with Alexa built in. As Amazon Alexa system integrator, we collaborate with Alexa team closely to power different kinds of products with smart voice capabilities. And due to the COVID-19, I think working from home has become the new normal. And many of us have daily video conference and with the team or the customer. Most of the time, there are multiple devices connected to the home Wi-Fi. So a stable, fast, high-speed Wi-Fi internet connection is essential. And also, as many people spend more time at home, like Alexa, this kind of voice assistant like Alexa, which can make our life easier, safer, because you don't need to use your hand to control some like the devices. So this one makes this situation make this kind of devices more convenient and more safer for our life. So Alexa is more needed than ever. And this one called the Deco Voice 20 can meet all the requirements. It is powered by our solution called Sugar Sense. It makes you enjoy the better, latest high-speed mesh technology of Wi-Fi 6. And also you can have the fluent voice interaction experience everywhere. You can use announcement or calling or the drop-in call to like tell your kids on the second floor that the dinner is ready. You don't need to shout anymore. So if anyone interested in this kind of product, you can just search Deco on, I think you can search TP-Link on CES, and also you can search the product Deco for more details. And also we work with other customers. We call, the name is IoT to launch another product called Ivor Connect. This is a phone mount. Yeah, it is with Alexa built in. It can be used in the car, so it can support the wireless charging, and also it has the Alexa built in. You can hands-free your hands, you can only focus on the road. Yeah, these are the two products we launched this year. Do you have any question about this one?
Okay, so let me make sure where you fit in with the products. If I understand correctly, the technology that your company produces is noise reduction, right? And so that's software that allows Alexa in both of these products and probably more to respond better in non-ideal situations.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
For this kind of product, we provide we need to provide the audio front end algorithm to make sure the backend, the Alexa, can pick up the voice. We need to do some accessing to make sure the voice can be clearly heard and can be recognized. And also we do the integration to make sure the connection between the device and Alexa it works.
Okay. And I think we've probably all at one point or another interacted with a voice assistant of some sort. And I can tell you, I have used all four of the primary. I guess one of them's going away soon, but Alexa, Google, Cortana, and Siri, and all of them at some point or another have triggered with nothing happening, or because the TV is running and they didn't say her name, or and so this would help with that as well, right? Does this help with the wake word?
Yes, correct. Right now, actually, we also partner with Sensory for customize these kinds of wake words. So yeah, for the end user, for the customers, what we are working mostly is for the Alexa service. You can just use Alexa to call it, and we test in the car in real scenarios. I personally use it for myself. It is really helpful, especially when I'm a new driver. You can just focus on the road. You can just, if you want to call someone, you can just say, Alexa, call mom, or Alexa, call somebody. It just helps you very, very useful. And also you can enjoy a lot of service like the music. It can support like Amazon Music, tuning, Pandora, and also Spotify. There are a lot of music resource there.
And this and the technology that your company has produced in that particular case is helping kind of reduce like the road noise and things like that, so that Alexa can hear what you're saying and get the commands correct.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
We are the audio, we are the audio noise cancellation algorithm technology. And there are another, as you can see, there are another product. It is a module. We call it Voice Zoom. The name is Voice Zoom. It is used for the noise reduction. With this one, it can achieve like 30 dB signal to noise ratio reduction. So it for this you can with this technology we can help to implement this kind of product on road, since there are a lot of noise on road. It is critical.
Gotcha. And so in my particular case, like I just yesterday in controlling the lights here in the studio, I asked Alexa to change them to a particular color, and she said, "I don't know how to set that mode." And obviously, she does because they're that way now, and she just misheard me the first time. And obviously, when you add something like road noise, that never gets better. We've all tried to use Siri or Google or Cortana in the car, and it never gets better. So some sort of active noise cancellation like that on the software side would really be a benefit. So that's really cool.
Yes, essentially. When you in the car, if you only use the phone itself app to say like Hey Siri or Google, it is not good experience.
Right.
If you use this kind of noise reduction algorithm, it makes the performance better. We have do the benchmark with the Echo Auto and some other products. It is almost the same with the Echo Auto, which has the 3 microphones in it. But this product will only have 2 microphones in it, can achieve the similar performance.
Very
cool. It is much better than the other things.
Less hardware means less cost. So it can, right? That makes it better. If we can have 2 mics instead of 3 and get the same result, it makes it less expensive to produce. If people want more information about what it is you do and maybe some of the products that you're integrated into, how can they get that information?
You can go to search SUGR, our name, Sugar, on CES. We have exhibit. There are a lot of introduction for our technology, and also you can search www.sugarsugar.com for more details.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to me today. Obviously, we do a lot with audio, as you can tell, and so noise cancellation is a big topic for us. So this was exciting to see.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good one.
Have a good day.
All right. And again, like I said, we have all tried to trigger a voice assistant at some point, and it has ignored us. It has gone the wrong direction. It has done all kinds of weird things, and that's usually because there's something happening in the background, TV or whatever. And it's one of the reasons why when we do product reviews on headphones and things like that, noise cancellation is one of the metrics that we for microphone is one of the metrics that we grade on, because if you're using a phone or a headset to talk to somebody in a car, you might get road noise unless there's good noise cancellation, in which case it's not a problem. So that's pretty cool. I'm not 100% sure, but I think we're ready with our next interview. Hello.
Hello, hi. This is Andrew Gill from Pepper's Lab from Korea. And then we are introducing our wonderful device for you today.
Okay, so tell me about that.
Okay, Peppers is actually AI-powered dog collar that tells you and how your dog feels using voice recognition technology. And the Peppers actually detects and track, analyze 5 different emotional status of the dog: happy, anxious, and sad, and angry, relaxed. So combined with the activity tracker and rest tracker, and then Peppers help dog owners to manage and understand their dog's emotional well-being, of course, as well as a physical well-being. So that's the device that we have here. Can you see that?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. So this device actually consists of the small device attached to eco-friendly silicon color. Orange color is as a default, and then color paired with a Wi-Fi to the accompanying iOS and Android smartphone app. You know, this device has a patent pending AI-enabled voice recognition technology, and then we developed a unique algorithm to analyze a dog's barking sound, and then come up with 5 different emotional status. So we developed this algorithm based on the more than 10K bark samples from 50 different breeds and 4 different size of dog. And then there's height and age, other variables coming in together as well. And then more dogs barking being collected, and then more accurate information about the emotional being will be delivered to apps of the dog owner's cell phone. That's what we do. And then our research and testing is backed by Seoul National University, the Center for Voice. And then we continue to work together. And then as time goes by, this will be become more accurate. And then we believe that this is starting point. And then we believe that this could be something that other IoT devices, for example, this device can be connected with like a medical, health services, and then like for fun as well, and CCTV. Like if there's a dog barking sound that continue like more than 10 minutes, or there's an increase of a sudden activity that shows in our cell in the application, then probably dog owners will notify that, oh, there's something, something happening. Then we could connect with, maybe we could turn on the CCTV and watching, how dog is behaving, and then maybe other devices such as like a dog food dispatcher, maybe dispatching dog food or cookies, so that somehow this could be this device can be applied to many other brothers and sisters in the pet technology.
Okay, and so let me make sure that we're on the same page. So the device in particular that is there in front of you, does it just track noise, or is it also an activity monitor? I wanted to make sure where that line was.
This is basically start from the voice. This is a voice recognition technology. So this dog's barking sound specifically. And also inside there's an accelerometer, which collecting the information about how active a dog might be based on the calculation of the calorie that consumed by the dog. So those information comes in to our main server, and then voice will be analyzed based on our voice recognition algorithm, and then combined with the activity information, and then comes back to application, tells about dog's emotional status, and then also dog's like activity conditions as well. So that's basically what it is.
Okay, so it is voice and activity in that device, and then the other examples that you mentioned around it, such as maybe giving a treat or something. If it seems like the dog is down, maybe that could be a future integration between what you've got going on and maybe another company. I think 2 years ago we interviewed a company that had an automated dog treat robot. So maybe you see that your dog's not doing well. Maybe you've been gone for longer than you planned to, and they're a little upset. You could treat them, or you could jump on a pet cube and play with them with a laser remotely or something like that.
Right. I think that's our vision for the future, because we believe that even with this device, I strongly believe that there's all the saying that it takes a village to raise a child. So what we try to do is that it takes a village to take a good care of a dog as well. So not only with this device, because the uniqueness of this device is that actually this would be the first device in its kind that all the services and care start from initiated by the dog themselves. Usually the services are starting from the human being who watch the dog, observe the dog, and then guess what kind of a service and what dog might need. That's from the human side. But we want to understand better about dog by listening to them, and then we could think of what we can do for our dogs. So in that sense, we believe that it's more like a paradigm shift. With this device, we listen first, and then we want to know more about their dogs, our dog's emotion, and then we decide, we take the action that what we can provide for our dogs. Then in that regard, maybe we could connect it with other IoT devices and pet technology. And then there is a food, there is a hotel, there's a dog walkers, there is a medical health, and other services can be integrated with this device. So we are open our arms to collaborate with anybody who's interested.
Got it. Makes sense. And where did this idea come from for you? Like, why did you decide that this was the thing you wanted to tackle?
Right. There are peoples, who love dogs, but we figure that, communication sometimes went wrong. Like, especially in this pandemic season, there is a lot of adoption of dog happening, but at the same time, there is abandonment dog also happening because, especially for the newbies. And then in that transition, the miscommunication is a key. So we want to have a better communication with our dog. And then we kind of change the idea that what about we focus on voice, of the dog? And then why don't we start some thinking about the dog's voice? Because when dog barks, usually it means that they are in need of something. They want to do something. They asking something. They're not happy. They're, but we want to make sure that scientifically, we want to confirm dog's emotion. Right now, it's like a 5 different emotion status, but we want to confirm it. We want to confirm it more accurate way. So that's why science comes in. And so we collected like a 10K barking sound before starting this. Now we accumulate almost like a 30,000 bark samples, and then the device is out there as well. So more barking sounds coming in. Our research R&D team is like specifically getting into and study more. And then I assume, and I strongly believe that probably a year from now, and this device is gonna be much better in terms of delivering the information about dog's emotional status. At the same time, physical information as well.
Gotcha. And what's the availability on this? Is this already in production? Is it coming soon? And if it is in production, what kind of price are we looking at?
Right. This device is actually in the market right now. It was the first version of this device, and the first version app is out there about a year and a half in Korea. And then last year fall, we tried to introduce this device in America with Indiegogo. Now it's out of stock, the device itself, but we are reordering this device at this time. And then still people can buy, stopping by our website. It's www.peppers.net. And then they could buy this device from our website and Shopify that is connected with our website. So it's $99 default with this orange silicone strap, but they want to have the strap comes with two sizes. This is a smaller size, and then they want to have a larger size strap, and then it's going to be $108, and then this is $99 at this point.
Okay. Very cool. Well, I really do appreciate you taking the time out of CES today to come talk to me and show this product off. It's a really interesting idea.
Yes, it is indeed. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And have a great rest of your CES.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right. And you know, we've said this before. We've said it a couple of times today and yesterday. We always have an interesting collection of products, and we never really know what it is that we're going to get to see. It, you know, we've just here in the last two segments, we talked about noise cancellation and animal behavior identification and emotional identification. It's absolutely fascinating. And that is how CES goes for the Tech Podcast Network. We like to have a large collection of very unique products and services that we feature. Do we have another guest, or are we? I don't think we do. No one? Okay. That is okay. We are coming up here very quickly on the end of our day for day 2. We'll give it a little bit of time, but I will take this opportunity to thank all of our live viewers. We once again had a lot of people watching today. We always appreciate appreciate our live viewers. And if you want to, you can see all of the interviews. They will be published individually over the coming weeks. On our RSS feed. You can subscribe by going to plughitslive.com/subscribe. You'll also be able to go to techpodcasts.com and see the episodes there. You can find us in your favorite podcatcher. If you want to see the videos, obviously you've got to have a video podcatcher, or you can find us on YouTube or Facebook, where we'll publish them as well. So we're kind of everywhere, but the best place that you can find all of the Plug Hits Live published content is by going to plughitslive.com/subscribe. Plug Hits Live Presents is the name of this show, where all of this will be published. And of course, this coverage is not possible without the entire team, which includes Todd Cochran, who opened this morning from Geek News Central, along with Kurt Corliss, who was his producer this morning from GNC Week in Review. He is my co-host over there. We also had Chris Jordan from Talking Sound Podcast, Danielle Mendez, who was on just before me, and then obviously myself. We're both from Plug Hits Live. And then our entire support staff here from Plug Hits Live. We've got Nancy and Adam and Dave and Michelle and Terry and Steve, who have been instrumental in making this possible. If it weren't for the people that you don't see, you wouldn't be able to see the people that you do see. I know that it seems like, you know, you see the four of us. You saw Michelle a little while ago, but generally you see the four of us, and it seems like a small endeavor, and it is not. It takes a lot of us to be able to pull this off, because we take this seriously. These companies come on, they trust us with their brand for 10 minutes. And if we don't treat their brand with respect, that we consider that a failure on ourselves. So that's why we take this so seriously. And it looks like nope. Before we do wrap, in the event that this last guest doesn't show, I want to remind people that if you want to support our coverage, there are 2 great ways that you can do that, and neither one of them cost you anything to do. The first is when if you're not an Amazon Prime subscriber, or maybe you don't know about all of your benefits, we have a really great page. It is plugitslive.com/prime. There you'll see a number of benefits, including Amazon Prime Music, which gives you several million tracks available for free. If you've not tried it, give it a try. It doesn't cost you anything if you're a subscriber, and you can stream it like we were just saying with Sugar. You can stream it in the car. You can stream it anywhere you are. And I did not mean to Dr. Seuss just there. Then there's Amazon Prime Video, which gives you TV, movies, and documentaries, both licensed and original content. Also, if you've not tried it, try it. My favorite is Amazon Prime Gaming. You get a free subscription on Twitch every month, so you can financially help the content creator of your choice. Hopefully you'll choose us, but you don't have to. And that doesn't cost you anything. Plus, you get free games. I get the free games, whether I think I'm going to play them ever or not, because maybe somebody who's staying over might play. It's just like Xbox Live or PlayStation Network. You get the games, and you get to keep them for as long as you're a subscriber. And then if you're not a subscriber already, you get a 30-day free trial. And all of that is at plugitslive.com/prime. The other way that you can help us out is by using a service called Privacy. You've probably heard me talk about it before. It is my only way of spending any money online. I pay my utility bills with it. I shop online. All of my Christmas presents were bought with it. And with Privacy, you get a card for every service. That card number is locked to that service. So say you used a card online with Home Depot, and their database gets breached again, and that number gets out, it can only be used at Home Depot. And since it's already registered there, they probably have to sign in with your account to make it work. So what are they going to do? Ship you something? Okay. Plus, you have the ability to turn the cards off. What I do is when I'm not making a purchase, I pause all of my cards. So I don't have to worry about if something happens, them somebody being able to make a purchase on my behalf, right? Without my knowledge, because they just get a decline. So if you go to plugitslive.com/privacy, they'll give you, I think, $10 to try the service. Might be $5. I don't remember right this second. But free money is free money, and it doesn't cost you anything to use the service because they make their money when the credit card gets run through payment processing. So it's free to you. Give it a try. plugitslive.com/privacy. We are here at the top of our hour. It is 5 o'clock on the West Coast. It is 8 p.m. on the East Coast. And that means that day 2 of CES 2021 coverage is supposed to be complete. Yes. Okay. That means that we are complete. We will be back again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. on the West Coast, noon on the East Coast, with day 3 of CES 2021 digital coverage. And a reminder that tomorrow night, basically right at the end of our show, is Todd Cochran's 1500th episode of Geek News Central. It is a podcast that you should definitely subscribe to. He talks about very different topics than we do on Plug Hits Live. And so you get a fun and interesting mix of topics. He can get into kind of the more controversial topics we tend to stay away from. simply because we don't want comments. He's fine with comments. So 1,500 episodes tomorrow. Congratulations to that. And definitely you'll want to check that out. And I guess with that, on behalf of the staff that's not here, which is a smaller group than usual, I'm Scott, and we will see you tomorrow morning.